And so it begins. Another Saturday evening. Anyway, I'm going to be short tonight because I have much to do tomorrow. Blah, blah, blah. Have to get up early and such. Oh, there's some cranky person of some sort. Looks like warbles on a lot or something.
I'm not cranky.
Well, you look old and cranky to me.
Yeah, that's just my picture. I just randomly chose.
Randomly. Well, you could have chosen like some sort of hot chick. Well, you could have.
Could have, yeah. But I'm kind of too lazy to.
So you're not random, you're lazy. Okay.
Yeah, I could do that.
People are always lying about being random when they're actually lazy.
Yeah.
So, how's life where you are?
It's boring and it sucks.
Yes. It's exactly the same here.
Yeah.
Or global suckery.
Yep.
Yes. Unsustainable global suckery. There ought to be a law against it.
There ought to be an option to sign out of it. That's what I want.
Yeah, I want the option never even to have to sign out. I don't even want the obligation of showing up and signing out. I want the privilege of never having to arrive.
Yeah, I think we all wish that.
Yes, I never want to have to fucking go through all this nonsense of figuring out I'm on planet of the insipid moron. You know what? Oh yeah, you sort of figure it out when you're 7, and then they talk you out of it, and then you figure it out again when you're like 24, and then well, I don't know, pussy's good, and then you figure it out again when you're 35, and well, I'll go bowling. And you just keep getting talked out of it, and then finally, once you get old enough, you say, I'm never talked out of it again.
Yeah, I think we all wish that. Yeah, I figured it out actually last year in April.
Yeah, well, that would be the year before last.
Yep.
Yes, more than a year ago. Very good.
It was tough also, too, coming out to my parents because I live in a religious family.
Yeah, well, my family's not terribly. I mean, they pretend to be. My mother's like religious, like 2 months of the year. She somehow gets some sort of weird thing in her head, and she pretends like she believes in something. It's just kind of funny. I mean, she'll say something just totally like, "What the fuck, you stupid old bitch." It's like, well, I have a faith in God, and blah, blah, and you're like, what? Who are you talking to? I've known you my whole life, you dumb bitch. You don't give a shit about that crap. You're just a social club, if anything.
Yeah, like I see my family and my parents just kneeling down constantly, like every night, and I basically they're like talking to nothing, and I'm like, what the heck are you guys doing?
You gotta close the so you don't get the or you gotta do something else because your feedback and all over the place there, Zony guy. I suppose it's the appropriate thing to do. Mute the little fucker temporarily and such. If he unmutes himself, then we'll have to block him if he doesn't fix his problem. So, yes, but yeah, it is, hard years on planet Earth. So, it's doing hard time.
Especially like having to wake up and do. Well, for me, I have to do the same thing over and I kind of choose to do the same thing over and over again. Wake up, eat, read, work a little bit, and sleep. And repeat the same thing over and over again. I mean, it's just
Yeah, well, it beats the hell out of having to go to work for 8 hours, so I guess I wouldn't complain too much. But yeah, no, I mean, the same old part is the same old part. I don't care for that myself, but there is an awful lot to do, so I am occupied. It's like I can always find. Just cleaning the house, I could spend a year doing that. So it's not like there's not enough to do here, but yeah, it is. So once you know the game, once you know your psychology, it's just all right. My ego is compelling me to do this, and then I really want to do that because I have a silly ambition, because I want to prove I have a big dick, and blah 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 blah. And it's just all kind of blah blah blah.
yeah. I've lost a lot of motivation and passion and interest lately, and it's just difficult to force myself to do much or even try to be invested in anything.
Yeah, well, I guess I've always been kind of a fighter, so I've always been kind of a fighter kind of mentality. I always kind of, you know, fix it thing. We got to fix it. Someone's playing their video. I can hear my feedbacking of my previous sentences and such. Fix that. Unknown perpetrator. It might be you, Nadia. I'm not sure.
No,
What's that?
I think it's Laneka Fischel or something. I don't know how to pronounce their name.
Yeah, I don't think it would be Lanikia guy. Lanikia. Yeah. He's pretty smart.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, it might be that Zorine guy. Or Zorine something or other. See, I don't know, yeah, you used to be able to mute people just by clicking the button, but you can't do that. Well, anyway, I think it stopped, so it's okay now.
Yeah, it might be me.
Yeah, it might be you. Yeah. Guilty. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, Emmanuel Kant is in the room. That is not sporting his glasses, though. This dude doesn't have his
Welcome,
edge.
Manuel.
I can't tell. Is he logic rolls the dice or
Correct.
are they
That's
two?
correct. You already got the answer correct.
Okay, I thought they were two different people for a sec.
Yeah, well, he does seem to talk out of both orifices sometimes. Sometimes he says something one way, and then he makes another video and farts the same thing. So you never do. You can't know for sure.
Yeah, I actually, there was a big anti-list discussion in my hangout a bit earlier. Faith was representing a bit, and it came about because I was actually unsure of like exactly when you'd be starting up because of time zone changes and so on. And I was like saying, oh, I don't see any sign of anything coming up.
The room has been the same time for 6 years. I mean, 6 years it's been the same time every Saturday night. So, yeah. But anyway,
I don't actually show up that often, and I did change 3 time zones, yeah.
Yeah, no, I just mean that it's, it's kind of funny. But yeah, it's, whatever people want to talk about antinatalism, and it's fine with me. I just, I don't. It's always the context thing, right? I mean, I have made the point that I'm an ethicist, so I mean, I have kind of separated myself from the mere concept of some sort of human behavior being the problem. Like, oh, human beings are just doing it wrong. Life on Earth is wrong. It's insidiously wrong. And that's the game. I mean, I was just looking at the pool cover today. I was making the video, and I stopped at the pool cover and I pointed out that usually there's 10 million little polywogs in the water, and this year there's only 1 million. And it's like all of them are gone. They're all going to die, and even in nature, they're all going to die. I mean, even if I let them live in the pool cover, they're all going to die. I mean, 99.999% of them aren't going to make it to froghood. And that's life on Earth. I mean, it's fucking nuts.
life in whole is just fucked up.
So I mean, there's people
And
talking. I'm just saying my talk is different than their talk because my talk is, it doesn't matter. It doesn't. You could give any species on Earth intelligence, and they'd be assholes because we're made to be selfish, greedy, hoardy, fucking ambitious lunatics. That's what nature makes. It makes lunatics. It doesn't make fucking Mr. Spock. It makes fucking hard dick crazy man.
well, I think we've mitigated a bit, some bad bits of human nature floating around elsewhere. So a whole kind of rape and murder thing's been toned down quite a bit from the kind of natural state of human nature. So a little bit of good news on the mitigation front. How far can we get? I don't know.
I don't
Go
know
ahead.
but I don't see any. Where do you see that? We're killing people, wasting preposterous amounts of money to do it, out of just pure hate.
Steven Pinker is better angels of our nature.
Capitalism is just fucking gross, grotesque exploitation. I don't see any, real evolution. I mean, I applaud the little bit of logic we apply to, outlaw things like dog fighting, and we don't have slaves anymore overtly, but that's about it, right? It's not overt slavery.
Now you have slavery to debt, credit cards, slavery to debt.
Yeah, well, that part's slavery to stupidity, actually. I mean, I don't even know. That's like you weren't taking slaves. It's like you weren't shanghaied. It's like you went to sleep in the boat. I mean, it's just, I just, who are you going to blame that one on? Do you blame the lender, or do you blame the borrower? I mean, this whole idea of I'm just going to borrow money and pretend I can pay it back later. I'll just pretend I can.
Well, I'm not sure the case of rat there was relevant to Pinker's thesis, but at the same time,
Pinker's a douchebag.
it is what.
His thesis
Oh,
means
sorry?
nothing. His thesis is complete crap. It's just a circumstantial, incidental fact. Okay, all I need is one terrorist to show up that wipes out 3 million people, and you can flush his whole book right down the toilet. So it doesn't mean shit.
I think proportionally,
I know, but we don't
terrorists wiping out
fight
3
wars
million.
the same way, do we? No, we don't. Soldiers fight wars, where in the old days everybody fought wars. It's a different world we live in, that's right, so we can economize on the casualty numbers because technology can do a lot of the fighting and we'll just blow up infrastructure. So, yeah, it's a different kind of warfare, but that's the only reason why the numbers are lower is because we fight wars differently. But it's not because we're civilized.
Well, the wars don't actually make that big a difference. It's actually murders.
No, Angela, I'm not doing this.
Was it bathtub guy?
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's just with, it's some people, you just think, come on, man, I'm in the fucking room. Shit. Anyway, sorry, Nadia, but yeah, I don't understand half of what you're saying. So, I mean, it's just, I'm trying, but you're just kind of too mumbly for me. But Pinker's a douchebag.
Yeah. No worries.
Are you talking about Steven Pinker, the guy who claims that the world's better?
Oh, I don't know. I don't understand. Make sure what? Somebody's faking being me? Stop it. This is silly. Fuck. Somebody's impersonating me, apparently.
Well, they better pay me royalties if they're doing that.
Just sometimes do not understand. Well, I don't always understand people, but sometimes I understand. Oh, please. Hello. Look, I'm in the fucking room. You don't understand how this works? I'm in the room right now. my work. Didn't I just explain this to you? Now you're going to call me while
I tell him he's got
Does he not have a cell
contact my
phone where he could silent it?
Fuck you. Leave me alone. Leave me alone with this bullshit. Bullshit. This is bullshit. You fucking insane fucking nut. Jesus fucking Christ.
spontaneous.
Going ballistic. This has been the weirdest 2 fucking weeks I cannot fucking have a conversation with a single motherfucking asshole that makes any goddamn sense anymore.
Synchronicity.
Especially fucking women. They are fucking out of their goddamn minds. I have to try to go homo because I just can't deal with these insane fucking bitches.
Misogynistic, anyone?
I don't care. Yeah, I'm misogynistic as fucking hell. Women are emotional fucking train wrecks. They're just waiting to run you over and cut you into a million goddamn little pieces because they're out of their fucking minds. They're emotional sissies. Shit.
Okay, so you and I agree that Steven Pinker's full of shit, right, Gary?
He's full of preposterous shit. Yeah, he doesn't pay any attention to the fucking Industrial Revolution. You know, yeah, I guess it changed things a bit, but it doesn't make us more safe in the long run. It makes us more safe in the short run. I mean,
Yeah.
how many times have we been on the edge of fucking, Cuban Missile Crisis? You go right down the list of all these fucking, China, this, all kinds of circumstances. And like I said, it just takes one really, as soon as the economy goes foul enough where somebody just doesn't give a fuck, they can sink a nuke anywhere, kill fucking 10 million people, and what are you going to do? What's he going to do with his book then? Toilet.
Exactly. Hey, Gary, if I got Steven Pinker on Google, would you debate him?
Well, I don't mind debating him. I guess I probably should read his book before I do, but I guess I don't have to.
Just muffle the phone with something.
Hello. 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 It's fine.
So this caller you're not mad at? You're not mad at?
Who? What?
You were mad at the other caller. Now you're all happy at this person.
Well, yeah, this one was bathtub guy, so that was okay. I mean, that's a routine, silly person. He's not a crazy person.
Oh yeah, I'm a crazy person, that's for sure.
Well, I'm just saying, women's is.
Legally.
Yeah, well, they're certified and such. The papers to prove it. I also have papers, but I don't. Yeah.
My legality depends on which agency you ask.
The ATF are a motherfucker. No,
Really?
I don't like guns at all.
This is just a planet of fucking barely brain. Okay. Jeez, it's just not going to give up tonight.
I've got all the bases covered but the Florida Department of Health.
I'm pretty isolated in my area, so it's like the same native people have owned like the land, and it's like, so because I'm in the mountains, so North Carolina, Appalachia.
Yeah, crazy.
Dumb fucks, right?
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, yeah. I mean, the United States.
And can walk a waterfall. I can walk 7 waterfalls right now.
Yeah, who cares? You put the whole freaking state together, and you can barely boil an egg.
No, I only like the one little part of the state that I live in, the western part.
Yeah, whatever. It's even better. Right next to, you go a little further west, you're right in Arkansas, right?
Oh, I've never been to Arkansas. My family came from Virginia, Manassas.
Yeah, exactly.
And here, Cherokee.
Some sort of Cherokee.
No, my grandmother was a full Cherokee.
Yeah, sure she was.
No, my great aunt was on the DOS rolls. She was born in 1923. And
Whatever. Who cares? Do I care? No, I don't care.
I don't care if you care. I'm just stating facts. At least I have some facts to go with my craziness, right?
I don't know what
There
you're.
are facts somewhere in there.
Yeah, she really is out of her mind. Doesn't know what to do with. Anyway.
So what are you talking about?
I don't know. I was having a normal conversation until, people with issues showed up on the phone. Anyway.
I missed the first 10 minutes, so I have no idea.
What doesn't really matter? It's the same routine. You're all crazy and stupid. I mean, it's just becoming more and more obvious with every single millisecond that passes. And I'm saying, what the fuck am I doing talking to these lunatics? But anyway, that's all there is, I suppose.
Wait a minute. I mean, are they like, doing all kinds of, fancy calculations? At least, for managing my everyday life, if not, on behalf of an employer that I'm getting discriminated out of for working for.
Something
Yes,
discriminating.
I love math. I took trigonometry and physics in high school.
Yeah, well, whatever. It's obviously different. But anyway, quit making noises. You're flanking too much, Arkansas.
That's my bracelets.
Whatever.
Your cigarette is annoying as hell. I don't smoke cigarettes though.
Cigarettes are quiet. They don't bang on things and make noise. Keep making noises. I'm gonna have to do something about it. Stop it.
But see, that's the problem, is that I don't think that you could get me out of this state right now. You could mute me or whatever, but it wouldn't change my life in any way.
I'm not asking to change your life, and I'm not expecting to. I'm just expecting to have a room where somebody isn't going clank, 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 bang, clank, 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 bang, bang, clank, clank. Just, it's civilized.
Okay, I'll quit clanking if you'll put the cigarette in.
Civilized. Maybe you have to read that 6 times. I could write it on a piece of paper for you, and you could say, okay, civilized. Yeah, civilized people don't go clank, 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 clank. It's like they have mufflers on their cars.
That's something that most people can't do.
I'm just saying. Just saying.
I did use a mixed literature program to, do optimal control of my diet selections to weight loss, and then use the Lambert W function to predict exactly how long it'll take to reach the target. I mean, I think I've got. Yeah.
Fuck, does somebody want
I think I've got a few more of the bases covered in terms of
translate not
here.
I'm drinking honey chamomile tea. My mulberry tree is humongous this year with tons of berries on it, which is freaking awesome.
Usually I like women in the room, but you're really not advancing things. Neither one of you is comprehensible.
Worry right now because I had black tape over it for a while.
Well, I don't know. Whatever you're doing, it's not working. So yes, continue. Great, fantastic. I am Einstein squared, and she is un-Einstein completely. She is the ultimate un-Einstein to affinity.
At least there's no focus because
I'm not that much into physics.
Yeah.
Never was that.
Quantum physics.
So I'm just sitting here talking about how life is so fucking ludicrous, and this room is ludicrous. It's a ludicrous room.
But I can understand everything she's saying because you lack that empathic ability.
No, it's all just gibberish. Bradley doesn't
Señores y señores, nosotros tenemos más influencia que tú tienes. Pero los creados,
All right, well,
regalos y
I have to have a quiet time.
buenas
You're going to have
atención.
Um,
to sit in the corner for a little while and have a little quiet time and blah, 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 blah. Because, I can't take it anymore. Okay. Well, that's better.
oh, sorry. I was trying to say I'm not that much into physics.
Okay. I'm not asking you to be. Yeah, it is one of my subjects, but yes, I don't expect the people who aren't into physics to be into physics. They're all liars, I found out. All the physicists are liars. Every single one I watch, I watched the whole Alan Aspect guy. He's this one with the stupid, whatever it is, entanglement crap or whatever. Ugh, pathetic.
Hey, Gary, I think Mickey Ukaku is the biggest fucking liar.
Well, he's not. I don't even think he's a physicist, frankly. Who was he? He was like the whatever you call that when somebody's like gives the blowjobs to the physicist or something. They call them their whatever their guru-y thingy. What do you call that when somebody's a mentor to the
Groupies?
No, when somebody mentors somebody, it's like that Neil deGrasse Tyson was Carl Sagan's little butt boy, and then that's how he got famous.
Protege.
Yeah, and Akaku was somebody's. It was like Bohr or somebody took Akaku and.
Yeah, well, yeah. Kaku claims to be a protege of Einstein. He's a fucking moron.
Oh, well, that's a lie. But yeah, no, there was somebody else who actually gave him a job and all that shit. Because he hasn't done anything. He's a physicist of absolutely zero merit. Hello. I know. Well, you should know how the internet works by now. You really should know how the internet works by now. I know, but look, Angela, I'm doing my room now. I'm not going to have a conversation about this crap. I'm in the room. Yeah, we are. I'm listening to you, and I'm saying, okay, I understand. You made a mistake. Fine, I got that. Okay, not a problem. Moving on. I'm going back to work. Thank you very much. Okay? Peace.
Angela was just in my hangout with me.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. She's whatever. She just does. Yes. Apparently somebody else was doing the show Gary's image thing, and she was fooled by it on the internet. But whatever, it doesn't matter. Who cares? I keep saying I don't care. I don't. This whole idea that everybody, those people report to me on stuff, and I'm like, who cares? I don't care.
That was me screen sharing this hangout window.
All this social, whatever it is, this social media shit. I'm obviously totally disinterested in social mediaing. Ugh, fuck.
I definitely don't stand up to anybody else's standards. Fuck that. Just because it's just something to do and something to talk to people that maybe aren't as dumb as.
Hey, Athena, why do you take this so fucking personal? It's not all about you. Calm the fuck down.
What? No, that was nothing about me, actually.
Well, I think it was entirely about you, but it's a valid point. I don't know what subject it was on. I don't think it was on any of the subjects. I don't think it was the subjects everybody else was on, so I think you've obviously been drinking too much of your corn syrup or whatever the fuck it is, but whatever. I told you, quiet time. Quiet time. Jesus. Anyway, now where was I?
Talking about Mickey Ukaku and the whole protege thing.
Oh yeah. So I mean, that is a sad truth here that all these guys just take care. It's like they're all graduate students for one of these fucktards, and that's how they get their foot in the door, and then they become somebody when they're not really anybody. And I don't even understand what they get. They get. I mean, I have a little clip from Feynman, with the next video, where he says. He called Newton like Newton's preposterous explanation or some kind of thing like that. It was a real shot at Newton, and I'm just saying, people do all this ragging on me for being so dismissive, but these guys have been very dismissive, with their stupid. It's just frankly stupid. I mean, I watched a couple of videos on the speed of light, and because light travels through glass 40% slower, and you should hear the fucktarded, insane theories they have for why that happens. They talk about light creating a wave in the electrons, and they cause all this action to happen, and you're saying, how can you have conservation of energy if the fucking light is doing that? It's impossible to have conservation of energy. Photons can only give it away 100%. They can't give away a little bit of energy. I mean, that's basic physics. I mean, that's one of the most basic laws is the conservation laws, and they can't even pay attention to those when they start cooking up all this fucking bullshit. And then any pattern that shows up, they call it an interference pattern. Even when the pattern is a complete sine wave. I mean, not one high or low peak, just a sine wave of highs and lows, but all even, like a digital wave almost. And they call that an interference pattern now. And you're just like, that's not a fucking wave interference pattern, you fucktard. It's a fucking sine wave. You want to call it a wave, go ahead, but it's not an interference pattern. Anyway, this. But I got a whole another part of it all figured out, so that's why I'm being so arrogant about all this stuff. I'll give you a little sneak peek. It's all right there, right there. It's all right there. Right there we go. I love this. My favorite drawing. Yeah, that's it. That's the universe right there, fuckers. That's it. That's all it's doing. That's it.
Why don't we have a night, Gary, where you devote the whole night to your theory, and we get it serious, and we get some other, people in here that.
Well, I could get other people in here, but that would be the thing to do. But yeah, no, I already said that on my Draft Science channel that I plan on maybe on Wednesdays doing a couple hours and see what happens. See if we can talk physics, but I don't know. I'm just not too, this whole live action thing with people, with humans, just doesn't, it's not very fruitful, in my opinion. I mean, I think I got a lot farther. Yeah, I mean, it's funny, but it's, it's talking about something else. I think making videos is a more serious way to have a conversation. It's just that nobody's got the balls to do that right either. So anyway.
Have you seen that movie Interstellar?
No.
Apparently it's got some pretty good, believable science fiction in it.
Yeah, I bet it doesn't. Somebody else mentioned it to me sometime or other, but I haven't gotten around to. I don't see movies, so I have to find a place to steal it from or something, I suppose, but I'm sure it's got some stupid story that totally is bullshit.
It's not good science fiction at all because it bases the premise on the theory of relativity, okay, and it fucks it up.
Yeah, well, relativity is complete nonsense, so, yeah, I mean, Einstein, I hate to say it, but Einstein was just fucking wrong about an awful lot. I mean, both relativity theories are absolute shit.
Well, I was about to say, I really love the way they flew into the black hole. I think that's really believable.
Yeah, you can't fly into a black hole, and you accelerate. That's the whole point of a black hole. High gravity means you accelerate very rapidly, and the longer you have to accelerate, like we're accelerating right now at 16 feet a second. So every second, if we were actually falling, our velocity would increase by 16 feet. And once you have no atmosphere, in a black hole, obviously you're not going to have any air resistance, and so your speed is going to increase dramatically as you fly over that old event horizon. And your matter's all going to be pointed one way. You aren't going to be shining any flashlights as you disappear into the mass in the center. You're just going to get consumed, period. But the thing is that what you notice if you look out there in the universe is that galaxies have a fixed size. They don't get any bigger than a certain size. And there's a reason for that. There's a black hole that has subtly it's not instrumental to the galaxy, but it's instrumental to creating the core part of the galaxy. And the rest of the galaxy is actually, they're very symmetrical. And the reason why they're symmetrical is because they're really gravitationally, it's just the spokes that are gravitationally communicating. And so it's an illusion. Like we have this perception that you always have to have gravity in the middle, and you really don't. I mean, I could take a dumbbell, right? You know, big heavy weight at each end, and I could spin it in space, and the idea is the same. Two bodies could theoretically gravitationally link to each other and orbit each other. One of them doesn't have to be stationary. And that's sort of how galaxies, most of the galaxy's mass is in the exterior, and it's just opposite each other. But it's off a little because of the slowness of the gravity. The gravity But anyway, that's another big pile of mush. But I think they got the black hole thing way off. I mean, they say they're only 50 times as massive as the sun. 50 times as massive as the sun is nothing. I mean, you can't create mega gravity out of that. So there's something wrong with their whole black hole theory. But the idea, it's not light that is muted. Who muted me? Anybody know who did that? Probably Joe, right? That's really rude. Yeah, well, I guess that's get even. I don't even know if I'm still muted. Did somebody unmute me? I don't understand. How does this work? Let's see. Gary, kick that Joe guy. He's muting you. Okay, I think. Yeah, well, you can think it. Knowing it's another issue, right? All right, can you hear me? Oh, okay, so somebody did unmute me. Okay. Fucking system is... Some fucking cunts playing games here. Didn't say who did it. Strange. Fucking system. I hate this fucking shit. Yeah, well, black holes exist because they've sort of seen one. You know, gravitation. I hate this stupid away with this crap. It's, uh, Strange.
Can't hear you.
I know. Well, I've been muted, and they keep muting me, and it doesn't tell me.
Who's muting you? Kick somebody out. Weed it out. Who do you think it is?
I think it might be you. There. So I should get you out.
I cannot possibly figure out how to mute you right now.
Well, how do I know that? That's what all the muters say.
Oh, so now you have faith in me with my read it 6 times.
Magus?
Magic, how that works.
Yeah, I'd say a Magus guy, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought. He
Yeah,
came in right at the moment.
I'll just say it's him and just be done with it. That's what I'll do. I'll just assume he's the villain. Alright. See how things go. Where was I? Galaxies. I want to talk about galaxies. I'm just saying it is interesting. You can sort of, like I said, that it certainly is an indicator. I mean, these fucking cosmomologist guys ought to talk about that now and then. Is the fact that galaxies don't get any bigger in a certain size.
Well, that's why I think you should get the name of that scientist, because I watched that James Young Savant video the other day, the part where afterwards they almost figured out the guy's name, but they were too busy painting that could validate your side of the argument.
I don't even know what you're talking about, but okay.
I'm not going to research it. You have to do it.
Whatever. I don't even know what you're talking about. Wouldn't the small size? No, mass is mass. Gravity works on atoms, actually. It doesn't care about anything else. It only affects. I mean, that's the funny part of it, right? People think gravity's pushing your body down. No. Gravity's pushing your atoms. It's not pushing them. It's just giving them directional information. It's exchanging directional information. So that's the joke of it, is that gravity really is a nuclear force. It's a nuclear force. It's not affecting big things. It's affecting the atoms inside the big thing. Every single atom.
That's where I agree with you on that.
So size doesn't matter for gravity.
Mm-hmm.
It just changes. Obviously, the more spread out the gravity is,
because look at what they have to do to bang two atoms together. They have to build this 23-mile circle and contain all this energy.
My life costs nothing.
What? Anyway, there's that numbly numb guy. Anyway, some comments. Yeah, well, accelerators really aren't accelerating matter. They're
Somebody muted you again.
apparently I have kicked.
It went away for a second.
Alright, so who thinks it's Bro guy? Bro-o.
Well, I don't think
No, it's not me. I'm not muted.
Not Hannibal Lecter. It's not the red thing, because that's here a lot. But I don't know this girl, and I don't know the brother.
It's kind of strange, but yeah, I don't see any real villainous types in here at the moment.
Do you think it's your friend that can't get on?
I don't think so. I don't think she just came in, so this is a habit somebody had before her.
Hey, you're monitoring the chat, son.
Maybe it's numbly. Kill. I don't know what that means. Let's see. Why wouldn't it show me? Why doesn't it tell me who's muting? I mean, it's just sort of bogus.
What the heck?
I mean, it's just kind of stupid.
You're gonna have to kick the other girl because I mean, I don't know her. So
Yeah, I don't know who is.
I'm gonna go even slower with him in here, and he definitely should be in here.
I don't know. I just don't know. Yeah, it really is strange.
Well, I'll go if you want me to.
Yeah, well, fine. That way I can find out if it's you. If it's still happening and you're gone, then it'll be you.
Okay, well, I'll do that.
Let's see who else can go. Yeah, why don't everybody leave, and then I'll just one by one, and then I'll find out who's left, and who's guilty.
I'm going to be loyal instead.
Now it's still got somebody doing it. All right, Nadia.
No, Gary, I Google will auto mute sometimes. It won't mute you.
Auto mutes. It's auto muting the whole fucking night. Fuck this. That leaves Jim.
You're still being muted.
That is too fucked up. All right, well, it's nice though, because now I got the room to myself. Yeah, so that's cool. All right. I gotta fix this damn here. What other technical things can I take care of while I'm not in the room technically? What the hell is wrong with this thing? I don't know. Well, that works okay for me. It needs a little boost of some kind. That is fucked up though. So it just auto mutes me for no good reason. Man, these are like supposed to be really smart people that are the software engineers at Google. I don't know. I mean, that just seems like the kind of feature you'd say, hey, that's a really dumb feature. Let's not do that. Anyway. Let's see. I want to go smoke. Oh, that's cool. I think I kicked you anyway. Anyway. So, yeah, that's okay. Nobody can get in now or something? I don't know. I didn't kick everybody. I only kicked like 3 people, or maybe. So, yeah, this is working. I see. I said, oh, yeah, I'll do Google Plus because, yeah, I don't want the hassles of Tiny Chat, tonight, because I was going to have a short night anyway. And look at this bullshit. I haven't been able to get anywhere close to a rational conversation. A fucking hour in the room and nothing. Just crazy, stupid, crazy. Plus, you can see my screen. I don't know. Oh, okay. So I could see you. Well, yeah, I don't know. Maybe you have some super technology. So anyway. So everybody's afraid to come back, or they can't come back. Remember this video call. Bathtub guy left the call. Removed. Yeah, so I removed a couple. They weren't talking much anyway. There we go. Got one or two back. There we go. Got some Avatar guy back, so that's good. Nice replacement. Rational Chicky Poo. Let's see. McKay. I like that. Okay. Yeah, that's a good name.
Can you hear me?
It's kind of like okay. Oh, that's zero. That's stupid Piro. Oh, ew, it's Piro. Ew.
What the fuck?
Ew. Google Plus sucks very much. So if you work for them, you're an asshole. You probably work for Microsoft.
Who?
Blinded Sun. Somebody's making a lot of noises. They have to control their noise making, I think.
It's a loop of explosions.
Well, I don't care what it is. I just wish it would stop making noise. There, okay. There's some people coming back in now. We got some rational ones.
Me, you mean, right?
James hasn't been doing any freaking Chicky Poo videos or anything. Alright, there's a cool camera view. Jim, way to go, Jim. Good work. Anti-Gaia made it back in. And what's doing the echoing? Guy. Jim, control your noise, Jim. Muting and then everything will go to hell.
Testing
Yeah.
1 2 3.
I'm gonna move Joe for a minute. Yeah,
Testing 1 2 3.
Yes, I can hear you. Maybe you're the one.
Testing.
Maybe you're making all that noise. Testing 4 5 6.
Oh, you can hear me?
7 8 9.
I thought I was muted.
No,
My apologies, my sincere apologies, Gary.
All right, it's already a ludicrous room, and then you had to square it.
Wait till you get a load of my latest theory.
You know, you're just getting nuttier and nuttier, so it's probably a nut theory. You probably think walnuts are controlling the universe, and they have quantum powers and can read photons' minds, and they're mind-controlling photons with their walnut power.
Super
No, but I like that theory.
Yeah, well, you like anything. That's the whole problem.
I do not.
Yes, philosophically, you're just mush. You just mush along.
No.
Mush. Mushing just piles of mush into mashed potato. Anyway, lazy fucker.
More like plastic explosive.
Well, that's a good idea. That's what I can work on. A giant plastic explosive. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah,
You and I agree that we are trying to make a philosophy that can act as a plastic explosive.
Yes, yeah. Maybe I'll get
Common ground.
all that plastic in the Pacific Ocean. I can make a big giant plastic explosive. Yeah, that's a good idea.
It blasts you in your ass.
Yeah, nuclear plastic explosive. Yeah, nuclear waste bomb. Oh. The ultimate Gaia revenge. So, so last week it was kind of funny. Your room was just hilarious. You couldn't get off the ground at all.
No, it totally did.
I totally couldn't go anywhere.
No, it did. Hythlodace and I are still friends, but he at the moment thinks we should never talk philosophy again.
Yeah, well, I've made a rule. I'm only gonna watch his videos 1 month after he makes them. You know, that's good. Some kind of rule like that.
Interesting. Yeah.
Or at least 3 weeks after. Let's see how long I can go. But yeah, because it's just too irritating. But I'm finding everybody incredibly irritating. I can't get along with a single person I know. It's just, everybody's gone batshit insane lately.
Yeah,
So,
it's really unfortunate we don't have all these tools we've been talking about the last 3 years or so, because I think there's a time right now, and some people are doing it, people that have like these science or political channels where they've made a part living and they're bringing it to the next level, but they don't, this dialogue stuff, we're just lacking, because I think it's like we're in a middle ground, like with everybody annoying you. It's just because it kind of is annoying. It needs to be taken to the next fucking level, you know? Otherwise, it's like, come on, we've been through this version of this argument. The argument still needs work, but we need a better factory to work on it in or whatever. So it is kind of annoying. I agree. And yet I feel like it should be an opportunity for you, for example, to have a movement of this or that sort. All of us to collect the people that agree and make some changes, you know, in perspective that are the next level. I don't know of another way to put it.
yeah, well, you took 33 seconds to say that slop. So yeah, I did make the timing tool, but yeah, there's no use for it yet. You know, the
Well,
debate.
yeah, and I've made a bunch of tools. I put in hundreds of hours, but it's like this stuff has to coalesce. It's like so many things, you know, it has to be just right. It's not enough that you have some of the software you want. It's like people have to use it. It has to all be there at once, and just the way that it is. But I'm saying I think that there's an opportunity. I think like YouTube, the IT, I was thinking again today about YouTube. You know, it's supposed to be you are the television. It was supposed to be for us with the conversation, and they made it, no, it's a talent search program. It's a fucking star search. And the thing is, that's fine, but it just means that the time should be right for an actual YouTube again. But we lack the software to, you know, we're right
No,
at the edge.
we lack. Yeah, I've only talked 11 seconds so far. What we lack is.
Why do you keep? What are you counting all these seconds? What do you mean?
You interrupted me again. It's a violation. Well, you told me to make a counter, so I'm making a counter.
Oh, I see. Okay, fair enough. Okay, sorry, I interrupted you. Okay, put my counter on. Turn my counter off right now. Now, turn it off.
I have to give you some more seconds, because you just interrupted on me again. All right, so yeah, well, obviously, YouTube had this perfect opportunity. It's like the Google thing, right? So we need a real search engine too, but we're never going to get one. And you're not going to be able to do the YouTube thing again, because the YouTube thing was a farce in the beginning, right? It was a fake. It stole content. The whole idea was to sell it in the end. So it wasn't sincerely constructed. And obviously, one of the biggest features of YouTube that they destroyed long ago was the directory, right? Where you used to actually have categories, philosophy, and this, and you could see who was high rated in those categories. And they got rid of all that shit, right? So they wanted to turn it into fucking kitten videos. And they wanted everything to have to compete with kitten videos. So it lost all its integrity. You know, they don't segment the content. It's all thrown into one fucking bucket. It's not organized. It's not indexed. You do a search on my videos, you don't know what the fuck will come up.
How's your web RTS is I think what it's called, where you live stream and you've got a pair of people? How's that going? You've made any progress?
I didn't mess with it yet, but it seems doable. I mean, the page you link to, you can have as many pages as you want to open in that. Right, so yeah. I just have to fuck with the script a little, so I can. Yeah.
And then I think Mozilla and Chrome are keeping up with those things, and even Explorer I think has them. So it's pretty much everybody should be able to use it if you put together, and it's just a web page, well, and some JavaScript as opposed to all that server stuff I was writing. Well, no, I didn't write the streaming part, but like all the Stick'em server or TinyChat or Google Plus, you won't need that. That'll be really. This is what I mean, though, that the technology's ready for us to put the software on it. It's getting cheaper and cheaper, and because it's really silly when you think about it, that Stick'em would have to have a whole server so that we could stream video to each other. Why not just stream video to the people in here? Why would you have to put it on one server? It's a bottleneck. So we're finally going to get rid of that. So, yeah, maybe you'll solve that because I won't have time for a while to look at it. If you solve it, you know, and I can also work on it. It's easier to work on something that already, you know, works.
Yeah, no, I just, yeah, like I said, I just didn't have time to get to that one.
Yeah, but you've already done more than I've had a chance to look at. So, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. You know, I got unification theories and such to work on.
I've had a unification theory. I'm sure you're really interested, so we'll save that. But unification theory of anything. I came up with the theory of anything.
Yeah, the wavy double wave theory. Yeah.
It's even worse than that. You're going to hate it.
Waves are waving as they wave by.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, don't talk about the plans. Peeps.
No, don't interrupt with inane, incomprehensible drivel. Yeah, I have to add another thing on this timer so you know, I can include inane interruptions by.
I'm in Linux. This is all in Linux with a.
Yeah, well, it's working really great.
Here's
fantastic. Yeah, your forehead looks pretty good.
Well, it's better than that damn Mac, right? I'm never buying another Mac. Jobs is dead. Wozniak doesn't support him, so there you are.
Yeah, well, Macs I never cared for just because.
I know you've always ragged on it, the audio problems where it's always different. And I think that's because it tries to change the volume based on what's going on, and it actually makes it worse. This is better. Better angle, too. Here's my... Well, it's dark over there. You can't see. There's the loft. The blackness.
Well, you got about 6 years of lag on there, so yeah.
Really?
I'll have to wait for it. That's an interesting thing with the my whole particle gravity thing. When I took it to the nuclear, it became very interesting because you have to start accounting for the fact that the pieces that are being influenced by gravity are moving as fast as the gravity. So gravity doesn't have enough time to do regular orbits, like where the gravity would be in one place and the thing, what I mean? You can't, there's no coherency between, because it's not instantaneous anymore from their relative position, what I mean? It's like it would take a certain amount of time for the gravity to cross the diameter of an orbit. And, in nuclear circumstances, that would mean that two things couldn't be separated like exactly opposite each other because their gravity wouldn't get there. You know what I mean? It would get there too late. So
what are you saying about that? Right, but this is a controversy because, if nothing can go faster than, like gravity, according to the quantum physicists, gravity. Everybody thinks it follows this rule of it takes the light speed for the gravity effect to get somewhere. But it doesn't have to in quantum theory. You could have this some weird tunneling or something. But so what's your point about that? I noticed you were also talking about the graviton theory and Feynman.
I think that provides the broken gyroscope. So if you think about a gyroscope that wasn't working in real-time gravity, you know what I mean? Gravity that
no, what do you mean? A gyroscope, so I got that metaphor, and it's kind of fixing itself in space somehow.
Well, but a gyroscope...
Even in relativity, it's able to...
It's always going to center on any gravity it can find, right? So whatever gravity you have, the gyroscope will always center on.
What do you mean center on?
Well, I mean balance, too. It'll always torque to whatever the gravity is.
No.
Yeah,
well, let's discuss it. Maybe it's just language. So the thing is with this, okay, there's a couple things. So like you have this totally relativistic space. However, it only applies to things in an inertial reference frame, things going at a constant speed or not at all, right? If it's accelerating, then relativity, is not entirely applicable because that acceleration is a change in velocity. So the spinning thing, the edge is always changing velocity and going in a circle. So what happens is in this non-inertial reference frame, that spinning object wants to keep. So let's say it's in space and there's no gravity. We could talk about what it does in gravity, but there's none and it's in space. It'll actually keep that plane of spinning because it's non-inertial, right? It's non-relativistic. It matters which way it's angled. But in a gravitational...
It'll take its last reference.
Right, it'll take its last reference, right? So in a regular,
if it can find any other gravity, like even a gravity from a galaxy millions of miles away,
Well, yeah, but I'll just put it different.
any gravity it finds, that will become its new reference. So you can't
Well,
just.
let me put it this way. It won't become the new reference. What will happen is that gravity will tug on its current, what you called the last reference. It'll tug on it, and it will change that reference point.
Well, I'm just saying, as soon as another gravity becomes a stronger pull, it's going to go to the stronger gravity.
It'll alter this reference that we're talking about, yeah, in a mathematical way. So I'm sure we both agree it'll alter it in a way.
I only wanted to bring it up. I was only bringing up gyroscope as an example that gyroscopes orient to gravity, and so I just wanted to give it as a circular argument.
You can say that.
The argument I'm making is that in the atom is what's happening is the gyroscope is broken because the gravity isn't as coherent. That is, it's lopsided. So, like, say if I had a heavier, like, say if you had 5 spinning balls and 2 of the balls were heavier than the other balls, you could sort of see that the 2 balls would have to be almost off center. You know, they'd be lopsided towards one side because that's the only way the gravity could actually work. Because the other one would have to be ahead of its actual coil. It has to slow up. It has to catch up to the gravity. You know what I mean? So it can't.
Well, do you mean this? No, I don't. But let's say if I could get part way. So let's say you have this spinning disc or a gyroscope, but part of the disc has some extra weights on it. Basically, that would introduce a wobble.
I know, but if they're balanced, if opposite each other, they wouldn't wobble. My point is in a nucleus, they can't be balanced opposite each other because opposite each other, the gravity takes too long to get there. Particle gravity, moving the speed of light, would take too long to get across the diameter of the orbital, and therefore the thing has to be pushed ahead in its cycle to actually meet the gravity.
Okay, well, yeah, I don't know where you're going with it, but yeah, I think effects like that are definitely real. That's the whole impact of relativity, is that we get certain kinds of asymmetry because something's coming from one direction. So it hits that side first. So while mathematically it should apply to everything, in reality it cascades, and that
I think you're making.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, I have to mute Joe.
It's not me.
Yeah, I muted him. He's not muting, damn. Fucking goddamn, I hate this. Yeah, thank you.
Anyway, I think it is true that this propagation time from one side of an atom to another makes some sort of a little fundamental difference in the math, and that's all I'm getting from you, though. I'm sure you're going somewhere with it, but we're actually at a good point where I'm not rejecting what you're saying because I'm still trying to find out what it is. But
well,
anyway.
You've watched the video, so I think you could know what.
Well, I haven't.
You could know what I'm saying. So I'm just saying I have explored many.
Well, I've watched some of them. I watch them less and less. They're hard to watch.
I'm just saying that's your problem, okay? I'm just saying that you can't argue something you haven't heard, and.
Well, I don't think the videos are conveying it to me, because to me it's like, well, what do you really mean when you use a particular phrase? Because there's a lot of semantics. We have to invent words or assign a word like photon to some concept, and it's very hard to watch a video in someone when someone's giving their own philosophy. Their own natural philosophy.
It's an explanation of physical reality. So here's.
Well, no, that's what I mean. A natural philosophy, and you have to invent all these words, and yet it's so specific. It's difficult, but also, I don't know. When things come up on Draft Science, I've been watching them. I think I pretty much keep up with those within a week. So I think I probably have seen. If you did it on Inmendham, I haven't seen it.
No, I've done them all on Draft Science, most of them.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty much up to date. I might have skipped a few, just to be honest. Also, because you're arguing with Hythloday, and part of it is like going over something.
Well, this whole idea of exchanging directional information is such a key concept to the whole thing. So if you don't really understand that mechanism, because that's what's creating velocity. Velocity is an illusion. You're not the reason why your physical body moves. There's no relativity. Okay, there's absolute velocity, and that explains time dilation. And I'm just saying that your velocity is essentially the orbitals inside of you having lopsided spirals in the direction that you're going. So it's just a circle that has direction. You know what I mean? A circle that's rolling on the road. It's the same kind of effect. It's just it's an imbalanced orbit, and so the imbalanced orbit just keeps eating space because of the imbalance.
Yeah, but so can I take a tangent of this circle flying along? That's a very Feynman idea. You got to give credit to him, even though you take it in a different direction. This idea of this little vector that spins around kind of like a clock and shoots along in space is really valuable mathematical artifact. Just as a side thing, don't you think? I mean, I notice you're agreeing with that, even though you still.
I've obviously watched all of Feynman's videos, and
I saw you go through his stuff recently, for example.
Entirely different because he's just using it.
No, but I mean the mathematical artifact itself is a cool little tool. It's a cool idea. This clock or whatever's flying around.
I don't think it's that cool an idea when all he's really talking about is distance, and that's what the part that annoys me, is that he's just converting distance into time. And yeah, the two are incredibly related, but I think when you're talking about the migration of photons through glass or something, you ought to talk about the distance. It's the distance that matters, and so I just don't think there's any point. I mean, what we're really talking about, like with I just watched a whole bunch of glass refraction videos, and they were so funny. Because to me, they don't understand the basic mechanism that is glass. I mean, glass creates an identical surface on the two faces, and that's why glass works. Is because basically it just communicates the photons from one end to the other end through all of the electrons. So it basically can weave through them, and through that weaving, there's a probabilistic.
Yeah.
It's like pachinko, you know, the Japanese pachinko.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's what Feynman is saying.
That's what the photons are doing. Is
wait, are you saying
that's why it takes 40 times? That's why light travels 40 times slower in glass, is because it's pachinkoing all the way through the glass, and it probabilistically, just because there's zillions of these little atoms and zillions of photons going through, probabilistically it's going to come out straight in the end.
Yeah.
But it's a migration that has even though it looks like there's no precision, there's precision because the molecular structure of the
way everything cancels out, right?
Well, I mean,
you end up with all these weird terms that cancel out, right?
There's no inconsistencies in the molecular structure of glass, right? As soon as you put impurities in the glass, you'll increase its reflective index.
Right.
So it's the fact that the molecules are very consistent that creates a reliable.
Well, forget glass. Use quartz or something. You could have pure quartz, and it's like perfect.
It still has a high reflective index in the sense that it's still going to take 40 times longer for light to get through it.
Right. Yeah. Because that's what Feynman is saying.
It takes not 40 times. It's 40% slower. Let me say it the right way.
That even sounds a lot to me, but I'm just taking your word for it because it is slower. So, but the thing is, that's what Feynman is pointing out, is that you can do the reflection as though the front surface and back surface are reflecting, but in reality it's reflecting pachinko style all in between, including not at regular geometric angles. And traditional optics is all about, no, light works at the regular angles, and he shows that no, if you cancel out all the statistics of the pachinko thing, it ends up looking, right, like the strong beam is right on that geometric center of the pachinko, which sprays everywhere. There's still this strong center beam where stuff adds up. And so I mean, that's your view too. You accept that, because he says light bounces at all these weird angles whenever it hits anything, but it's just this weird adding up thing, which is hard to explain exactly, but because you can show mathematically the statistics of the pachinko game with billions of photons ends up to the traditional optics of angular incidence equals reflectance and all that stuff,
Well, I think it's has to do with the fact that there's a probability. There's a probability of you rolling dice and getting 5 snake eyes in a row, right? It's not very probable, but it happens. And so there's a probability that sometimes the light will actually diffract a lot, where it'll go on snake eye, snake eye, snake eye, and just keep going left instead of going straight, and you know what I'm saying? So it
Yeah.
creates a higher diffraction, and then there's all the other ones are in between that level of diffraction, and the more you go through, the more likely you are to have more of these higher index diffractions. The more likely,
Right.
the more times you roll the dice, the more often you're going to get 5 snake eyes in a row, right? It's just statistical.
Right. Yeah, but but the thing is, like, to get a 4 and a 3 is no more likely, actually, if you think about it, hold on for a second, than a snake eyes. To get a 4 on dice 1 and a 3 on dice 2, that's just as specific as a snake eye. The issue is you can also get a 4 on dice 2 and a 3 on dice 1. So they look the same, right? But in reality, there's just this, 6 times 6 possibilities of dice. There's 36 unique things. A bunch of them, like 7s, seem similar, right? 5 and 2, 3 and 4.
Right.
And
But
so,
the
you know what I
point
mean?
is that
So really, it's like, wait, but
obviously
let me finish. It's just like you're saying, it's equally, all of those are actually equally likely, the 36. It's just because some of the 36 are similar, you get these regularities out of that, right? Through the similarity of the different events.
Right, but the point I'm making is that but these are loaded dice, and that's the point. So the more permutations you go through, the more the loading of the dice reveals itself. So there is a tendency that creates a probability of taking a left turn versus a straight line. So there's a 10% chance of a left turn. It's not like they're equally proportional. They have and so that's what's creating the fact that the longer you go through the glass, the more likely it is you're going to be distorted in your reflection. You know what I mean? It's going to reflect.
Right. But so Feynman says something more radical that I guess you're still rejecting, which is kind of like the light shoots off, it goes in every direction, it hits every point, it bounces around every particular way in the universe, as though it's timeless, but however long it takes to get to the detector, the photograph or whatever, it'll have this little spinning clock thing that adds up.
Right. I don't think Feynman's saying that's how the real world works.
No. But then mathematically,
that's how the probability.
So mathematically, in the end, but that's weird, right?
I don't want to misquote, because people get pissed off when you do that. So I'm just saying, I don't think Feynman's saying that all these probabilities actually do happen.
No, nobody knows. That's his whole, we don't understand
what
it really means.
He says it doesn't matter. He's just saying that the probability math works.
Well, the part that matters is that, the part that matters is, let's take the words of some of these math geeks, and the interesting thing is that if you look at the universe that way that Feynman hypothesizes, brain, thought experiment, and you add up all this random stuff, you still get these consistencies. If you do that, if you pretend photons bounce whichever way to the detector through time, you still get up that, well, most of the photons bounced in the shortest distance, just like light is supposed to travel.
Well,
so they're compatible, is my point. It's kind of an amazing.
I don't think wave theory and particle theory are compatible. So I just don't think.
Well, no, but they are compatible through that little element, right? That's the point. This whole wave and particle thing is made compatible by Feynman, at least mathematically, in that if you imagine particles bouncing every which way, they would add up.
The math isn't dealing with a wave; it's dealing with an angle and a probability, a percentage.
It's really neither one.
Likelihood. Well, I'm just saying it's not really dealing with a wave, and you can really see that when they start.
But wait. Here's what Feynman offers. He says, forget wave and particle being two things, dual. He says, imagine a little particle with a clock. The wave part is handled by the clock, right? When the clock is at the top, that's the crest or whatever.
The clock is just distance. So again, let's not confuse these two subjects.
Well, but that's the thing. Waves are distance.
Converting distance into fucking time, and
that's what waves are about, Gary. That's
no.
Yeah. So that's why we call it wave mathematics. It's not necessarily a wave.
It's
time cycles.
I know.
The wave is all about the cycle.
it's about distance, and it's about the fact that you have a regime built into the distance. Every 10 feet, the regime duplicates itself. Okay.
Yeah,
So
frequency.
I
Right,
could say,
frequency.
right. I could say that the molecule creates a setup inside a glass, and every whatever 10 nano, whatever inches or whatever you want to call it, it's 10 nano.
Right.
Okay, this repeats this molecule. Okay, this complex arrangement
Repeats. Right.
between a group of molecules. So an electron actually they're all bound electrons, so they're all moving through those 4 or 5 molecules, right, as they go.
Okay.
And it's that setup just keeps repeating itself. Okay, so that goes all the way through the glass. So every time you increase the thickness of the glass, you're either increasing it a full molecule or none. You can't have half a molecule. You get it? All right, so that's the rule of the glass, is that you're always going to have a full molecule at the two ends. You're never going to have
Just
a half a
veering
molecule.
off, though. Okay.
Well, I'm just saying that's why it works, is because it's exactly the same pattern it goes through, and the only thing that's going to be decided in the end is the light actually going to come out a little bit further away, from where it was supposed to, because it went sideways.
Right. Well, but what I'm saying is when the particle flies along with the little clock, that's only a time duration, like you say. What makes it a cycle and frequency and has wave mathematics and sine and cosine is that it's not just a clock, but it goes back to zero. It cycles.
I understand, but that's only counting these molecules. Is essentially what he's counting, is how many molecules.
Well, what do you mean? When a photon is flying through space, what I'm talking about takes place. So where's the molecules? I think we're getting a miscommunication.
Photons interact with electrons, okay? So
right.
If they don't increase the energy level of the electron, then they're not kept by the electron, they're passed on, okay? They do one cycle, let's say one spin, and then they're released again because they didn't have enough energy to boost it to a new orbit.
Right.
If they can't boost it to a new orbit, they get transmitted through the molecule. So so if you have 4 bound molecules, right? I don't know what glass is made of, but let's say it's 4 molecules, right?
Yeah.
All right, and those have shared electrons, right? So you could think that when the photon comes in, it hits that electron, it gets bound in there, goes through one orbit there, then swirls around the orbit here, then swirls around the orbit there, and then it finally comes out down here. Now, when it does that, the probability that the molecule is next to it, that there's a 10% chance that it will fly into that molecule and end up going down through that one instead.
Sure.
So that's where it's creating refraction over time, is how much widening of its path is it taking, in the sense that it went sideways instead of going down. Okay.
Right. Sure.
So the thicker the glass, the more likely you are to have a reflection point inside the glass that might be 5 inches from where you started. You don't have. You could have a very.
No, I don't think it works that way. But I get what you're saying. It all makes sense. I like it. But this is weird.
The reflection is always pure. It's just it's reflecting at a different point in the glass. That's what's fooling people, right? So when you see the distortion's being created because the light has actually gone crooked and is now purely reflecting. Incidence in, incidence out, is purely reflecting off an electron that's much further away laterally than when it started. It always has. There's a certain percentage that are just going to reject the. You know what I'm saying? There's a certain percentage, 4%. 4% of interactions will end up creating a reflection.
Right.
Okay, the rest of them go straight through. So
right, but me and Feynman disagree with you, because I think 4% of the wave goes this way and the 96 goes the other way, and you're like, particles have to decide. We're like, no, they don't have to decide till the end. They don't have to decide till you put a camera there.
How physics it's totally broken when you start inventing forces that don't have any explanation. There's no possible way to construct even a rational diagram of any kind of what this wave is made out of. No, there isn't. It has to go faster than the light. It's somehow ahead of the light.
It's not ahead of the light. It goes at light speed, like you say.
So exactly. So it's not ahead of it, and yet it somehow can interpret what the wave is doing, what the wave will do, or something.
No.
Draw me a coherent picture. Draw me a picture of
No.
how a waved photon could possibly travel through something. I'm just saying it's a nonsensical concept on its face, just like
Well, I
Einstein.
know you say that. Why bother then?
Why bother having forces that are magical? The
I don't
force
think it is
made out
magical.
of something material. Well, what's the matter? What's the matter that a fucking wave is made out of? What?
When
How
you
can
say it's
possibly
magical, I
how
just
can you
think that
possibly have a wave that has a function yet no material identity?
it does have a material identity.
How? How can it possibly? Then it would affect things. It
Well,
would
the
create
quantum field, if it
quantum.
exists, is
Exactly.
the
How can you
material
have
reality.
something smaller than quantum? So you're saying it's smaller than quantum wave.
No? What do you mean?
It has to be.
It's where the quantum idea comes from. I don't
It
understand.
has to be smaller than the quanta because the quanta is what makes up the photon. The photon's made out of two quanta, so you're fucked right there. But anyway, I mean, I got this nailed, but I'll have to explain it I'll have to make the dummies book, I guess.
Well, no, the idea is when you let's say you have a radio antenna that you're broadcasting from, but you put such low power in, only one photon comes off, right? One photon, which to us looks like if we had radio sensitive, paper, we'd see a little speck somewhere. Well, the quantum idea is that we don't know why we see just a little speck, because what really happens is when you create that little tiny one photon, it comes off in a ripple.
Yeah,
it goes off in all directions.
What? A ripple of what? Going where? No, it comes off as
a ripple in the electromagnetic quantum.
I know. Well, there is no electromagnetic. All that.
No, but Gary, don't act like it's
no
ridiculous.
electrical
Wait a second.
magnetic.
Open your mind for a second. Open your mind for a second and consider the fact the reason it's not totally ridiculous to those of us who want to think down this line is that it's like dropping a pebble in a pond. It sends out a ripple. That's exactly what it looks like. When you send out billions of photons, it looks like a ripple.
A ripple made out of nothing.
No, it's a ripple made out of energy.
No, it can't be made out of energy because the energy's bigger than it. How can it be made out of
that's the problem. No, the energy that we see.
Conservation rules. You can't. You can't affect something. Look, people were talking like this. Real physicists were saying this shit, and I was almost like, I can't stand it because they were talking about the wave of the photon jostling the electrons, and you're just like, it can't do that. That's violating the conservation of energy. You can't jostle electrons and then somehow take it back. You either do
I just want to say hi
don't.
today in the house. Okay, I'll let him take over while I go take a break and smoke a cigarette outside because I can't smoke in.
Now too, and I can smoke inside.
Well, I can't.
That's what you get for having kids.
I was going to call you a name, but it was going to make me sound misogynistic.
Seems to me that you're the pussy going outside. Pussy. Pussy whip. Pussy. Whatever it is. Half the day's a little clean.
Can you hear me?
I can almost hear you. You're calling from what?
I just... Did you catch my...
Got a bit of lag. Lag. Fix that.
I don't know what you fixed it.
What is it, a phone or something?
No, it's laptop. I'll just listen. You and Pyro talking nonsense.
Well, you can say it's nonsense. I'm going to show you all to be fucking idiots, okay, defending mushy crap, okay, because it's physics, fuckers. It's a real material universe. It's actually made of shit. Solid, hard shit.
No, I agreed with your point about fields and what Pyro said about finding the clocks. That's just a physical interpretation of complex numbers, I think.
Well, yeah, well, like I said, it's not even that. You can see what he metaphors it to, and he metaphors it to distance. He always uses the clock as an idea of you're traveling the distance. So it's the distance of the line has to do with how many rotations of the clock. So the clock is basically telling you where you are position-wise, distance-wise on a vector, through the item. So it's just basically telling you, it's not even a straight line, it's just your path has a certain distance to it. And that is what's being represented by the clock. It's just counting how many how many Planck constants of distance you traveled. You know, whatever the constant is, it's just how many of those constants you traveled.
Yeah.
And where you ended up in position-wise relative to the beginning, which will tell you where in the wave you're going to represent. So in a wave, like a sine wave that went infinitely, you know, with the same exact pattern, by knowing the distance, you could know exactly where you were in your phase. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You could know exactly the phase by just knowing distance. So exactly, it's just reinterpreting a clear distance calculation and just turning into a time calculation. And the two are interchangeable, but you know, it's kind of in my opinion, it's kind of deceptive because it's really not a time issue; it's a distance issue.
Yeah, but there's something. I don't know.
Well, what do you think of this?
Like,
just what do you think of this idea of a photon having a wave property? How? I mean, don't you see that as? I see it as being no different than creating magic forces. I mean, a wave that doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't somehow fly across. It doesn't do anything. You can't see it. You can't record it with any rational device. It only affects the electrons you choose to say it affects. It somehow doesn't create any noise effects, right? I mean, the photons flying between me and the screen aren't affecting any of the electrons over here. They're not affecting the ones over there. They're not affecting any other electrons, but somehow they're affecting the ones right in front of them. So it's a wave that only affects the ones in front of it.
I don't believe it. I think nobody's ever measured the wave property of a photon because they come in packets. That's the whole business, is quanta. So how you know, like you put the oscilloscope on and see the wave nature of AC electricity, say, you know, you can, but you can't do that with a photon.
We would agree, though, that's the electron interpretation of a photon, though, right? So the wave character, the thing you see on the oscilloscope, isn't the photon. The photon doesn't have any wave. It's counting. It's showing you an analog interpretation of a digital event. Correct?
Well, the thing is the point is you can't see a photon with an oscilloscope. You can see electricity, like the voltage.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood you because, you know, it's a little bit garbled, so I misunderstood what you said.
So
exactly.
Maybe if I get closer to the mic.
You're just seeing an interpretation of it, and that's the whole point, that the photons are all or nothing. They are the next to the last most discrete bit in the universe. In my opinion, the only thing smaller than a photon is the graviton.
Well, there's also a basic contradiction between what's said about the wave-like nature of light, because in school you'll learn one point of view is that it's an electromagnetic field and a magnetic field wibble-wobbling together. And then when you learn quantum mechanics, you learn that really the waving's nothing to do with, it's a probability wave. So which is it, you know?
Well, that's what I found in the two slit experiments. That's a good example, right? Because, okay, they usually just use the frequency of the light, okay, as one of the variables in doing the calculation for the interference, right? So they'll tell you what position the photon, like if I give you a position, it'll tell me how out of phase the two waves were, right? And they'll say this is where it would locate, this is where the dead spots will be, this is where the peaks will be, right? But if you go for intensity, right, if you want to know how intense a peak is going to be, then they start going with the electromagnetic component, right? And they end up doing a bunch of Einstein strangled fucking mathematics on, you know, with all those, you know, all that shit math, you know, with the funny brackets and shit and the whatever it is, a tensor and all that crap. So all of a sudden now they convert what is still the same exact frequency, right? I mean, the magnetic component is still the same exact frequency. It's not at a different frequency. And yet somehow they've made this magnetic wavelength significant to intensity, and you're saying, no, what should be significant to intensity is how much light went into the damn slits in the first place, right? So the thing they're not counting, which is how small was the aperture and how far away are you from it, right? Which are going to really tell you your intensity, aren't they? I mean, aren't those key components to what the intensity is going to be, is how much light I should split, you know?
Sure.
So that seems really.
I think physicists have they've given up on thinking about mechanisms, and they're just happy to have a formula now. and they're happy to publish a new paper and get pats on the back for a new formula.
Is because their formula doesn't match, and that's what really irritates me too. Is that the results aren't you know? I watched an Alan Aspect guy, right? The whatever it is, eraser guy, or whatever it is. And so he has this perfect sine wave of interference, and it's a perfect sine wave, right? I mean, the two things are, you know, and he called it an interference pattern, and it was a perfect sine wave. No central maxima, none of the typical wave kind of features. The fact that there was bars, you know, on and offs. The fact that there were on and offs, he was calling an interference pattern. I'm just saying, well, see, now what does interference pattern mean? Any pattern at all? If I send Morse code, if I just made an interference pattern, because apparently any dots and dashes anybody ever creates, they're going to call it an interference pattern.
Oh my God.
Well, it's true.
No, it's not true.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Well, the Alan Aspect guy doesn't even care for Feynman's theory, to tell you the truth, because he actually, like me, okay, he thinks the wave character is in the electron.
Who?
Alan Aspect.
Oh.
The guy who did the eraser stuff, or whatever the fuck you call it, the entanglement shit. Nobel Prize and such. But another arrogant fucktard. Excuse my French. But man, is he full of himself. But I'm going to be the only guy who deserves that, because I'm actually right. So it's going to be so cool when all you people are just going to eat such crow.
Right. You don't really think that's going to happen, right?
Yeah, no, I've never been sure or anything in my life.
Really?
Yeah, I'm really so sure.
Yeah.
I'm totally humiliated.
Well, I'm all for it, you know, and as well, President Bernie Sanders, that's going to happen too.
Well, should happen. You know, it'd be a lot better.
I tell you what.
Do we agree? Bernie Sanders for president, exactly, except for it's not going to happen. Go ahead, Justin.
Yeah, well, I mean, well, you know, maybe Hillary could drop dead of something.
Pyro, if you had to bet on string theory being the answer to the workings of the universe, or that in some future time that we'd have a paradigm shift and end up describing everything as particles, which way would you bet?
Well, okay, that's a weird question, because one, string theory describes everything as particles.
No, it doesn't. It describes everything.
Two, string theory is
rubber band theory. That's what you call it, rubber band.
Yeah, that's what the particles are.
Well, you can't call it rubber band.
This is important as well, is that two, the Large Hadron Collider.
So why did they call it particle theory, not string theory?
Because the particles are supposed to be strings. But listen, can I finish? Can I finish? But the other most important thing is that the Large Hadron Collider has proven already, has shown that string theory does not seem to be correct, and neither does supersymmetry, the old supersymmetry, which is the friend of string theory. Neither one of those are correct, because they should have found the particles predicted already, but way before they found the Higgs, and they haven't. So those theories are both dead in the water, and I only have faith in the standard model.
Well, the standard model isn't much of a model, frankly.
It's totally a model. It's the best. It's the awesomest, standardest model of all.
Yeah, well, whatever. It doesn't have any mechanisms in it. It just has massive magic. Magnetism is magic.
The standard model is ridiculous. It's a bolt-on model. Every time they get a new, because of the structure and the way it works, every time they get a new phenomena, they just bolt on.
That's not true.
Thing. Yes,
no, it predicted all of these particles that turned out to be true, and now it's finished. Every single particle it predicted has been found, starting with, for example, antimatter. It predicted antimatter, and we found antimatter. It predicted the Higgs, and now we found the Higgs, and nothing else has been found. So, sorry, I don't know why.
No, the statement I made was about kind of the history of it, right? Take, for example, the Higgs. Right? There's a component of the formula which wasn't there. Somebody didn't didn't postulate the standard model. It was created in a bolt-on fashion, right? They found out that it was stupid, so they bolted on the Higgs.
No,
Well, when they
true.
started
I
finding all these
disagree with that
particles,
characterization.
They didn't have enough gravity, so they had to find the Higgs because they had to find more gravity. So let's not play.
No. What happened? No, what happened is that there were these original theories about the quantum field for particles, electrons initially. Then there was the theory that wait, all the particles are acting this way. Then there was the fact, well, if they're acting this way, there should be these other particles, and all of the other particles have been discovered now, with the Higgs being the final one. That's what actually happened.
Let's be
It
real.
was predictive.
Let's be real theoretical physicists for a minute, and let's just say the stuff that we really know for sure, and let's just go back and take the stuff you really know solid. Okay, so go back to like Newton or something and say this is the stuff we know really solid, and then just say to yourself, do you really think that the real universe has in it some sort of force between things, okay, that isn't something real, that isn't something, you know, that you can make sense out of, not some magical, like it's over there, I'm over here, I'm communicating with it, somehow I have a relationship.
That's not what the force, that's not what quantum mechanics postulates. What are you talking about? Nobody is saying. No, it is physical. No, it is physical. The field, the quantum field, is physical. That's the point.
I don't know how you can sit there and invent a quantum field. Okay, number one, that
discover is the word you're looking for.
There's no point. So you won't even indulge in understanding that your standard model relies on forces like magnetism and electricity, and they do not provide explanations for the conveyance of those forces. They have no mechanism.
Well, the explanation is not finished.
There you go. So you just said it's the finished model, and
neither is yours. No, I never said it was finished.
Yeah, it is. I
never said it was finished, and yours isn't finished.
Well, mine's a lot more finished than theirs, because mine actually has an explanation for how it's possible.
No, theirs is way more finished than yours. That's the problem.
That is you. So an unqualified opinion.
There's a lot of mathematical results and measurement results.
Mathematics you can change. Look, okay, go ahead and explain to me then why they arbitrarily, in analyzing the single slit diffraction, why they arbitrarily take 1/3 and then 1/3 of that to define the triangle they're going to create their wave pattern out of. Where does the 1/3 of the 1/3 come from, except made up, contrived entirely to make the math work? No, he's frozen or something.
Oh, no, I'm stupefied. What are you talking about?
Well, when they do single-slit diffraction math, they use double-slit wave interference math, okay? That's the joke, okay? They call it diffraction, yet they use the same exact math they use for double-slit interference. So first off, in the single-slit, it's really hard to contrive any kind of two waves that are interfering with each other, right? How exactly do you do that with the single-slit? How do you make two waves interfere with each other? Well, the way they did it is they say as soon as the photon goes through the slit, it creates the quantum infinity of interactions, so it creates an infinite number of waves, and the infinite number of waves all interact with each other and cancel each other out, except for 1/3, and then you take 1/3 of that 1/3, and that's how you figure out where the photon's going to go. And just coincidentally, like I said, 1/3 of 1/3 would be 1/9, which is pretty close to the 1/8 intensity of the second maxima. But I'm just saying, it's just contrived math. I mean, the thirds are contrived. And I find those kind of contrivances.
Well, you call it contrived, but what I see is that the results are explained by wave mechanics, meaning wave math. Why that's the case is up in the air. Like I said, it could be a particle with a clock on it. It could be an actual wave. It could be. There's a lot of things that come out equivalently to that. They're all candidates.
These are important circumstances. So let me bring up the Young two-slit experiment. Okay, where the optics end up being round. Okay, so he does a two-slit experiment, and all the light is round, which is essentially because he was using sunlight. Okay, and what it is basically is lensing. Okay, these are images of the sun that are superimposed on each other. Okay, so well, I'm just saying that's pretty significant in and of itself. Okay, is that these they're actually round. I mean, they're not even close to being images of slits.
Right, and the laser ones are round, but where it fades out up and down,
well,
even though they're.
Saying, I mean, obviously you have all kinds of ones created by lasers because of all the inadequacies.
Well, there are always spots, right?
All the inadequacies of the technology people are using. I'm just saying, if you do the Young experiment with a very nice two slits, okay, a very well photographed negative.
He did it. You're saying he did it with the sun.
Yes, you still end up with images of the sun. Okay. Because the distances and the rest of it, it ends up being a focal length that's the sun. So you end up with an image of the sun. But anyway, and then you have the color separation, which is kind of, I actually like the idea of doing it with sunlight because you end up with the color separation, which also gives you an indication of the other frequencies of light and how they're being refracted differently. But anyway, that's a whole other side point. What I really want to get to is the aperture that you send the light through, because isn't that the key thing, right? If you send the light through an aperture, that is going to spread the light. So the light hitting the two slits is going to have an intensity difference from the center to the periphery, right? So it's not going to be coherent, the same amount of light going through the two slits, okay? The far edges of the slits are going to have less light going through them. The two center slits are going to have the most light going through them. And the very most intense light.
Also, the laser. Okay,
I know,
also, the laser is not perfectly centered, so it will favor one slit or the other.
Well, that's a whole nother problem, isn't it?
Right, but it's related. It's like, yeah.
Nowhere in the math, okay, nowhere in the mathematics that's done on the two-slit experiment do they account for the size of the aperture. Okay.
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
Full of shit on that. Yes, they do.
Where?
The width of the aperture has to do with the wavelength. It's in the diffraction formula. Dude, it's
slits. That's the width of the slits. I'm talking about
the aperture then, if not the width of the slit. The slit is the aperture.
The aperture before the two slits.
What aperture?
Oh, see, he doesn't even know the two-slit experiment.
Oh my God, dude! The space in the slit is the aperture.
Parts of the two-slit experiment is that first you put the light through a single slit.
No.
And then you send it to the two-slit. Yes.
No, you don't have to do that. No.
Yes. That's Young's experiment. That's Young's experiment. That's the one Feynman describes. So
my God.
And that automatically creates a parabolic,
fine, I'll accept parabolic.
A parabolic intensity of light. So I'm just saying that light that comes through the first single slit is obviously of graduated intensity. And that's
okay, at least I understand what you're saying about the parabolic, and it's a part of the convex section. And whatnot.
Well, I'm just
no,
saying,
seriously, okay, at least I understand, but no, that's not
important facts. And I'm just saying, if you're going to do a two-slit experiment and tell me what photons are doing, then you should at least show me what the two-slit pattern looks like when you have no slits but the wide gap.
Well, they do. I mean, we go back and forth on this. You act like they haven't done this.
I'm not arguing. No. They haven't done what I just
described. Yes, they have. The undergraduate example of this experiment has no extra slit.
You just don't listen. You're not listening. They're not showing me what the light looks like that goes to the two slits. I want to see an image of the intensity of the light before it gets to the slits. I just want to be sure that it's evenly
How could you do that?
light.
If you capture it and make an image before the slit, it won't make it to the slit.
Before you do the experiment, you just put a photographic plate right in front of the two slits and just show me the intensity of the light's even. I want to know that the light
I see what you're saying, but yeah.
Even.
Right, and then you'll have to remove that thing that took
that exactly, and then you do the experiment. But at least you first know whether you have a consistent, coherent light source. You don't know. I mean, this is.
So what you want is an image of a laser.
Hero, all right, just listen to me for 60 seconds. Give me 60 seconds. So just imagine the single slit, if you look at it, okay? If the light was more intense at the focus, right, the center. So in the single slit experiment, the most intense light goes through the furthest away from the two slits, right? So the most intense light is the furthest away from the slits. In the two slit experiment, the most intense light is first blocked by the slit. So the most intense light is blocked. And the second most intense light is right next to the single middle impediment, which means it's going through the strongest field. If there was a field produced by the matter itself, it's going through the strongest field lines. So in the single slit experiment, the most intense light's going through the weakest field lines. In the double slit experiment, the most intense light's going through the strongest field lines. I'm telling you, that's the explanation right there. That's the explanation of the two slit difference.
Okay.
And it's a big difference. If you really think about it, just visualize it. If you think about it, the most intense light gets a free ride in the single slit, and in the double slit, the most intense light gets harassed the most.
Exactly, yeah, because it cancels out, yeah.
No, I'm just saying it has nothing to do with the photons. It has everything to do with the matter. So again, I'm saying, fuck this wave crap. The photons aren't doing shit. The matter is doing the shit.
Right. That's where we disagree.
Because you won't conceptualize properly.
That's ironic.
The thing is the replies that I would like to make, you would reject their interpretation of it. You know,
well, I'm going to reject certain experiments. Okay, it's like the guy I just mentioned, whatever his name was. You know, this whole where they're using the interferometer or whatever they call it. You know, where they're using the mirror.
Allen aspect.
Mirror. Yeah, Allen aspect. I mean, and he actually built a tunnel where he actually says he can detect the photon as it passes, right, and electronically count. Okay, so then he can change the mirror ahead of it. So he's actually changed the mirror of the second photon because he knows when the first one is being produced. I mean, he has this whole convolution, and you're saying, oh yeah, I'm going to trust that technology? You saw the photon go by, and then you changed the stop sign ahead of it? I don't think so.
I think as well, in some of this analysis that we do, and the criticisms that you make, you have to forget, we're not, even the papers we read are summary papers. They actually produce technical documents such that the experiment can be repeated. You know, that we're not privy to.
I understand. I mean, some of that you can get. So some of these experiments, I have read the technical documents, and they're sometimes quite funny, you know, because you find out how their experiment didn't work, and so then they said, oh yeah, well the layer of gold isn't thick enough, so we did this, and then we changed this to plasma, and then we changed that to, and you're saying, oh shit, you can just see how they engineered this experiment, right? Because they were pouring almost glue on it in the end, you know. So I don't even want to get into that. You know, I'm just saying that I have so little confidence, you know, in just trusting these guys. So whenever you read, like you read the Wikipedia page on electrons, I believe 1/20th of it, 1/10 of it. I mean, it's just they talk like this is proven fact, and you're just like, fuck, how do they do this based on these slim experimental results? And they're slim. They're interpretations of bizarre circumstances, and they're just interpretations, and they talk like it's fact.
Well, I'd agree a lot about all the interpretations that go on, but as to the experiments, you know, I'm loath to accuse them of sort of manufacturing.
I just the last video I did, I showed you
lying.
The last video I did, I showed this kind of guy gets 1 million views for his physics videos, right? Veritasium or whatever he's called. Right, so I showed the video of it, right? I mean, he doesn't provide any details. He doesn't provide any links to details, so I can just go by what he says, right? But you could see that when he graphed it, his graph can't mathematically be what he said it is. You know what I mean? He just superimposed the thing on top of his results and says, there, it's close enough.
I wanted to comment on that.
Like 40% off. How can you say that's close enough? 40% difference is close enough?
I did want to comment on that because I was wondering, I mean, what's the guy from the old guy who wrote the book, and they took him off the channel now. Is he from Stanford? For sexually harassing. What's that guy's name?
Huh. I don't know. I don't know.
Anyhow, but in his lectures, he always made the point that in physics they're confined by accuracy questions, and that the predictions they're making, with this apparatus, has a certain tolerance. And so what I'm saying is, you can't automatically make protestations of they're invalid because their interpretation is not correct, because they might be allowing for inaccuracies within the machinery.
I think I took that into account for the fact that there was a huge volume of noise before you get up to the level that you would start counting. So all the bottom is just eliminating the noise. But I mean, the fact that it's his graft. I mean, I'm just saying it's his graft, and I'm just saying the fact that everything on both sides, left and right, was identical means that the sensitivity of his equipment must be pretty good, right? I mean, if it created exactly, from 6 minutes to 12 seconds, let's say from 6 seconds to 12 seconds, it created exactly the reciprocal of what it created from 1 second to 4 seconds, right, or whatever the distance is. The left and right reciprocals were identical, okay, not just close, identical.
The
right?
error might be...
For the error to be right there in the center, I'm just saying, right there, that should have been an indication that something's wrong with this experiment. How can I get exactly duplicate results on the two exteriors, and then all of a sudden I got to fudge the middle of the pieces?
Well, people do fudge. That if I didn't notice that exact symmetry, but if it was so exact, it makes you think that maybe he's made something representative of his actual results.
Well, if you want to be representative, then I think it would lie good enough to fit the graph better, right? So if you're going to lie, then you would fix that 40% off that you're on the third. Look at the third maxima. The third maxima is 40% off. Okay, it's not a minor bit off. It's 40% off.
It's a valid question. It's a valid and interesting question, but I'm not sure whether you can go so far as without understanding.
My only commentary is this is the standard operating procedure for these experiments. I'm just saying they've been done with a real casuality. Okay, all they're doing is trying to verify or validate something, and they're validating it on thin experimental results, right? I mean, I'll do the experiment 500 times, and the results that come out the way I want, I'll publish those. And fuck publishing the other 490 times it didn't work out. And so this is all I'm saying. I'm just explaining why I am suspect. That's all.
Yeah, I agree. And
I scratch one of these every single time I've scratched an experiment, I've found these kind of defects.
Yeah. Well, the thing is I hear and I'm concerned, but I feel not knowledgeable enough to totally endorse your criticism, because I'm fearful that really I don't really understand.
It speaks for itself. I'm just saying I don't know how you can look at what he's published as a video for it to have that big a flaw that he's publishing. He's showing it right to you, and what he's showing you isn't what he's saying it is. So I mean, I'm just saying that's pretty overt. I mean, you can't get. I mean, this isn't really subject to interpretation. It seems quite obvious that his results weren't exactly what they should have been.
Yeah, no, I get you. There's a lot of what's the word? Fog and mist around these results. But it gives me confidence. When, the guys who said they found faster than light travel neutrinos and so.
Well, right, well, that was.
But they were scrutinized.
I know. So, well, even without scrutiny, doesn't that sound a little bit wacky that I'm going to send a photon 500 miles and I'm going to receive the same photon 500 miles away? I mean, doesn't that.
Well, that's what the physicists thought.
The
science press bought it, but the physicists thought, "Oh, not so quick, motherfucker."
I mean, that just on its face sounds, oh, please.
I agree, and most scientists thought that too. I was in school when they did the cold fusion, and the scientist in the teaching the class was like, "Well, hey, this thing came out, but it seems a little bit far-fetched. But hey, who knows?" And within weeks, it was checked, and like, no, sorry. Uh-uh.
Yeah, no positive. Well, not positive enough. I mean, obviously. I mean,
I think it's okay that
I guess it
science does
works.
that.
I guess it works if you build a cold fusion plant as big as
Well,
my
like
home.
for example, have you seen this weird microwave radiation like warp drive that NASA has just verified? They don't even say how it could possibly work.
Well, NASA is something that doesn't have any.
Electricity, turning electricity directly into a
Well,
like microwave thrust.
NASA is kind of disappointing in a lot of ways.
I think you haven't seen this thing, but anyway, it's one of these weird, like, well, if it works, it will say it works. I mean, it's not a fraud when something produces energy or thrust.
Yeah, I know, but you know what really surprised me about NASA? I was doing some research on the probes we sent out, the Voyager things, and Pioneer, and it was really surprising that those things ran on 100 watts. That's all their nuclear. They had a nuclear plant on there, and it only produced 100 watts, and that really surprised me that they couldn't come up with a better energy source than. I mean, I could just.
No, but it doesn't need more than 100 watts. The thing is, it's out there in cold space. It doesn't need that much energy.
Well, it loses, because of the radioactive decay. It ends up being only 40 watts after 10 years. So it's
which
a real
is
problem.
pretty low. But I mean, I'm not that surprised. The point is, electronics is really low power unless you're trying to make a 3D game.
Piro, you do understand that when you're sending a radio signal, millions of miles, that you have to have a little bit of power.
But that's what I'm saying. The amazing thing is how little power you really need to do that part.
I know.
Thrust is the hard part, right?
I know, but the point is you would think that NASA, with all its brains, could come up with a power supply that could produce more than 100 watts. I'm just saying, it just seemed pretty lame.
Well, they can, but they don't want to spend more, cargo weight on it. Now they do.
I know, but I'm just saying that it just seems like.
Well, you know what they're using lately is little bits of radioactive material where you don't do a nuclear reactor. It's radiating, and that makes energy, and you just write off a little piece of it.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
And it's probably just a couple 100 watts. I'll bet they still are very modest.
Surprised how little volts they were getting out of it.
But what I'm saying is it's impressive. It's not disappointing. It's like, oh yeah,
I'm just saying, I don't think it's that impressive. I'm just saying.
I'm saying it's impressive. You're saying it's disappointing.
I think NASA needs some work if they can't come up with a way.
You need to have 1,000 watts, and we want you to throw away 500 of those into space.
Well, I think they can burn Twinkies or something. There's got to be some other way to get energy.
That's right. You should be able to burn whale oil. Why? We want to kill more whales. That's why.
Fly a big whale to the Voyager. Yeah, exactly. It's got to be something better than fucking 100 watts.
Yeah. Even so, I mean, 100 watts, so that's a light bulb, a bright light bulb in space. That's a lot of energy just to waste on space, I mean.
Yeah, I just think there would be...
I mean, a light bulb flying through space, not unimpressive.
Yeah, I just think from its own speed...
One light bulb.
It should be able to, like, hit, ions or something and be able to generate enough electricity just from hitting ions or something.
Yeah, no, they can definitely, even with our current science, they could get some 10 or 20, I don't know what it would end up being, % of, by getting that big velocity, they're hitting particles of other velocities, and they should be able to capture that energy. And I think they will eventually. Yeah. But it won't be 100% because there's not enough particles, really.
Yeah, well, I guess it all end up creating some drag in the end, so then they wouldn't have enough velocity to get where they're going. But yeah, whatever.
Right.
Anyway, and I don't want to spend 10 years on it. You're just going to argue everything I talk about, so it doesn't matter what I bring up.
No, I'm not going to argue. I'll just tell you the right thing.
Yeah, whatever. And it's all magnificent and special. But anyway, it just seems kind of lame. Like, we basically lost communication with both of them now, and it's just like, yeah, they're just lost in space now. They're just junk. And that seems a little disappointing. Like, they could have learned some more shit if they would have had a decent power supply. I mean, even if they put batteries on it and just didn't use them for 20 years, and just powered it up one day 20 years from now, just to see what the gravity out there is, it would have been worth the single transmission, just use up just put some Duracells on there and just save them for 20 years, and, then send us one last gaspy signal and say, it's really cold out here, whatever. But anyway. So anyway, I like the physics conversation, so. But you really have to get this whole directional thing. It's just so critical to this whole.
Why do you think you've become so interested in the physics stuff again lately? I mean, you always had an element of that. I noticed in my old videos to you and stuff that, going back the whole time, you have had a. But what lately has made you?
You really don't get it. I have a unification theory.
No, I do get it, but you've focused on it in the last 4 months or 5 months.
Yeah, well, I said a year ago that I'm going to win a Nobel Prize in a year. So it's my job.
Was it a year ago, really, already? Okay, so I'll say, so you've been focusing on it a year again. Why is that? What made it seem important?
It's not a year till August.
Okay.
But no, I'm focused on it, Piro, because I have done Einstein's pursued this for his whole fucking life, and I've got it. That's pretty impressive.
But what made you realize you got it, now as opposed to 4 years ago, where you were also talking about physics?
Well, I was talking about physics 4 years ago, where I was just saying this two-slit experiment wavecraft doesn't make any sense. But I didn't have an answer for it 4 years ago. The whole point is that about 6 months ago, I figured out the answer. And now I just keep adding more and more detail, and every detail fits. I mean, I added the time dilation, I added the magnetism and the electric. I mean, the fact that I've unified all these fields, I didn't even intend to do that.
So the answer is that you've been working on it the whole time, basically.
Well, I've been working on it in my spare time. Yeah, an hour here, I watch a video there, I watch a video here, and I say, well, what the hell's how's this work? So the point is that the fact that I got it is why I'm enthusiastic about it. I mean, I should be enthusiastic. I've actually done something pretty incredible.
Well, I'm just talking about from the outside point of view.
You don't appreciate it, but it's pretty incredible.
No, I appreciate it in a sense.
Who didn't do any of this shit, and I'm going to unify physics. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I don't appreciate it in the sense that you would hope for or expect, probably, but I do appreciate it. I think it's an interesting thing, and that's why I was asking, how did you arrive at that? Because from our point of view outside, you haven't necessarily been talking about it that much prior to this year or 8 months or whatever.
Right.
For a long time, you've brought it up in the past. So, but you're saying, well, it's a thought process you have all the time, and over those years where you weren't talking about it that much, or 2 years or whatever it would actually be, though you bring it up you have progressed, and you got to a tipping point where you felt like, wow, this actually all goes together. This, in my mind, is a complete system. And so now is, a point to say, here's this system, but it grew all throughout. And that's what I was asking. I mean, obviously we disagree on details, but I find that interesting as well, in itself.
4-year process, right? 4 years ago, we talked this physics shit.
We talked about it for 7 years from the first time we ever talked about it. Remember the speed of light? You've always had the physics thing.
And I was always doing the particle thing, the checkerboard, and I did the thing where the frame rate, I basically said the universe is on a timing cycle, and things
which is kind of one of the things we could agree on.
Jump all the way, but it doesn't really matter in the real physics. It doesn't matter whether they jump or not, because nothing's happening between point A and point B.
Well, I mean, I remember you doing it the whole time, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, but that's where I was, and so like I said, and it wasn't until I did this particle gravity that it all fell into place, and I got the school of fish metaphor, and I realized that momentum and all this shit is all an illusion, that the real particles don't have any of that momentum shit. They don't do any of that crap. They don't care. All they are is a mass of directional information, and as soon as your directional information points more in one direction, if you have more arrows pointing in one direction, that's the direction you'll end up going, because more of your arrows are pointing that way. And it's simple. It's just so fucking simple. And the fact that, like I said, that it does time dilation and all the other forces, it just makes it like, yeah, this is total win. And it was just trashed. And the funny thing was is that the beginnings of this theory existed 200 years ago, the beginnings of it, and they snuffed it out. They put it out like a cigarette, but they just discounted it. And it, you know, it's the game.
Right, because it was such bullshit. But anyway.
Yeah, well, it was bullshit.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just teasing.
I know. I'm just saying.
It's not total bullshit at all. I think it's a good.
I know. I'm just saying the two reasons they gave were the thermodynamic reasons, and that's where it evades all the thermodynamic problems.
Who's this guy, Lesage or something? Come on, the pressure theory. It just doesn't add up. It's like saying that the sun sucks darkness instead of emits light. It just doesn't add up.
Well, there's no suck.
It's similar.
There'll be blood.
That's a great movie, by the way.
Yeah, yeah.
That's one of the best movies ever made, really. Top film. I will drink your milkshake.
Oh, forget that. Irrational movies. Anyway.
No, it's a great film.
Yeah, well, see, you're just not getting it. And the point is that...
No, I do get it, Gary, and I appreciate that you've come up with this theory, but I mean, I just do not buy it as...
I'm not giving a rational reason why you don't buy it. I'm just saying I've discounted the fundamental reasons why Feynman rejected it.
Well, let's...
Pyro,
you are significant.
You appreciate the statistical nature of the Lesage theory, yeah?
Sure.
Right.
And it doesn't
you appreciate
square, right?
Have you heard that? Have you heard that they've formulated the Einstein gravity equations, general relativity equations, from entropy, which is a statistical phenomenon.
Okay. No, not particularly.
Yeah. Well, look, you can look up on Wikipedia entropy, general relativity. And you'll see that they've made the equations, which says that there's another way of looking at the Einstein equations other than this fabric of space sort of interpretation. It could be.
Yeah.
But isn't it the same? Well, that's exactly the point. Einstein's math is just describing a convergence. It's not math isn't describing bent space or warp space or any of that stuff. His equations are just dealing with the idea that it converges. All right, and because that's the pulling action. So that's what visualize it by creating dimpled space. Okay, that's a visual interpretation of the gravity. The equations are just dealing with the convergence itself, and that's essentially the pressure gravity. Except Einstein gave it no entity to create it. He said empty space is doing it. Where I'm telling you, no, it's the quanta that are doing it.
Well, I think that's a simplification of what Einstein looked at the geometry and the geometrical. There was a geometrical interpretation whereby the distance between points.
You gonna get up? No? Just get up. Okay then, with the bad donkey, you don't want to get up in the moment. I'm going to give you no damn scratch. You got boogies on your nose. Clean the nose.
Yeah, you're
Clean
really...
your nose. Look what's on the nose.
Die of cancer. Yeah. Die of cancer. Die of cancer.
Come on, Gary. That's just schizophrenia. You don't be a bigot.
Get beaten to death by a cop. Get beaten to death by a cop. Get beaten to death by a cop. Get beaten to death by a cop.
Gary, that's terrible. How dare you say that?
Yeah, I'm malicious towards the trolls. It's true. Look, I'm still making. I'm making a simple point here. Okay, the simple point is that if you take away Einstein's bent space and just deal with the idea of the convergence, it duplicates entirely. Okay, the idea of my school of fish pressure-y thing. It's all it's saying is that instead of calling it a pressure, he's calling it a sucking. Aren't the two things exactly the same in the end? It's a convergence. It's like
in.
So he's saying it's being pulled in. I'm saying it's being pushed in. So that's the difference, but the math is going to be identical for the push in as it is for the pull in.
I didn't really understand
It's
till then what you
similar.
meant.
Well, I'm just saying it's identical math is all I'm saying. The idea of the
Gary.
space moving is identical. The directional the directional information transfer is identical.
No, it's similar, but it's like saying the sun absorbs darkness. Ultimately, you can tell the difference.
No, there's no. Yes, you can tell the difference between.
Yes, exactly. You can tell the difference in the end. It's not exactly the equivalent because of.
Mathematically, they're not going to be different.
Yeah, but general relativity doesn't say it's a pulling convergence. It says that objects take the shortest path in a curved space-time.
I know, but that's always going to be true. So I'm just saying that's obvious. A straight line.
Well, yeah.
So as soon as I apply my straight line rule, haven't I already done that? Haven't I already said that yes, it's going to be the shortest distance, but it's going to be a straight line because that's what quanta do, straight lines. So
yeah,
but
that's the difference.
Well, I'm just saying my vector gravity, okay, the fact that it's vector gravity already establishes my pushing force is straight line. It doesn't do any curved line. So yes, it's automatically established that it's going to take the shortest route. But
the thing is in Einstein's theory, the shortest route isn't a straight line as in the Euclidean sense. It's a curved path through a curved space. The shortest path.
I know, but that's not relevant to the convergence, okay? So I don't want to get into his time dilation crap because I think that's all fluff. I'm just talking about the convergence part. So I'm talking about the gravity part, not the time dilation part. Because obviously I'm saying the time dilation is happening to the metabolism of the atom, not the quanta.
There's something. I don't fully understand. I don't fully understand how, and I don't think you could explain it in words now. Well, I don't fully get how you say your theory provides time dilation, and if it does,
I know, but it's so simple. It's so simple that I don't know how you can really miss it. But let me just explain.
I do miss it.
One more time. Let me just explain one more time. If there's 10 steps, there's 10 steps to me making a circle. All right, so let's call that 10 steps, right? And I'm making a circle. Now, say I imbalance that circle. All right, that means I add one more extra step in a direction forward. Okay, so at step 1, it goes 2 step 1s. All right, so now it goes step, step, and then a circle. And then step, step, a circle. Now, the fact is this 10 steps still has to take place in the same amount of time, and now it's taking 11 steps. So obviously, it can't spin as fast because it's taking 11 steps, and all the steps are the same speed and the same amount of time it takes to travel the distance. So obviously, when the spinning circle starts moving, rotating this way, it starts moving slower. So the faster it's rolling, the slower the wheel goes. See, because it's moving by adding steps. It's not rolling in a typical, it's not a wheel rolling on the ground. It's actual wheels adding extra wheel. It's adding extra rubber to the tire, so to speak.
I was up to you about quarter of the way in, but when you said that it had an extra step and that it had to do it in the same amount of time, that bit I didn't understand, because the speed of the particle is the photon or the graviton or whatever you want to call these things.
It won't be doing the next cycle if it's going this way. So I'm just saying if you clicked it off time-wise, if you just clicked it off time 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, then you have to go 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then you have to double that again. So I'm just saying it's not going down because it's still going across. So it's going across 2 moments of time, and while it's doing that, it can't do its down motion. So if it's doing,
I can see something that you're driving at.
What?
I can see something that you're driving at in my mind's eye, but I don't understand how it like comes into how a clock would work, if you know what I mean.
Well, a clock won't work. That's exactly the point. A clock will move slower. So if I move a clock very fast in space, the clock will move slower. The gears will move slower. Everything moves slower because the atoms are moving slower. Every bit of its metabolism is slowed down. So the entire nuclear metabolism is slowed down by the velocity. Every orbit, every interaction, everything that's happening inside the atom is retarded in its speed by the velocity, because now everything that's orbiting has to take that extra orbital step in the direction of the velocity. So everything is slowed down.
So is it like saying if a particle's moving in a circle and it takes 1 second, if it wants to move over to the left or right, then it's going to go in an ellipse, which is of greater length, and so it's traveling a further distance.
Right. If you thought of it as a single particle, so let me do so kill my step thing and just think of it as single piece. Right. If a single piece had to do this rolling thing, right? So I have a single bit that's just spinning like a spring. It's spinning, 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 spinning. Obviously, it's traveling a lot more distance when it's spinning, right? So it's not just rotating; it's moving in a direction. It's traveling more distance, and the more distance takes more time. So obviously, it can't be rotating as fast because it's taking more time to travel the distance. So yeah, if you look at it that way, you can better understand what the dilation is. The dilation is the faster I make it go in this direction, the more distance it's going to travel in its rotations, and that more distance is going to be, it takes longer for it to rotate.
Well, that's no different from the statement. If we considered then a particle going in a circle, if I consider a particle going in a straight line, I can say that, that if it travels further, it takes more time.
You can't make that happen to a photon. You can't make a photon take more time and go in a straight line. Photons go one speed and travel in a straight line, so that you can never.
But it takes longer to travel further, right? Even for a photon.
Travel farther without taking more time in a straight line. It's impossible. You can't break the speed of light. The speed of light is a constant, a real hard constant, not a soft.
No.
Hard as nail.
I'm not sure. I think we're misunderstanding. If a photon has to travel further, it takes longer. That seems to me the same statement you're saying with this curly path.
Right, but where can the time difference come from? It has to come from the number of rotations. So you're not getting the point. The point is that for it to take longer means it can do less rotations in the same amount of time. It can't rotate as fast because it's going in a direction. So the rotations have to be slower because it's going the same distance, same rotational distance, okay, for the number of rotations. If they were independent rotations, I just took a rotation and you assumed I could just move them without occupying any time, right? So if I could move the rotations without using up any time and just showed them, here's 1 rotation, 2 rotations, 3 rotations. And then I did the moving version of the same thing. The point is I wouldn't finish the 3rd rotation, okay, on the moving one. The moving one wouldn't have enough time to finish the 3rd rotation.
Right. But the rotation, I don't see us having anything to do with. It's
the metabolism of the atom. How can you say the rotation has nothing to do with it? It has to do with the speed of the electron. The electron is now moving slower. It's orbiting slower, which means the proton is probably changed, which means the neutron is probably changed, but they're all in balance with each other in terms of the gravity that's affecting them, the polarized gravity, but I don't want to get into that whole thing. Let's just say they're connected to each other, and obviously any change in the rotation of the electron is going to have an effect on the proton, the neutron. It's all going to be affected. But the point is all those bodies have to also be moving. when something moves, every bit of the atom has to move, okay? You can't leave some part of your atom behind. Every bit of it has to move, and every one of those orbits has to be moved. And when those orbits are moved, they slow down. The orbits can't be completed in the same amount of time. If you move it, you slow it down. I mean, I don't know how you can't get that intuitively. It's just so. I mean, I know it. I mean, I know.
I do. That's what I'm saying. I do see it intuitively.
School of fish argument. If the school of fish is doing a figure 8, okay, and it takes it exactly 1 second to do the figure 8, and now I oblige the fish to move sideways, right? These are fish that can't change their speed, okay? So it's exactly the same fish. And now the fish have to take 1 step to the right every rotation, let's say, right? I'm just saying you can sort of see that now they're taking that step to the right. They just keep moving, 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 moving. They can't do the figure 8 as fast because they're taking 1 moment of time going right. So 1 piece of time is killed. So it takes longer to do a rotation because they're using a piece of their time to go right. It's like if you were dancing and I told you to move right, okay? You're dancing. You're doing a step, blah, 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 blah. And I say, now you have to move in the right direction as you're dancing. You can understand that all of a sudden your dance isn't going to be as good because the faster I force you to go to the right, the harder it's going to be for you to do your dance steps. Your steps are going to get slower and sloppier and slower.
I understand more now.
You won't have any dance at all.
I understand more now. But my way of, and I do follow the intuition, and I could sense it before. Now I follow it more and see it more intuitively. But my step in my way of working now is to try and quantitatively check it, whether that makes sense in a way. And I'm not sure I can't do that without thinking on it some more.
Yeah, well, that's okay, fine. I'm just saying that I'm just saying that I have thought about it. I've thought it to pieces, and I'm just saying. I'm not saying trust me, but I'm just saying, yeah, think about it and try to metaphor it in different ways. But I'm just saying, as soon as you metaphor this idea of moving, you realize that if the particles are already moving, extra movement's going to take time. And when you take time, you got to take it from somewhere.
What's going on with Pyro? Is he in the room?
I believe he is. I think he's that unknown blob over there. Yeah, he's the little.
I'm in here.
An arrow and.
Have you seen the text?
City
the text is saying about you.
My paradise city that I'm building.
Paramecium City. It looks just like a paramecium.
For example, here's a little city. Let's follow this car. This is the rich guy.
That's Lake Paramecium, right? The lake is.
It's parking there. Albert Campbell is going in. Here's where he lives, over in this nice place. It's an awesome game.
Carol, you left a comment in the chat saying ambulance going to emergency, so I kind of I thought something had happened.
I'm telling you, this thing, City Skyscape, and Skylines rather, and I'm playing it in Linux, but it runs on everything, is the best SimCity game ever. You don't have to make the road straight. You can click on every person walking on the street and follow them to their home and where they work. I'm telling you, this is awesome. It's not made by an American company. It's some European thing.
Europe, go European!
Awesome. Yeah, European game. Seriously, that's an edge, you guys.
Who cares? It looks terribly boring, and
I agree with that.
No, what? SimCity?
Yeah, boring.
I don't like Legos.
Yeah, Legos.
Legos sucked. I hated Legos. I melted them. I crashed my train.
Oh my God, that explains everything.
I them on fire and I crashed.
Engineers like Legos, and then lame humanities students hate them.
Yeah, I hate.
No offense intended.
Yeah, well, I just
anybody.
Pollyanna wishy-washies. Yeah, let's just wish ourselves a philosophy and a fucking future. You can't wish it. You got to make it. There is no try. There is do or do not.
That's the problem.
So yeah, I'm big on this doing shit. Mostly, theoretically. Yeah, theoretically do. Yeah, do. So, But yeah, I got this nailed. I just gotta just gotta just do the
Doing.
few little details, and I'm done.
I'm doing.
Yeah, well.
For two people at once, that's doing. It's hard stuff, man.
Well, you are multitasking. I'll give you credit for that. I can't do any of that.
What were you two talking
Yeah,
about before? Physics all the
Yes.
way, has it been?
well, I like physics, but yeah, I'll do something else. The rest of it seems like another one of these. Like, why don't we just go back to the logical truth? I mean, what is life? I mean, we're just animals. We evolved to be creepy motherfuckers. We have a brain so we can figure out we're creepy motherfuckers, and we can try to moderate our creepiness, but that's really all you're trying to do is be less of an asshole, the asshole that you've been made to be, a selfish motherfucking cunt bigot jackass. So you try to moderate that to some extent, but what are you doing? You're just chasing silly ambitions, inspired in your head because you're doing some alpha crap where, I got to feel good about myself because I'll make somebody else feel shitty about themselves. Just climbing. We're doing the ladder thing. We're doing the king of the hill thing. It's just fucking bullying all the way through. It's just a big fucking idiotic fucking desire engine bullshit. You're just chasing absolute shit, and you're doing it, while cancer tumors, pop eyeballs out of heads. I mean, it's just insane.
Let's say I grant that, because I think I have in videos. I said what you say is very often the way I feel, right? But having granted that, it's based upon mine, and it's based upon a value system, and I can't help but feeling, that it's wrong to always start there and tell everybody how shit life is, when which I'm kind of in agreement with. When
Well, I'm just saying the idea of philosophy is to try to accurately describe the dilemma we're in. I'm just saying it's an accurate description, so I don't see why that's a problem. And our biggest disagreement seems to be over this, how we're going to qualify what counts as a real event in the universe. And this whole subjective thing, I was just saying that's one of the things I see as what intelligence affords me to do, is to look at the chessboard, recognize that I in every way am constructed like every other pawn. I'm fundamentally just one of the pawns. I can understand that's what I am. That's the role I play. It's equal to these other pawns. They're doing the same thing I'm doing. And if I look at it, how can I possibly distinguish between the welfare of this pawn and the welfare of that pawn? And if I played chess that way, right, if you played chess by creating a sacred pawn, a me pawn, you would lose, right? Because as soon as you try to protect the pawn, you've guaranteed yourself a huge disadvantage, right? I mean, if you can't kill one of the pawns and you have to protect it, you've automatically put yourself at a huge disadvantage against a real chess player. A real chess player is going to take advantage of that and kill you.
Well, what you're saying makes sense, except, well, from the point of view of a god. If you was God, or we were gods, looking down and saying, like you say, you can't protect this one pawn, and they're all equal. Yeah, I agree from the point of view, but to that pawn, you're not, and amongst ourselves as gods, I can't argue.
I'm just saying I'm not going to accept that analogy. Climbing out of the maze is not making yourself, it's not giving yourself superpowers. It's just recognizing the fact that you have a better viewpoint. So intelligence gives us a viewpoint. It gives us the ability to recognize these fundamental similarities.
Climbing out of the maze.
Yeah, climbing out of the maze of animal psychology.
Well, that sounds like we can solve the problem of existence and climb out of the maze and not have to all die.
Well, obviously you can't solve the problem because the maze only gives you a view of what you've been built. You're a Pac-Man. You've been built to play Pac-Man. Okay, I'm saying that we're able to climb out of the Pac-Man nature. We're able to see the game for what it is. Now, what does Pac-Man do? How does Pac-Man function? And we can sit there and find out what we are, and we can say, is there any point in playing Pac-Man?
No, I hear you. Right? I totally get you, because I can look at, I kind of don't function. I feel the same as you. I feel like I'm out of the game, I'm looking at everything as purposeless. I have very few purposes. I like you to play with ideas of physics, and then say I look at from this point of view, everything looks exactly the way you said it is. But I say look at Pyro, and I see him playing with his Sims and happily saying it's awesome, building his little Sim future, and I think, what the fuck? You just like that pleases you.
Why do these two subjects have anything to do with? I had a great wank.
No, the point is that I can't say
fantastic wank. I mean, I could give you. I could show it.
I mean, the point is I don't understand how I can say my viewpoint is actually he ought to take it. I can't say, Pyro, you're wasting your life playing.
I'm not arguing.
Well, I don't spend that much time playing video games either. Why is that even the issue?
I mean, fuck, it's not this complicated. I'm not saying
this game is not what gives my life purpose, though.
Pac-Man. The point is should you replicate the game is the point. The argument, I'm not making an argument against dealing with the fact that you're a Pac-Man and being a Pac-Man. I'm not telling you not to be a Pac-Man. What I'm arguing is, should you make more of this game? Now that you've seen it for what it is, that you're just a fucking psychology trying to satisfy fucking compulsions driven into you by a DNA molecule, once you realize that your compulsive behavior is just orchestrated by a molecule intending to replicate, and that it could be theoretically treating you as bad as it treats a tadpole, right, where 10 million of them will die for one fucking frog to come out of the mess. Okay, it could be treating us that badly. That's how much nature doesn't give a rat's ass. And just by good fortune, we're not subjected to that kind of attrition, and it's just good fortune. And the point is it's about endorsing the game. It's about saying, I endorse this game. It's not about the fact that we're stuck here now with our addicted psychologies. I'm conceding the fact that I'm addicted, okay? Even though philosophically I know better, I still get erections, I still play the game.
Can I just apologize to Pyro? That wasn't meant as a slight, as just
no, I don't mean. I don't take it that way.
I just, it was in front of me, you know, there are.
No, I get it. Yeah,
I'm
saying, yeah.
I was exemplifying you as just something that popped in the head because you're here.
Would have been pink balloon, okay?
I accept it as a general thing. I understand, you know, and that's, you know, partly that's why I loaded up this game, which I'm just not really playing, but watching the city that I've already made because of that. So that's fair enough, I think. Yeah.
But
these idle entertainments are what I'm saying makes life, you know, bearable and worth living. So you could call me on that.
Yeah, but is it worth perpetuating at the cost? And again, are you guys recognizing the cost? Not only the cost to other human beings who will be born in terrible circumstances, but also the cost in terms of the fact is you haven't even died yet, and you're talking about how great the game is. So you haven't even hit the brick wall yet that life is going to throw you against. It is going to throw you.
Well, but that's the whole thing.
Statistically, you know. I'm just saying statistically. Okay, the odds are it's going to throw you against a brick wall. It won't kill you in your sleep. It's going to kill you hard and over a 7-month period. Okay, that's the reality. So we don't have your testimony after that ordeal is completed.
Well, what's the matter with hospice? I just think that's not as big a deal.
I've just witnessed my father and my uncle pass very horribly. You know, I've just witnessed my father and my uncle pass very horribly, and neither of them look back with total regret, you know.
I know, but that's not the point, okay? We're talking philosophy, not psychology, and we know people's testimony doesn't mean anything. If I walk up to a South American living in some shithole where they got sewage outside their front door and ask them, are you winning? Are you winning? They're going to say they're winning. Okay.
Gary, you rely on the testimony all the time. You say, what are you going to say when?
Well, I'm just saying, why do I have to endorse fucking lowest common denominator stupidity? I don't have to give stupidity a fucking goddamn medal of honor and say we have to respect anything that comes out of a fucktard's mouth. No, there's a qualified opinion and a disqualified opinion, and frankly, believers in God, pink balloon chasers, Gaia lunatics, they don't have a qualified opinion.
it was because you tabled the point that somehow we might think differently after we've had cancer, and it's entirely possible that, or some horrible end. It's entirely possible that we wouldn't think any different.
I'm saying that anybody takes philosophy a little bit seriously, okay, once that brick wall falls on them, I think they're going to run out of some of this fuel. But that, regardless, let's just say it doesn't happen that way. That's the way it's happened for everybody I've seen die, okay, is that they got pretty fucking dark the darker the horror got, okay? They got pretty fucking dark. Yeah, you know, and so I'm not gonna, you know, we can use anecdotal evidence all over the place. I'm just saying you're all still talking from a position. I'm just pointing it out as a fact that you haven't in fact died yet. You haven't hit the brick. The worst part of life hasn't yet happened to you, and so your testimony still seems a little lame to me from this position that, oh, it's all okay, it's a good game, when you really haven't hit the brick wall yet, and you certainly haven't hit the disabled wall yet, and all these other fucking walls that are out there statistically. Okay, and when those start hitting you, maybe you'll have a little different appreciation. But regardless, I'm not going to make the argument from that point of view. I'm making it as a statistical argument. Do you have a right to impose it on them? Is the point. The point is these are statistical realities. They're going to happen to people. This is what's going to happen on planet fucking Earth. And I'm just saying I can't justify one suffocating earthquake victim, let alone hundreds of thousands or millions. I can't justify any of it. I mean, I couldn't personally give one kid cancer for to save the entire human race from an instantaneous death. I certainly wouldn't give one kid cancer, personally. I mean, I can't give me a good thing.
What about if you could get laid?
Again, not even close to it.
I know that's an easy one, but still.
But I'm just saying, I personally couldn't, even if I knew it logically was the right thing to do, I still couldn't personally give a healthy kid cancer.
Yeah, no, exactly. Right, like to save 1,000 kids.
I was saving 1,000 kids from cancer.
Yeah, I agree.
Physically actually do it because it's
well, that's the whole thing about that trolley.
Well, I'm just saying,
that trolley experiment?
Isn't that an evidence that this Pac-Man game shouldn't be played?
It is possible. Yeah, I agree it is. But that trolley thought experiment then? So you agree with me, you could not kill the one guy to save the 5 because even if that's the right thing to do, it's like, no, there's a more primary, I don't kill the one dude.
The catch is that the fat guy you can sort of see as a glutton, right? So you can sort of find a way to say, yeah, but that fat guy...
Yeah, but that's almost like what I would do, cheating the example.
Well, I'm just saying that I can't... I'm just not quite as sure. I mean, giving a little kid cancer and pushing a fat man off a bridge aren't exactly the same thing.
Well, but the point is that example tries to ignore that.
That I've never been tested, but I'm just wondering if it's like a 400-pound woman in spandex, okay, holding a little Pomeranian, I might be able to push that one over.
Well, that's terrible, but the fact is that it is kind of like that. It's
yeah, that's the whole point.
But the thing is the regular the way they put it is supposed to ignore this issue of, well, who are the 5 people? Are they helping the local community, or are they damaging it, or it doesn't ask that question, and it should obviously be a factor.
I know, but I think if you're going to do the thought experiment intelligently, you have to set those parameters. So you have to say something like, it's already a guarantee, that these 5 people are productive, okay, that they'll make a productive contribution, cure cancer.
But they don't do that. That's not the way
I'm just saying that's when it gets a true test, okay, is when you can add certainty, because then that's when you're testing your veracity for the logic itself, okay?
Yeah, except for the problem is there is no such certainty in real life.
I understand, but some things are certain. That's my whole fucking point.
Yeah, but we disagree on that. Nothing is quite certain.
The statistics are certain, Piro. Okay, if I roll dice 500,000 times, I'm definitely going to get at least 112. Okay, I mean, there's certain facts you can say with quite a bit of authority, and I'm just saying there are some. Well, I'm just saying we know that 10,000 sea turtles are going to die for every adult turtle. That's the way it works.
Yeah,
that's the way biology dictates. It's a fact. Okay, it's not an uncertainty. It's a fucking fact. We know a certain number of human beings are going to be killed in earthquakes. We know certain things are going to fucking goddamn happen on this planet. I'm saying statistically, we can account for those facts.
Yes, no, I agree. When you put it
facts.
statistically, especially, I agree. Yeah.
I just wanted to say that the question of whether Pyro ought to play Pac-Man or whatever is it seems not that far removed from this question about whether you ought to perpetuate
To live,
and create life, because they're both predicated on what counts as value, and I'm not so sure I can impose either a position of what games he ought to play or whether he ought to procreate.
I don't think that's a fair.
I think he has the free choice.
Compare the two things, I think, is to be so bogus, because they're two fundamentally different questions. Clearly, we're addicts. Okay, so this is a question about whether you should treat an addict by giving him methadone or finding some way where he can have his addiction and it's all okay. But the question of whether you should make another addict, come on, you can't blend those two questions.
Well, the statement itself that we're addicts is imposing the value system at the start.
No, I think it is one of the premises that I think is rock solid. I think rock solid is consumption, reproduction, and parasitism is the fact that we are what we are through a process of addiction. I'm addicted to oxygen, I'm addicted to food, I'm addicted to sex, and I'm addicted to a hierarchy and an ego. And those are things I'm addicted to. I need to gain my gratification of my deprivation of those things. If I have a deprivated ego, I've got to build it up. If I don't have food, I got to get food because I get hungry. I mean, these are just facts.
Right, agreed. But when you value them negatively by saying addicted, I can agree. I need oxygen. I need whatever you said. All those things. My ego pampered.
Right. Again, you're not going to get to my point, which is, why is the heroin addict bad? The heroin addict isn't just bad because his psychology is where he is sick most of the time, but it's also bad because his psychology, his need is so bad that he ends up whapping somebody over the head with a brick and stealing their money to get his fix. So he creates a huge liability socially for his addiction. My argument to you is that our addictions are not just personally impacting. They don't just give us a feeling of deprivation. They compel us to act in the world where we become bullies, where we become exploitonists, where we become obsessively competitive and we destroy other people. We endorse sports and all kinds of things that end up paralyzing little kids. We do all kinds of things in this effort to satisfy these addictions, and these have real costs, not minor costs, not just the feeling of our deprivated sensations. There's also the practical fact that people will get run over on the street because of them.
And I would say to that, the story over the millennia, or anthropologically speaking, is that through intelligence, all those negative things you just said there, we work on and improve at. We're not, all the skulls they find way back in the day when we were cavemen, typically we was killing each other, in crushing each other's brains in.
The argument. The natural fallacy is just that. It's called the natural fallacy because you can't use nature as an excuse for something. Because nature did it doesn't mean it was worth doing. So again, I don't take my values from a DNA molecule.
No, I was saying it's improving. The point was, you said
you were making the argument as if, look, some of this deprivation ain't so bad. Right, some deprivation ain't so bad, okay? But the point is what does the deprivation cause us to create? It causes us to create capitalism. It causes us to create all kinds of mechanisms that are bad and impact on sentient creatures. We create sport. Look at dogfighting as an example. I mean, it's an insidiously insane way for people to entertain themselves, right? And they're doing it for what? For their own ego. Look, my dog kicked the shit out of their dog. It's a game. Oh, let's bet on it. This is all ego shit, right? So they're all gaining their personal gratification of their ego points through torturing animals. I mean, what the fuck is that? That's insane.
Well, we do it to ourselves. I mean, there's boxing. We put two guys in a ring and they get bloodied up and they beat
damage
each
them,
other.
right?
Well,
Cause brain damage. I mean, and all, you know, besides the physical pain that they endure, having their jaws broken and other things that you know, having their eyes, their vision ruined for the rest of their life, and all this other stuff. I'm just saying that if we take the real liabilities rationally, this game doesn't make sense. Okay, rationally, Pac-Man is stupid. Okay, it's not only has no function. Okay, it's creating degutted organisms all over the place. It has a huge blood index, and that's why we shouldn't be playing it. The blood is real in this Pac-Man.
Go on, Pyro. I still feel like you're imposing a value system, which...
I'm imposing my own logic. You can call that a value system if you want. I'm just saying that from my own experience, I understand suffering is significant. It's an event that happens in the universe, and the fact is the suffering index is way too high. Especially for just trivial addictions. I mean, they're just addictions. They're just notions in heads. They're not real solutions to real problems that exist in the real universe. They're just solutions to a head that's addicted.
Oh. You know what I'd say. You know, we've been down this track.
Yeah, well, I mean, the negation of it as being inconsequential is what I just don't understand, because then I think that's just because you're not recognizing that you're just going to keep knocking pawns off the board perpetually unless you stop it. And the only way to stop it is to stop the procreation. That's it. There's no other reason the game is played except the fact that people keep making more players to be brutalized, more victims to be beaten up by the bullies.
Matching on your word there of consequential, it's the fact that what counts as consequential seems...
The future is as real as the present. That's all my argument is. Okay, the future is as real as the present. If the future gets here, it's as real as the present. And so my only argument to you is that if I know the present is dysfunctional, and I'm just saying, okay, just give the heroin addict his heroin, I'm saying don't make the next heroin addict. It's just a really bad idea to impose this bad game on the future. There's no need for them to endure a bad game. The need is entirely projection. There's absolutely no rational merit.
So what do you say to convince somebody that it's so bad? Because the basic position, I guess, your average person would say is that I don't think it's that predominantly bad as you portray.
I know. The only argument I can make is that I know that I'm really lucky as a pawn. I know that I'm lucky I was born with my eyesight. I know I was born with some pretty good genetics, so I'm not terribly disabled. You know, I don't have a whole bunch of horrible ailments and all this other stuff. And I know I've been very, very fortunate to have an environment I could live in, a civilized, region of the country to live in. I've been really, really fortunate. And I'm just saying I can appreciate that there's almost invisible line of good luck. That is the difference between me being in this circumstance and me being in one of those cardboard boxes with sewage outside my front yard, where I never went to high school, where I never learned a goddamn thing. I'm just basically an animal, trying to eke out an existence. And I'm just saying that I can appreciate that I would not want to be that individual. I can feel it. I know I don't want to be them. Okay, that would be a horror to me, a torture of a kind. But I wouldn't know it, of course, because I'd be too stupid to know the horror of it, right? So why would I want to be an imbecile? But I'm just saying I can look at the other pawns and see the wreckage, and I'm just saying seeing the wreckage and understanding that this is the mechanism, that losers will be a byproduct of this mechanism, and I can just say that I'm lucky so far, because so far the shit hasn't really hit the fan yet. Okay, some shit has hit the fan, but the big pieces of shit haven't hit the fan yet. So I've been lucky, and that's the only thing I've been, is fucking lucky.
So the conversation would go that if somebody makes that basic protest that they think life's pretty great, is that they're looking through a you know, through their addiction and through faulty glasses. So.
Yes, I'm just saying, if you're the surviving sea turtle, right? Let's say you're the surviving sea turtle, so you made it to maturation, okay? I'm saying that you could look and understand that, God damn, I'm 1 in 10,000. All right, I'm not, just a little bit exceptional. I'm really exceptional, and the carnage is all around me. I can tell you each little story of all the failures that made me. Okay, that I exist through their failure, and I'm just saying that people can do that. They can sort of understand that if you look at this stuff. I mean, what does professional basketball cost us culturally and socially? I mean, you have like 10 million kids who think they're going to be professional basketball players. So instead of building their minds, they're building their fucking whatever you call that, dunking shit. And they have completely useless skills. They've trained themselves and practiced to be an absolutely useless, functionally broken, purposeless machine that will have no utility whatsoever in the world. I mean, when you think about the cost of that.
But you're like picking out instances and contrasting them, and I would argue, or they might argue, that the way to look at it is it's statistically, and they would say, I think statistically, you'd be right in terms of that. There's more suffering in the world with the third world population and the Chinese living very.
Even in America, like I said, we have all this advantage, and look how many people are on Prozac. Look how many people need pills to get their dicks up. I mean, come on. I mean, the dysfunction is rampant.
I guess for me, autonomy seems more valuable, and the fact that it's improving over time is what anchors me to my position.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I just don't understand this improving all the time thing. Like I said, for more time for every square inch of consciousness, if you could turn into a Planck's constant of consciousness, we spend more time now disabled, crippled, and in pain than in any point in human history. Yeah, we died harder and more violently in the past, but we died quick. And we don't do it quick anymore. We survive diseases now to get them a second or third or fourth time. We spend a preposterous amount of our conscious time disabled, crippled, and broken, which to me isn't my definition. It isn't my definition of progress.
Yeah, well, I think my father and my grandparents and such, who all aged and got these conditions that you get, I think they still enjoy their life and are happy to see their grandchildren grow up and all this.
And again, you're just giving me their psychology. They're the heroin addicts saying, "I love the heroin," because they're
I just again and again you're telling me
they don't have the courage to admit what it is. Look, they're not acknowledging the fact. Okay, are these people that believe in God? Are these people that really understand that 10,000 sea turtles die for every sea turtle? Do they really understand that fact? I'm just saying, giving me the testimony of fucking la-di-das who've been chasing pink balloons their whole life doesn't mean much to me philosophically. And it certainly doesn't change the equation that it's really easy for somebody else to be Again, what are we talking about with procreation? We're talking about assigning the risk. We're talking about taking a...
But how dare you call them la-di-das when they were working in mines and doing various difficult things like that?
Right, but they're doing it for the same psychological reasons, right? They're still are just a worm eating humus. Okay, they're trying to gain their enough comfort to get by in their life. So they're just struggling like an ant struggles. Same psychology. They're just doing it because they're programmed to do it. There's nothing grand about being totally owned by a DNA molecule. That's not exactly something I want written on my tombstone. You know, Gary was totally owned by a DNA molecule. I want written that Gary was smart enough to say "fuck you" to a DNA molecule. I'm not asking the DNA molecule a motherfucking thing. I'm not asking it how to throw my garbage away. It can't do anything right. DNA molecule is stupid as fuck.
It seems like you and I'm complaining about being a DNA molecule for sure. It looks the same way to me. But and I can say, look, I'm not fucking happy with being this DNA molecule. I look around and I think it's pretty fucking pointless, all these turtles as well. They're not happy about being a DNA molecule. But I still feel like it's a stretch to say you shouldn't be happy. You shouldn't be happy with the
so you're the sea turtle. You're the sea turtle who survived, okay? You know that 10,000 of your brothers and sisters died, okay? And now you're ready to have sex. Are you going to wear a condom or not? I mean, are you going to sentence another 10,000 brothers and sisters to die again, or are you going to wear a condom?
Well,
I'm just saying, logically, it seems like a no-brainer. If you have any appreciation for what it costs to get you to this point, you should appreciate that I'm not going to impose it. I'm not going to make more victims. Why should I make more women to get raped? Why should I make more kids to get cancer? Why should I make more people to grow up and have their eyeballs shoved out of their heads with a brain tumor? Why should I make this over? Why should I make more of this train wreck?
Well, there is no should because there's no purpose.
Well, I mean, no, it's not about purpose. It's about the value. I'm sitting there pointing out to you how it's a huge cost. I got here through a huge cost. I'm not talking about purpose. I'm talking about the fucking fact that 10,000 of my brothers and sisters died horribly.
Yeah, I think value.
Do I do that again? That's about value. It's not about purpose. It's about the fucking value of those 10,000 pointless existences.
I think the link. I think you can't value something without having a purpose in mind.
Again, I don't understand that. I'm valuing the suffering and of the organisms. I mean, it doesn't make any. I don't give a fuck about this purpose notion. I give a fuck about the value notion.
Yeah, but then you have the two are intimately linked. That you have the purpose then to reduce this suffering and value.
The word purpose is just too dangerous. I just wish to leave it alone because it's just a messy, sloppy word. The value is all you need. Value indicates, as we've argued, in my opinion, as soon as you establish the existence of value, you've created ought. Value is ought by itself. The fact that you have a positive and a negative sign means you've got all the mechanisms you need for an equation. You do not need anything else. You have all the mechanisms. Once you have plus and minus, you're done. You've created the formula. You have ought, the equal.
Well, we'll change that. Over free will.
Yeah, well, it's another pointless discussion in the sense that obviously we have a will, so to speak, but even our will is obvious. I mean, it just seems obvious. I mean, I'm perfectly obviously mimicking in new arrangements, but it's just arrangements of the notes I've been given. I have to watch a Feynman video before I can see a flaw in a Feynman video. I have to do these things. They all have to have the causes that make the effect. I can't make effects without a cause, and that's just a fact. I'm all effect. I'm all byproduct of an arrangement of interactions with the universe. and I'm just a byproduct of those arrangements and those interactions. That's it. There's no room for any. I don't even know what a free would be. Free from what? Free from logic, free from intelligence, free from sensibility, free from learning, free from practice, free from what? What would a free will look like?
Exactly. So, but sometimes that the way you've just spoke is my way of thinking, that in the strongest sense there is no will, but it feels like we have a will, but there isn't actually a will.
Yeah, we just will every program that wins. So when we're selfish, it's will. When we're unselfish, it's will. I mean, every asshole inside of us, every agenda, every principle we have. Maybe they have names when they're not being used, right? Like my principle about not eating meat, or my principle about this. Its real name is Jack, and my other principle is named Jim, and this one's named Fred, and whatever. And they're only called will when they win. You know, when they win, we call it, okay,
Exactly.
all the rest of the time they can have whatever name they want, but they're only will when they win.
Right, so there's no choosing machine. There's no real supervising.
There's a decision, but yeah, it's a decision like a pinball machine. You know what I mean? The decision's going to be made by the causes and the effects, and you're not going to. There's not going to be no mechanical decision.
So how does Pyro believes that there is a will?
Yeah, he's probably out smoking again.
No, I'm here.
Well, in what sense is there a will?
Well, to paraphrase for Pyrrho, he would say something like, "The will is it's not just the changing. It's not just the changing of the name of a program running inside of you. It's a suit, and it's like the program jumps into the suit of will." And so he gives the suit some sort of autonomy. The suit is the will, and it just anything can fill the will, but we won't talk about what's filling it. We'll just talk about the suit called will.
Is that right, Pyro?
Well, I mean, we have this. I think we have real choices to make in life. I mean, I don't know what's difficult about that.
What is the we? The we. So let's say
ourselves. You have a choice to make in life.
I'm not of one motivation. I'm of different motivations. Okay, I have different considerations. I have a desire. Let's say I have a desire to eat some kind of food, but I know it's been sitting out too long, so I have a desire not to be sick. So I have to make a decision about whether I'm going to risk. Okay, based on
right, exactly.
Right, but there's no choice, okay? I'm going to make a decision logically by the amount of time I'm going to spend thinking about it, and that decision is made before I even make it, okay? It's already a calculatable decision based on the information I know about and my adversity to being sick and all of that stuff is going to already make that decision for me. So there's not going to be a choice. There's going to be a decision. The decision is going to be a calculation. It's not going to be made up of anything random or spontaneous or anything nuanced. It's going to be made up of the fact that I have a life experience that's going to be
so
revealed.
That's your experience of your life.
I'm going to act consistent with my programming. That's right. I'm going to act completely.
Right, and everybody else too, right? So everybody else is obviously acting exactly in accordance with the pressures on them.
Well, I'm just saying, there's no will.
Everybody is obviously making decisions that are perfectly weighted for the pressures and making the wise long versus short-term decision based on an accurate assessment of what the results will be.
Yes, they're going to take a certain amount of time. That's right. There's people who are thoughtful and people who are not thoughtful, okay? There's people who do a lot of calculating before they make a decision. There's people who buy a car based on the fact that the salesman's name was Jim and their uncle's name Jim, and they love Uncle Jim, and so they bought the car for a stupid, idiotic reason because they didn't think about it at all. They just impulsively did something based on this superficial gut feeling kind of crap. So, yeah, they applied no logic, they applied no principles, they applied no economics, they applied no rationality whatsoever, and just acted on some sort of, I like the color red. Yes. So yes, some decisions are going to be butt ugly stupid, and some decisions are going to be thoughtful and you tried your best. But to say that because people are idiots, somehow that means they're free idiots is stupid. No, they're idiots. Okay? Idiot has a consequence. Idiots do idiotic things. It's
But you
not
have
because
no
they're
choice
free.
but to believe
It's not
that.
because they're free. It's because they're idiots. They're
But you have
acting
no choice but to
irrationally.
believe that,
They're
see, is the
acting
thing.
irrationally, not because they know better, but because they don't know better.
And you also don't know better. You are just impelled to act as if you know better.
My point is that my behavior reveals that I know better because I obviously don't make fucktarded, stupid, crazy, idiotic decisions like laying eggs on pieces of shit.
Surely that's not your point, is that you know better even though you have no free
No,
will.
it's my point.
Who cares if you know better? You do not know better.
Yeah,
You merely are lucky.
My brain is fucking 500,000 times the speed of light squared better than the fucking lowest common denominator brain on
And
this
why
planet.
is that,
There
though?
isn't
Just luck.
there isn't a bell
Just
curve.
luck.
There
It's
isn't
just
a
luck,
bell
though.
curve. There's a fucking cavernous, gigantic fucking difference between the smartest person on Earth and the dumbest person on Earth.
And that's just luck, though. It's just luck in your
Of course,
case.
it's not luck. It's where you're
So
born.
what are the elements of your good
The
fortune,
vagina
exactly?
you fall out of, the teachers that influence you, the TV that you watch, all of those things construct the person you will become.
Which do you think
You are not
contributed
made
most?
by magic. You freaking, you're such an example of it. You're so glued to your fucking heritage. You're so glued to the warm experience.
What do you mean? You just described a situation where you're glued to your heritage. By luck, you happen to be.
And that's why I'm saying it's not any fucking choice will. You don't have a choice in the matter.
Right.
Programming.
So what I'm curious is, what is it about your? What is it about your environment in Mendham? I mean, in Mendham, that has created such a fortunately well-informed individual?
Louisiana. Okay, Louisiana is what maturated me, and it's a cesspool, and so that's where I learned to be very skeptical of anything going on this planet because everybody's a lying, crazy motherfucker.
So it was Louisiana.
Yeah, if it wasn't for Louisiana, I would never became smart.
No, Louisiana is what they call it there. Hello.
Louisiana taught me not to be a fucktard.
Excuse me, I happen to know that in Louisiana they call it Louisiana.
Well, we didn't call it Louisiana.
Well, because you're racist and the black people call it Louisiana.
Well, I didn't live in a black neighborhood. Okay, I was in Louisiana, but I didn't live in a black neighborhood.
Exactly.
We did have a black maid. She did. I got potty trained.
Oh, I see how it is now.
I got potty trained by a black maid, and know what I asked her?
Oh, like Thomas Jefferson. I see.
Yeah, no, well, right. This is my Thomas Jefferson story, right? Know what I asked her when I was 4 years old, or whatever? I was kind of old. It took me a while. It took me a while to figure out how to do this pissing and pooping thing properly.
Right.
Well, anyway, know what I asked her? I asked her if she had kids, right? And then she said, yeah, I have 3 kids. And I asked her, well, why aren't you home taking care of your own kid? Why aren't you taking up, because I was like, so I already had a social conscience, so I was already asking, why is she being so nice to me when she's got her own kids to take care of? And it bothered me. And it bothered me. So right, even at 4 years old.
That led to the Ferguson riots.
Well, I'm just saying, even at 4 years old, I knew this game was broken.
Yeah, good for you. I believe that. That's my faith in you. Is that you would see that. It's pretty obvious. You can feel it, right? There is an intuitive.
That's where my programming came from. Is that I learned to be cynical really early, and so everybody became a liar and a cheater because they were
what
giving
that
me
is.
Answers. There was no reason that she shouldn't have been with her own goddamn kids, and the only reason was that she was getting exploited. And even though I didn't know what the word exploited mean, I knew she was at my house for no good reason.
Well, what that is that since your brain is a quantum computer, the results of your brain's processing are emotional intuitions, and you received an emotional intuition that was wrong without being able to
You're not allowed to do quantum computer or Gumby computer, okay?
No, I'm just saying that the brain...
No Gumby, no pokey computer, No, you cannot associate the brain.
No, I agree. No,
and
fine. I agree.
no cartoon characters can be associated with the human brain.
Okay, I'm just saying that since the brain is a quantum computer.
No.
No,
It's not.
It is.
There's no such thing anyway. There's never going to be a
That's
quantum
where your
computer.
intuition came from.
There will never be a quantum computer.
Which is the data dump of a quantum
if
computer.
they make one, they'll spell it wrong because they know it won't be the real thing, so they'll call it a quantum or something.
Experience your brain
or
thing.
quantum or zomptum. They'll call it a zomptum computer because they're never going to make a quantum computer.
Well, no, let me start over. Let's put it this way. Let's say you're just sitting there and, you know, what am I going to do? And so you decide, okay, I'll brain a little, and you're braining.
Well, whatever.
And then you're braining for a few minutes. You're braining for a few minutes, and then
talking to the modern mystic. Okay, the modern mystic says things like the universe is universing. Okay, this is what happens when you talk to the modern mystic. It is not conversation I tend to endorse. But regardless, even if we are braining, what we're not is willing. We're not willing. Willing is not happening. You're programming. Okay, you're executing your programming. You're not doing anything else. So all choice, all decisions, all will, it's just exercising, it's just executing your programming.
Did everybody in Mendham turn out like you then? Just because they had the same situation, I guess. Everybody in Mendham probably turned out to be like you, a social warrior.
I was created in Louisiana and then a place called Parsippany in New Jersey. So,
oh, you're going to keep pulling that out. Fine, it's not Mendham. But not everybody in Louisiana turned out that way either.
I'm just saying, I got to Mendham when I was already 11 years old, so I already knew everything then. I mean, fuck. I mean, 11-year-olds can do this life thing. So, yeah, I had it all figured out by then.
You were in New Orleans, right, as far as Louisiana goes, yeah?
No,
New Orleans?
No. I was in Baton Rouge. I was in
oh, is that nearby, though? Isn't Baton Rouge like a 30, 40 miles?
3 hours away, something like that.
Oh,
yeah.
3 hours. Okay, so it's a ways away, yeah. Baton Rouge, right? So it's different than New Orleans.
Yeah, it's more in the middle of Louisiana. You know what I mean? It's not north, but it's in the center south.
No, I remember I went through there on my trip out here. I just forgot how far it was from New Orleans because we went there in the same day. So 3 hours, an hour, whatever. Yeah, big difference.
My father was a chemical engineer, so he worked, he didn't work on the Mississippi, but halfway between the Mississippi and Baton Rouge is where he worked. So, he worked at the chemical plants that,
right,
synthesized all kinds of horrible chemicals, which is an irony, right? My father's 93, and he smoked Lucky Strikes. He worked in chemical plants for 40 years. He worked at a couple of gold mines, just toxic fucking environments, and he eats garbage. He's eating meat every day of his life.
That probably balanced out, probably.
Well, I'm just saying, 93, and he had a little bit of prostate trouble, but other than that, he's gotten away scot-free.
It's probably like beta particles from his work environment counteracted the the alpha particles from the McDonald's, and it's like, you lucky motherfucker.
Also, just to throw it in, right? He was on morphine for 2 years because he got burned by.
Really? Yeah, that's a hard one, really.
800-degree acid, so burned all his skin off. So he had to have a bunch of skin grafts too. So he's covered with skin grafts, which makes your skin. Especially when you get old, it gets kind of weak, but he survives it all, Amazing.
Well, that is hard, yeah. Excruciating pain, they say, with that process.
Oh yeah, 2 years in the hospital. I can't even.
But he didn't get hooked on morphine after that?
He wrote a book about his life, and the two things he left out were the 2 years in the hospital, because he said pretty much I don't remember anything. I was on morphine, so I don't remember shit. And he left out having 4 kids, so he didn't say much about it. He had 4 kids.
They're similar.
Yeah, he left out being burned by acid. So
there's 2 things I don't want to talk about, and that is having my whole body burned and having kids.
Yeah, exactly. It's always kind of funny that the 2 things he left out were being burned by acid and having 4 kids.
He thought about putting the acid thing in.
Yeah. But it is funny. Yeah, you just, you know.
No, yeah, and it's funny in that peculiar funny sense. I mean, we can laugh about it, but it is your whole issue about how hard life is. I mean, that's an especially hard, like getting kidnapped kind of thing, you know, to have to deal with that kind of burns. Not everybody deals with that. That's
That was before he was married. You know, it was before he was married, so he was still in his late 20s.
Oh, really? He had that when he was young? Wow, yeah.
He's a good-looking guy, and he was lucky. His face only got partially hit, so his face they reconstructed pretty good, so he looked pretty normal. You know, but you know,
right, the rest of the grafts can be done.
But the rest of his body was just, you know, if he took his shirt off, you'd just be like, holy fuck, what the hell's going on there?
All burnt looking. Yeah, I've seen
people
with some of that.
You know, it's all red and white and red, and you know, it's
chemical
all,
burn.
You know, completely patchwork. You know, they just. And
you're saying a chemical burn of some sort.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they had to take the skin off his legs, you know, to put it on his.
What
chest.
happened?
Yeah, he would never talk about it, but apparently somebody, you know, some asshole closed some valve, and I think that guy got killed. Yeah. So he didn't want to, you know, he doesn't want to point a finger and all that kind of shit. But you know,
but just a chemical accident in a plant, basically.
Yeah, so he just figured he took his shit and he got, you know, the Ally Chemical gave him $60,000. $60,000.
Can you imagine?
You know, it's just so funny. Yeah, that's some kind of bonus, huh? Woo. Yeah, 2 years of my life.
Well, that's old school. It wouldn't be that way quite right now. You know, you'd have more like what you needed to live the rest of your life. $60,000, you're like, I mean, if he's an engineer, that's like, even back then, that's like, hey, 5 years of life.
That's how much tougher people had to be, right? I mean, you actually died in coal mines and all that kind of shit because you had to be, you know, this was shit that happened and you didn't get nobody.
No, you were expected to keep working and maybe get a little.
Exactly. You know, after the 2 years, he went back to his same old job again. Yeah, okay, sign me up.
What a trip.
You know, blow some more shit on me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that was always something too in my head. You know, my father never talked about it, and I was sort of irritated. You know, I was just left with this mystery.
I know, yeah. Why? That's so interesting, obviously.
You know, and it was just, you know, it was kind of annoying in a way, just because you kind of wanted to know more. You know, and
yeah, no, totally, I get that.
And talk about it. You know, it's like those guys in the war and shit, and they just won't tell you the shit they've seen. You know.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, when I was a little bit older, my grandfather started telling me, and not just me, but other people in the family, he must have gotten, when he was in his 70s to this point, you know, like about World War II and stuff, and it sounds like fucking Vietnam. I mean, he has a story where his squad fragged an officer that they thought was, you know, like Vietnam kind of stuff, but it was World War II. Yeah, most of those guys never talked about that stuff, and they really saw all the same horrible kind of thing, you know, innocent people killed and all the stuff that we think of with war, but not with World War II. And it was the same in World War II. You know, they went into villages. Oh, these aren't the enemy. They get raped anyway.
Yeah, I guess some of them feel guilty for their participation or something, so I guess they just...
Yeah, not my grandfather. He was a badass. He didn't care at all.
Yeah, I just mean that it's just weird that, you know, there's so many people that just really won't talk about it, you know.
Well, it was a generational thing at that point, and then at Vietnam, you see, I think it's not so much generational, but it's hard to talk about. But you have a generation that's willing to talk, but it's still hard to talk about. And then with Iraq, I think we're starting to see a generation that's like, holy shit. Some of them are like, holy shit, I've got to talk about it. And we'll see, you know, just gushing forth of, this is too intense not to talk about. And I think it's a progression, you know, that we've had, because World War II was, you know, I mean, they had to fight that war, and yet it's just like all wars, terrible things you don't want to tell your grandchildren when they're on your knee. But, you know, I think that's changing. I think that the people our age that went to Iraq are going to tell their grandchildren on their knee all this.
Yeah, but I still have a big difference between these fucking mercenaries that are, you know, I think of them as mercenaries now, so that's a big difference. They, you know, I don't have the same You know what I mean. It's a big difference between some doing what you have to do and doing it for money. You know, it's a big.
Yeah, I think doing it in World War II is pretty justifiable of why someone would
I'm
think
just saying,
that was the
you
same.
you feel like you had to do it. You know what I mean? It was an honor thing and all that.
Yeah,
kind of
no, I think that's, but I don't agree with you. I tend to forgive the soldiers now as well as victims of it. But you're right. There's a more, it's ever increasing how much you should face the fact that you're a mercenary when you've gone into this volunteer army in the last, decades.
Oh, well, I see what you're fighting for. I mean, you're fighting
Yeah.
for fucking rich people. You're not fighting.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's just the soldiers are the workers, and I would like to cut them a break, and I do, but it is true that, if you went into the military, but we're talking about 18-year-olds and 17-year-olds making this decision of going into the military, and, they're just 17-year-olds. Of course they're stupid.
Wow, that looks like Coughlin, Dr. Mike.
It does. Yeah.
Wow.
Hello,
It looks just like Coughlin.
it's you, Gary.
Dr. Mike
it's not
look
okay,
exactly
sorry.
like Coughlin.
I've changed
I know you're not Coughlin, but I love that guy.
I get that a lot.
You're obviously a
so that's
poser,
Dr. Mike.
but
I'm Dr.
Coughlin's
Dick.
awesome.
And actually, I have the right to the name Dick anyway, because my middle name is.
Your middle name's Dick. My
middle
name's the Dick, right?
I'm just saying, I really should own that. So yes. Yeah,
No, Gary, you are a dick. He's the dick. What?
Yeah, no.
Totally different.
I'm really the Dick in Mendham, of course. But,
See, I've been here. I've only just got here, and he's trying to sort of ride my coattails, taking my name and
I
using
know.
it always. He had the middle name given to him, and he didn't take it.
Because,
my whole argument is you were the first thief. So again, it's my argument. Who imposed first, right? You find the first imposer, and that's the guy you rape.
Right. Okay. I'll go along with that. I mean, I don't know. I walked in it. I got in it. Turned on the put the link up for the show, and the first thing I heard was you going "fuck Tyrant," and I thought, yes, nothing's changed. We're still here. Everything's still the same. Fantastic. The last time I was here was Stickham, which is that's like a sort of history, like a Parthenon of like the internet. Like no one probably remembers that.
That's that whole warp thing of life, like every decade, it's like you're on a different planet. So yes, Stickham was the other planet. It's so far away.
But with the internet, it's gone faster now, because now you remember things from 5 years ago, and you're like, oh, how did we live? The lag, was some. Do you remember? Oh, we've read about it.
That's where I lived on Venus. But yeah, no, I'm totally on a different planet. But
I get people who sneer at me because I've got an AOL email. Like they look at me like I'm a fucking mutant. It's like.
I'm glad you shaved though, because that we have people like here, they're hillbillies. They're hillbillies.
Yeah, well, over here it's like we don't have hillbillies. I mean, we have like farmers and just cider farmers and stuff like that. And
these
that's
here
sad.
are
You should get some hillbillies.
They're all incestual, living like mountains.
We should send
you
you some
understand, your hillbillies.
We've got so many.
Your hillbillies are the dumbest descendants of the people that we kicked out, of the dumbest people we kicked out of our country.
Exactly.
That's
right. So it's stupid times.
Dumbest inbred people of our country. They've all inbred. There are people in the South who are like their own twin. At this point.
Brits are so classist.
Right. So I'm just saying. So that wasn't a good look for you. That's my
I
only
don't care if that's true.
That wasn't a good look.
Still wrong.
But you guys said your class system is completely fucked compared to us, because your upper class is our middle class, because we've got a royal family. So, working class,
you guys
working class is basically homeless.
A family that has no, the whole line is completely seed. They had to go to like other countries to get a piece of seed now and then because it was going
so. To scrape the genes out every now and again. They're spreading them thin.
Right. I don't know why
you had another one.
You had to go find some pretty girl somewhere just to take some of the ugly off.
I think that's kind of what we like. We like the fact the royal family are just hideously deformed and just the products of vast centuries of inbreeding and cousin fucking and just random things.
I don't think I would put that on the money. If I was running a country, I just don't think I'd put that on the money.
But they don't really run the country anymore because no one takes them seriously enough. Because the tabloids showed us what a bunch of stupid degenerate.
No, but Dick, in all seriousness, isn't even just that the Queen gets to decide when to dissolve Parliament. I mean, that actually adds up to something.
She's not gonna. She's 93, Pyro. She has an hard enough time. She has to get up 3 times a night to take a piss. She's too busy walking around shaking people's hands.
What do you mean? You think the Prime Minister's telling her when to do it?
No, I just don't think she gives a shit. She's 93. She can't be bothered.
But somebody in the royal family or her lieutenant is deciding that it could be crucial.
But it's like these are like those things that could happen but never will because no one cares anymore.
I know, but why doesn't Britain wise up and just have a lottery, okay? And just say, look, we're going to let you live in the palace. You can live in the palace for a year, if you win the lottery. Just get rid of the king and queen and just have
Because you understand, Gary, the British are the worst.
Wouldn't that
the British are worse than Americans when it comes to liking change. We hate change. In 1992, we have Snickers bars, but in 1992 we used to call them marathons. And when we changed them to Snickers, there were always riots on the streets. There were people writing to the newspapers complaining.
The tunnel thing, you put up a fucking Ferris wheel. You can't make this argument that you hate change when you put up a giant Ferris wheel.
That's London. That's different. They're building that all the time. It's always going up.
Slavery illegal and all these innovations.
You can't argue that you don't want to do something. Why don't you just paint Big Ben pink? I mean,
why do you think we still have? Why do you think Britain still owns the Falkland Islands, which is 5 square miles of mud covered in penguins, and Gibraltar, which is a rock in Spain covered in monkeys? It's because we couldn't give back all the British Empire.
Hello, penguins and monkeys.
Yeah, pretty kick ass.
Monkeys, I mean.
Yeah, who doesn't want to own Penguin and Monkey Island?
Yeah, I mean, penguins, cute.
We only kept it out of spite. It's like, imagine stealing a Ferrari and you get caught and you've got to give it back, but you insist on keeping the air freshener because your ego can't handle it. So you've got to have something.
Yeah, you're like, hey, whatever, but
I'm not going to take Britain seriously, okay? It's not a real country.
Britain is fine with that, Gary. We've had a meeting.
But wait a second, I mean, you know what? This isn't really true. The Falklands were crucial. For sheep-related strategitic.
They've got penguins there. We need them to make Guinness because you mix them all up and the white stuff goes to the top.
And you don't want to.
I mean, I don't know if it's worth discussing, but it really was kind of a disgusting little farce, wasn't it? I mean, people.
Yes, it was dreadful. No one wanted it. Yeah,
actually died to protect a stupid to claim ownership of a fucking island. Really should have.
It wasn't even a proper war in the sense that it was what's called a range war. Basically, we had weapons that went like 500 to like 750 kilometers. Theirs went only 250. So we just parked ourselves.
Exactly. I know. I'm just saying. It just seems it's all pretty disgusting. So I don't know.
It was a bit.
I'm just saying. We couldn't go through the whole list of all the rotten British things, and that just seems like one of the rotten British things. But
we've had some great wars, for no reason whatsoever.
I mean, Bill O'Reilly did turn it into a career advancing a milestone, so I don't know if you can entirely condemn
Bill O'Reilly. We're referencing him as something. Old Bill.
That's right, because he was right there in the middle of that war 1,000 miles away.
Oh, thank God! I wish we'd known. We could have targeted him and got him out of the way.
No. He's much too clever for that.
Yes, of course he is.
Well, I wouldn't have changed.
Was it Brian Williams I was there, or is it like...
He was also there. Yes, they were having homosexual sex at the time.
Sorry, carry on, Gary.
Yeah, sure. Back to
the serious debate.
Yeah, serious. Yeah, almost. Possibly.
A conversation nearly broke out tonight. We were waiting on it.
We were on quantum brain. So yeah, that's right there. Serious conversation. As soon as Zero gets in with his quantum.
No, but let's talk about politics,
quantum in anything.
feminism and whatnot.
Oh God, no, I don't understand this.
Let's skip that, Gary. No, let's move on to more political and.
No, I hate political. I hate political.
Political, geopolitical.
Everything's political, isn't it?
There is.
Well, let's talk about feminism, for example. Let's talk about feminism. You take Thunderfoot's side. You was also there, yes, they were having homosexual sex at the time.
Okay, let's settle it. Peas or carrots? Which one's the best? Gary, you go, right?
Peas.
We'll have this sorted out by the morning.
Well, I can't digest peas anymore, so obviously for me it's got to be carrots because peas. You know.
I knew you would.
Point.
I wrote you were Captain Carrot in the
Good
comment
point.
section, and then
Good
we had
point.
Pilo over here. So
I was thinking peas, but you're right. You're right. They end up in your shit.
Well,
Almost intact.
I don't know what they do, but I'm just saying they don't do anything good for me now.
wherever carrots come from, like whenever you're sick, they're always there, aren't they? They're always there in your puke.
I just can't eat legumes or whatever you call those things. Beans and peas.
Is a pea also a legume? Really? A pea is like a bean?
Legume is what pretentious people call them to sound French.
So yeah, I think it's got the same protein in it.
I'm going to eat some legumes tonight.
Beans. I think it has the same proteins in it that my body will not metabolize in any productive way.
Well, yeah, that's a decision you made there.
Well, your body is to blame.
Yeah,
for
well,
that.
obviously, yes, I've thought my body into that condition to reject them on purpose. But whatever,
People
that's
choose to be everything, Gary. You know.
Right. It's my long-term strategy to get beans exported to Mars and have their own country.
I wish you had that. I wish there was something on Mars. All we've done is make that planet more fucking boring. I wish we hadn't bothered. It's just a beige pile of dust.
You haven't heard that there's a... Wait, you haven't heard about the U.S. base on Mars for the last 50 years?
We've made space less interesting. Before we went there, it was spaceships and aliens and weird things. And now there's fuck all. We've got ice, dust, and nothing.
We went there in like...
Dirt, snow.
We went there in 1970.
Totally agree.
Whatever the fuck. So, I mean, that's just the joke of it.
I know. That was it.
Mars. We went there a fucking 3 decades ago and found out, it's rocks. Then we went back to say it's rocks again. It's still rocks.
On the other hand, we didn't have very good cameras, so it might have been better than we thought.
They freaked out when they found ice on the moon. It was like, we've got ice. We've got ice on the moon.
Or, for example, when we went to the moon and found out it was in black and white, oh, how boring.
Well, granted, some of the cameras that went to the moon sucked. By the time they did the Martians,
you can't please you, can you, Pyro? We go to the bloody moon, take some pictures, and like it's a bit grainy. Yeah, it's like you could have.
I know. It's like, what is this fucking place?
I like the fact they took golf clubs and stuff just in case they got bored on the moon.
Exactly. They knew. They were prepared. That's human ingenuity for you right there.
When they had such shitty optics, I mean, it's a shitty camera, and you're saying, wow, they went all the way to the moon. They have such shitty cameras.
I know. They should have waited here.
Imagine like they were pulling real switches and like electrical sparks are flying. And
well, they were like, we better go before we have a Republican in office.
Isn't like your average laptop nowadays more powerful than like the fucking thing that went to the moon? Like,
oh yeah, no, by 100-fold. Yeah.
No. Guess
Fold,
what? You know it's more powerful? The average musical greeting card. Right? The average musical greeting card has more computing power than the computers on the lunar module.
But we can get to the moon quicker on the internet because you just got to type
That's
it in.
a bit of a stretch, but I could still believe it, yeah.
Yeah, no, it is, But anyway, somebody told me that, a scientist of some kind.
Well, the funny thing is on the shuttle and stuff, they're still flying a lot of those old chips because they were hardened and
They've got ZX81 lined up.
Yeah, no, seriously, they have stuff that isn't even up to 486.
We've got a Sinclair C5 spaceship, really.
Reliability with that stuff is all the backward compliability. It costs them so much to have to retool.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. The probes that go to Mars have modern stuff. This company called Wind River makes the operating system, and that's all pretty much whatever the latest version is, like the robots that go to Mars and whatnot.
And what do they do? They take pictures of rocks that are pan shots, and then we get confused by little rocks that are that big, and they look like monsters. We get excited, and then we realise we're disappointed.
I think you're right about that. Yeah, totally. The scale. It looks like a big human-sized rock, and it's probably about the size of an avocado. Yeah. But it is exciting now.
No, it isn't. It's not exciting. It doesn't.
It's just a load of sparkling
lights. Totally exciting.
It totally doesn't get not even one of my like pores. Even.
Are you shitting me to see a virtual presence on another you're video conferencing to another planet? That doesn't impress you.
It's not going to space I resent. it's not going to space horizon. It's the idea that we're supposed to look up and suddenly start people saying, "Oh, we know our place in the." I don't know any. It's a load of lights and different coloured rocks, and there's fuck all on it. I just.
No, that's
I don't get what I'm supposed to. How does this make my life meaningful?
Dick, you're over here. You're supposed to have a sense of, hey, I'm here, and it's there. As opposed to the other way around.
No, it's pet rock. It's goddamn Cabbage Patch dolls. It's
there's where I don't get what you're talking about. Pet rocks were awesome.
No,
I lived through the pet rock era.
Awesomely
oh my God, there was an era for like 8 months where everybody had a pet rock. It was great.
Right, because everybody had one.
That's capitalism at its finest. Get a rock.
Yeah, sell a rock. Make it a pet. People were loving their rocks.
What excites you?
It's all about love, man.
Are never going to be the same thing. So yes, we're never going to be turned on by the same thing.
But when I was in Florida, I remember going to Florida when I was a kid, and they sold jars of Florida Air, and it's like, that's brilliant. That was a 3 in the morning decision when you're pissed, isn't it? Let's sell jars.
Well, I actually had like my 5th grade teacher was such a lunatic. He gave us all grass from Shea Stadiums after the Mets won the World Series, right? The big famous Mets winning the World Series thing. And so I actually had grass from center field. He was one of those retards who goes out in the field.
Was that one of those things? It's like, I remember when the Berlin Wall went down and people were selling, like, there's been like 17 tons more Berlin Wall sold than there ever was taken down.
Oh, really?
And like, it's a complete switch.
Because, people are crazy. It
was like the turf that was used in the England-Germany World Cup final. There's been like 3,000 acres of that sold as the official turf. It's like they're playing on a fucking different planet.
That tells you something about how history works,
exactly.
Because that's how history has always worked, if you think about it.
Right, exactly. It tells you how fucktarded the basic.
Tells you how stupid people are.
Well, but come on, it's not just how stupid it is.
It's retarded. We set up these.
No, but it also tells you the grain of truth, how the grain of truth filters through this amplification.
Just human beings trying to find another way to rip each other off. Really,
there's 3 times as much soil, and it's about how humans rip each other off. But the event really did happen, and that.
But not on the bit of grass these poor bastards have paid 5,000 quid for.
No, but who cares what a bunch of rich
celebrating? It's like celebrating a soap opera. It's like celebrating Dr. Zhivago. He actually
That's true.
Kelly. He actually got to have sex with Nurse Kelly. Let's all have a big party because on a soap opera, some fictitious character fucks some other fictitious character, and let's all fucking celebrate. I mean, what the fuck is this?
The thing is, when
someone record that and put that on a soap opera. What Gary
when
just
people
said.
do this kind of thing, everybody that bought a piece of that soil,
is a
2/3 of which was fake. No, all of them were retards.
Why?
2/3 of them were bought something fake.
We all get eaten by goddamn sea turtles. Angry sea turtles should eat us all because we're retards. We're fucking
retards. Don't worry. Look, some of the people I've met on the internet, I'm convinced evolution has started to go back in reverse. I reckon alien archaeologists will be digging us up in 5 million years, and they'll find the internet comment sections and go, "This is how they ended up back in the
reality. Idiocracy is a reality. We are genetically evolving back into fucking dumber monkeys."
Yeah, I'm glad.
I guarantee you, within 50 years, graduate students in various humanities disciplines will be forced to study all of your content on the internet.
Oh, no, we will. I agree with that. Yeah, definitely.
Oh, yeah, no, and they'll be sad, and maybe some of them will make something out of it.
I've got to that stage in my life where I'm starting to use the old, I'm not appreciated in my own time bollocks to try and rationalise the...
Well, we're all being archived, and I'm sure whether we're appreciated or not, some poor, stupid student will be forced to watch our old shit.
Oh,
and come on, there's some satisfaction in that, right? Come on, that's going to be great.
But the difference is your shit is going to be really shit, and they're going to be watching it to say, "Oh man, look how shitty the shit was back then."
No, mine they're going to be going, "Hey, I found a Piro! Oh my God, we didn't know there was any more of them."
My shit's going to be the real shit, and all.
Look at this one. He's talking to some loser called inmendham.
Everybody's going to replay the part where Gary says, "Go do this on Piro's grave."
right?
Yeah.
So
It will.
Gary, you know when you go to the library,
in tribute to the great inmendham, they're going to go
No.
to Hero's grave and they're going to piss on it. Okay,
You've
so
got it wrong.
you're going to be the most pissed on
No.
grave in the history of mankind because the great inmendham wanted that as one of his last.
and or you might get you things you might get
Grave.
covered in the.
You're the
If they find
future.
your stuff
I'm
in, if they
asking
find-
you,
Gary,
future, piss
Gary.
the fuck on Hero's grave, please.
Gary, you're forgetting something. You might get found in the Middle East and you'll be Jin Mendham then. So then you could be
That's
anything.
right. You know, you could
And then
be
you can't be in Mendham.
Ismendham, you know.
My
They
official
can't worship in Mendham, can they, the Muslims? Because he's got Ham in his name.
Einstein squared. Okay, that's going to be my
If you
official
are
title.
celebrated in the future, that is sort of my backup plan because, like, being the most hated anti-Mendham person would also
Exactly,
be.
the
But
most.
of course, it's not going to
The
turn
most
out like
hated
that.
Mendham.
Really, it's going to be like, who's in Mendham? Oh,
Yes,
it's one of the
Supreme
guys
Lord.
that.
You're a great.
He who is most hated on the internet.
The mushiest, muddiest, pissed on grave in the history of mankind. It's a great.
Though his 14 channels did reign true.
Rain through the draft science and education.
Yea, he did really
Many peoples.
I'm gonna make a giant fucking dead black crow fucking piss pie, and I'm gonna feed it all to you fuckers. Okay, you just
But
wait.
you'd be dead then.
It's a day out, isn't it?
You're older than me. You're going to die
I'm
first.
just gonna shove it in all your little faces. Just say, "Eat the fucking crow, fuckers." And then I'm gonna.
Well, it's nice to have a dream. You should
Yeah.
use it in one hand and put your dreams in the other and see which fills up first.
I'm going to, virtually anyway. I'm virtually going to Disney World. I'm going to do all that shit.
I'm virtually going to Disney World. There's the least optimistic fucking
Yeah, exactly.
Super Bowl winner. I might.
I'm going to go to a website.
Go to Disney World. Not really.
I'm going to be a special virtual guest. Okay, I'm
That's
going to be virtually invited.
It's going to be like, you've won the Nobel Prize, but you won't go to Sweden. Okay, what are you going to do? I'm going to virtual Disneyland.
I'm going to send 200 people to accept my prize for me. So all the people I want to.
Can I go? Can I go? Can I go? I want to go. I want to go. I want to be there.
All the
Okay,
people I want to eat the crow, I'm going to send to pick up my.
Okay, I'll do
gold
that.
medal, to pick up my gold medal.
I will collect your Nobel Prize in physics.
You're going to have your head in a jar, like cryogenically frozen, to be sort of brought out, like to people, or.
Yeah,
Well,
whether
yeah.
you're dead or not.
You should freeze your hair, definitely. They've got to keep that.
But regardless, it's not really a being dead issue. It's just that I don't travel well.
That's right. So I
No,
will go.
Gary.
I'll pick it up. I'll bring it back.
I
I'll
saw
give
you
it
as a
to you.
jet-setting international go-getter from ever since you're just all over the place.
Yeah, I'll just make a virtual.
We'll have
appearance.
to, you know what? Somebody that's going to get all the Nobel Prize ass we'll have to bring with us because I'm married. We'll have to bring somebody to take advantage of that.
That would be
We'll bring
brilliant.
the prize
England
back
wins
to
the
you.
Nobel
The
Prize.
money, you can have the money minus our expenses. Should be about $500,000.
I would give most of my genitalia to hear the words Gary Mosier, Nobel Peace Prize winner, before I die.
Me too. Me too. Me too. I would totally give Coughlin's genitalia to see that. Absolutely.
Well, most
I
of it,
agree.
not all of it. I'm going to keep some. You know?
All right. Okay, half of it. Whatever. It's up to you. The details, I suppose.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, I wouldn't be selling off important parts because I'm going to make you eat crow. This is going to happen.
I'm saying I would do that in order for it to happen. I'd want to help.
Me too. I would like to see it, just as an impossible thing come
I
true.
don't see how betting your genitalia is exactly going to help, but okay.
I don't know.
Well, it should help. It should help.
The economy, the way it is, you don't know what's
Yeah,
going to
I
be.
think you underestimate the value of his genitalia in the Nobel Committee.
I don't think it technically can be underestimated.
And hey, in the economic market, my genitalia is the fucking
Those
poke.
theoretical questions, but I don't think you can underestimate.
Gary, you just don't understand the Nobel Committee.
I don't understand how genital-based economy works, Gary.
I'm just not going to have any choice. I'm just saying, once I've completed Einstein's work, there's no way I can not get a Nobel Prize. Okay, it's just a fucking given. You're
Well,
getting
he barely got one, so I think you might
it.
want.
He knew he was going to get it. He actually had, Einstein was such a son of a
Well, I've
He
been
actually-
continuing.
Mm.
I've been continuing Einstein's
He
like.
actually put his Nobel Prize, the prize he hadn't won yet, he actually negotiated it in his divorce settlement. So the way he
I
got
know.
a divorce from his wife was
Oh, don't tell the men's rights activists that.
to promise to give her the money from the Nobel Prize. So do you want to talk about a maniacal son of a bitch?
See, Gary, this is where we have a lot in common. You're carrying on Einstein's work. I'm carrying on his chronic drug addiction that he carried on. You know that he didn't have a chance to finish.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm not carrying on his work. I'm just saying I'm completing what is the most heritable thing in the universe that anybody talks about is Einstein's unfinished business. I'm just saying I'm going to do the unfinished business.
Has Pyro died? Does he? Is he just?
I've already done the unfinished business.
He just he just left. See, he walked out in disgust.
Well, he had to smoke outside because he's a pussy.
What? Oh man, he needs to sort himself out. What's that about?
Exactly. Wife, kids, you know, that's what they get you.
Oh, don't say those words. Oh God, I get eczema. Oh. Oh, Christ. So,
dog and cat, you know, they can't suffer.
Dog. Oh God, my mate's got a dog just to stop his wife from wanting a kid for an extra year, and he's gonna fall into it. He's gonna have to.
Yeah, well, it's a good trade-off. I mean, if you had to have a choice, I'd certainly take, dog over a kid.
Yeah. I think he's taking it over being moaned at all day. He's like, oh, wait, whatever, just sort it out.
Well, you do have to just, women will make you crazy if you take them seriously.
Well, they don't. That's what they're clever at. They make you sort of capable of cannibalism and mass murder in a way that you never thought was possible. But
yeah, they never, I constantly get surprised, and you say, wow, you shouldn't be surprised anymore. And
I'm sure men do the same to them anyway, but I mean...
it's kind of funny how you just keep falling for it, right? It's like you just keep falling for it. The shorter her skirt, the more I fall for. And it's kind of funny. I've thrown out of that.
Yeah, I don't think we do, Gary. I think that's impossible, unfortunately. It's...
Yeah, I don't know. You think I should be able to find some way to rise above it, so to speak?
Well, the thing is, it's something that's like breathing or like your heartbeat, and you can't really. It's just a sort of chemical thing that just, you can't really sort of get you. I remember when I met a guy a few years ago on here, and he was asexual. I'd never met one, and I thought I actually got jealous of him after speaking. He got so much stuff done. He had so much extra free time to fucking get shit done. I'm like, the amount of hours I've wasted,
Yeah, it is distracting, but that's what I'm just saying. Though I guess theoretically, I know it's just a brain state. I'm just saying, well, I should be able to control that brain state. So I should be able to just supplement with the fantasy, and I shouldn't have to keep.
The old adage: men have got a penis and a brain, but only enough blood to work one at a time.
Well, I'm just saying I should be able to work one without any help. I guess is my argument.
But meanwhile,
a helper is dangerous.
What reality is.
I don't know what that was, but it was kind of a musical.
One of those random noises you get in live hangouts. Your first chance to speak in 6 hours, and your mic don't work, and it's all muffled.
Technology, always a liability.
Why don't we talk about Gary's Jew Heritage Trust Fund and meth addiction? He doesn't live in the 1%
talk about
county in
this.
New Jersey just by chance. Or about Gary's on jobs like sucking dick for cash.
Yeah, Gary, I mean, let's face it, you are from New Jersey. Gary, you are from New Jersey. There is a good chance that you have a meth addiction. Let's talk about this rationally. I mean, I don't think we should. You are the probability. You are from New Jersey.
That's bigoted there. That's bigotry there.
That's racist. I'm being racist.
That's
sorry. I am being racist, but let's face it. New Jersey, the race in New Jersey is mostly methy.
I hate New Jersey. So, I mean, I agree with you.
Isn't that the default position? I mean, I went there and within an hour.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Default position. That's all I'm saying. Exactly.
I
Just
know,
taking
but
the social norm
I know it's New Jersey, so I mean, New Jersey couldn't corrupt me because I knew it
And
was
then,
New
you know, the
New
sucking
Jersey
dicks,
can't
it
get any
is the
worse.
21st century. It is the 21st century. You can make a living sucking dicks. We know that. So
It's not the 21st
I mean,
century. No one's proved that.
it all links together. If it was the 21st century, it would make sense. You know, it's
No,
kind
not,
of
but it's not.
step by step, 1 to the 3.
I don't know. I think it's got a lot of work to do. You got where's your math?
Well,
You know,
I mean, the robotic voice, though,
Where's your
also,
math, bitch?
when put in a robotic voice, obviously that lends credence to it as well.
And that lends credence to it to make a robot.
Yeah,
sound.
I mean, I think, don't you think?
Americans are so easily impressed by
computers do have
stuff.
credibility. You know, generally.
Oh, yeah, you Brits are so suspicious of the robots because you're racist against
No, it's
robots.
not the robot. We don't need to worry about it. Look, this is why, like, British journalists, they go over to America, but they've got an English accent, which is basically like having a doctorate. And suddenly everything that Glenn Beck says sounds vaguely sort of credible because it's being said with some plum-voiced twat who's left here to come.
Yeah, but you mean that other CNN guy?
Piers Morgan.
Piers
Oh,
Morgan, right?
it's
Yeah,
so
exactly.
dreadful.
Yeah, totally discredited in the UK
we had
over
street
here.
parties. People were jumping up and down.
You're
We
totally
couldn't believe our
right.
fucking luck.
You're totally right. I mean, you actually officially have a PhD in the
No,
US,
it's amazing.
so you know you should just take advantage of it. Really.
I did a gig in 2006, and I got a review, and I was referred to as a staccato-voiced git. That's how people view my voice in this country. But Americans think I'm some sort of like Jack Sparrow kind of. There's some kind of sort of quaint charm to it. I don't get it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I certainly get a sense that you are super intellectual, and it's probably your accent.
Oh God,
Your
you're
accent.
a
I'm
smart man,
buying
Pyro.
it.
You should
I'm
be able to
buying
see-
it. I'm an American. I buy it. So
Well,
fuck
no,
over
fine,
there.
fine,
But
that's the only thing I'm good at is making people think I'm probably intelligent. I've got away with it for far too long.
I think it's fair. I think you should just go with it. Go with it.
No, because then I've got
You
to
might
start
have to play it in America,
trying to
but you
justify
know,
the lack
do
of
what
sort
you
of
gotta do.
productivity in my life. I've got to sort of start. If I'm just an idiot, you know, then I feel it's like, well, I just
Well,
try
I mean,
my best.
you have to admit that you know, when people talk proper British, you know, I don't count you Liverpool
proper British,
proper British, but you know, when they do talk that proper British, they do automatically sound more intelligent. I mean,
Well, see, over here we just think they sound like a sort of posh wanker is what we call it, and then we don't. You know, we just sort of it rubs off us. We're used to them screwing us over and just like
You know, we're joking, but it really does work this way in America. It really
no,
does.
I
It's
see,
amazing. And there's a thing in comedy too, which a lot of people don't respond to, but I like Monty Python. There's a thing in comedy too, where when you're doing satire, if you do it in the British accent, it's more intelligent. It's
also
obviously
another thing
satire.
about it is
Like
is
Benny
that-
Hill, we consider satire.
A lot of things America. One of the weird things that America's like is our swear words, because we have more slang words for anything than anyone else in the world, right? It's ridiculous. So people just find them amusing, because we just make words up on the spot for out of nothing, because we feel like it, and.
Well, I know, but that's easy to do, right? Like I do.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, but it's like I'll give you an example. That like the top 3 countries that have got the most slang words for dick cheese, right, or smeg. Right? Like number 2 and 3 is Germany and Denmark with like 3 and 4. Britain's number 1 with 27 different words to describe dick cheese. It's like that's how bored we are.
Well, I'm circumcised, so I don't have that problem.
Well, then you just have to you'll have to read books about it and learn, mate. It's a whole different lifestyle.
Yeah, exactly. No thanks. Yeah, no issues
See, you're
here.
just being ignorant now. You're being smegphobic.
I don't even have to acknowledge the existence of such a thing. So that's my.
See, that's another American thing. We don't have, no one worries about that over here. It's like it's a.
Yeah,
men, like most men are circumcised in America, isn't it? Like 80% or something.
Used to be.
Oh, you've done a survey, have you? You've been studying.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, now it's new vogue. You know, the new vogue is to.
Gary regularly checks the internet for the numbers of dicks circumcised, and he's committing.
It is just an evidence of how pop culture just runs people's lives. They just do whatever the majority.
Well, no, I mean, because I talk to a lot of like American girls online, and like one of the things is they find it. They always ask, "Are you circumcised?" I'm like, no. It's like you wouldn't ask that over in this country because it's not something that goes on.
Yeah, well, to your liability, I might argue, but whatever. Civilization has reached America.
Mr. Coughlin, could I please see your foot, please?
My foot?
Yes, please.
Which one in particular, and why?
The closest one.
Okay. Jesus Christ, this is a weird, kinky thing. This is a bit like live jazz.
Yeah. Dick, you should never... Dick, this is one of the things on the internet you should never...
is this Happy Cabby winding me up, trying to get some...
You should never do... Yeah, this
I think
is
my
a Happy
foot
Cabby moment.
Worries,
You should never succumb to that, just for future reference. It is a Happy Cabby moment.
This is my moment. 314. You be quiet.
Oh, right, this is okay. This is all.
Sorry.
Oh God.
I'm sorry. It is your moment.
What's the point of this, please?
Sorry. I was not.
It's a joke.
I mean, I think Dick's faultless in this. Faith, you are not faultless.
I don't see the point, but whatever. I don't care.
Sorry, Gary. I apologize.
Nothing. He seemed to be like just reflexing himself. I thought maybe I could take a look at his foot. Why is everyone mad at me?
I have Tourette's syndrome, so depending on what state, I twitch a bit and fidget a lot. So.
Yeah, I just.
Oh no, Coughlin, I know your situation very well. I know that. I just thought it'd be cute to say. I just wanted to switch it up, stir the pot.
I'm not interested in cute.
I'm not trying to be cute.
You just said it. I was trying to be cute. I thought it would be cute. I mean, I tend to try to get the conversation to something meaningful.
I will say nothing for 5 minutes, Gary. Get it going.
Well, that's not my commentary. But regardless, who's playing the guitar? Kiro, stop that.
What?
Stop.
Oh, sorry.
What? Yeah.
What? You mean strings?
What was that? Was I doing that?
That was 314's moment, and he's playing a song that I kind of recognize. I almost had the first lyric to that.
Johnny
Like I almost had the first lyric to it. You're good, Kiro.
You're one of those people who leaves things lying around, aren't you, Piero, for people to find, so you can go, oh, did I leave that there? Oh, sorry.
That's right.
Oh, that was good, Piero.
Well, it wasn't really.
Sublime, man. It wasn't actually good, but it still counts as good.
Yeah, it was one chord, played well, sort-ish, really.
No, there were 3 chords in there, Dick.
Oh, was there? Right, I apologize.
Yes, there was 3.
It's one of those subversive
They weren't
songs.
necessarily distinguishable, but they were
Mostly Blind, leading or critiquing the Mostly Blind. Anyway, whatever. So we can't even get the camera pointed at his something relevant, like his crooked wall or ceiling. His picture's on his ceiling. I guess that's when he passes out drunk. He has something to look at.
He's one of those weird perspective houses where he stands at the back and looks tall, and then.
Well, he is actually tall.
No, you're right. It's actually rectilinear. I've just used a sort of
Rectilinear.
Hitchcockian angle.
Rectilinear. Oh, that sounds like fun.
Rectilinear. You think I know what that means, do you? Do I look like a bloke who understands that?
Well, rectal linear, I think. You're from the Britain.
This is where you don't get your terms right. You're supposed to use rectal before you use the word brain. So it's like quanta rectal and rectal brain. Then
brain, arse, and brain.
Exactly. But anyway, brain ass. That's brain. Yeah.
Brain ass. Yeah, that's a terrible condition. That. Yeah.
Now he's mumbling. Pay my electric bill.
He's singing to himself because he's working on this and he thinks he's fucking shit. He thinks he's the next fucking, Dylan or some or Ed Sheeran.
Dylan, bullshit. David Bowie.
Oh, David Bowie, yeah, of course. I look at you and I think David Bowie. Every
That's
time I see
right.
your videos, Pierre,
Well,
I
if
look
I,
at David
I could
Bowie and
bleach
you
my
and these
hair.
two
I could
people.
bleach my hair. Don't be a
You could
Don't
do
be a
lots of
plank.
things. You could get a time
Don't be
machine
a
and go
plank.
back and be David Bowie. But I mean,
I know some of those British words. Don't
wow,
be a
okay.
plank. Don't
Well,
be a
you know.
plank. Or is it a plonk? Don't.
Well, you know, it's a plonker or a plank.
Okay, plank.
But a plonker is
Plonker.
genitalia. So you know. It's,
Don't be either one of those things.
No.
Exactly.
You plonker, Rodney.
Yeah, they were made out of plank,
See, I know these things.
Constantly
Plank,
plank.
plonk, whatever.
Yeah.
Gary, you don't know. It's not about the scientist plonk. It's
You are
you're
currently
plank.
two short planks, as we say in this country.
It's like planking, except for it's not cool.
Yeah, well, whatever.
Planking is cool, is it? Right? Because I see, yeah.
Well, planking. Well, we're getting into
the generation below me are fucking boring as hell. The most.
I
I've
agree.
never known the most unadventurous bunch of dudes in my life.
Including the generation below me, which includes you. So,
No,
but
it's not
anyway,
that
yes,
generation.
I
How old
agree.
are
All
you?
the generations.
How old are you?
47.
Oh, come on, you're 12 years older. That's hardly a generation, is it?
Well, it's half a generation, officially.
It's not a generation, Piero. We're not having
but it's a little bit less than half
Okay,
a generation.
I'm going to give you half of a buck and call it a buck. And say, here's $50. There you go. You got $1 there. And we're going
I'm going to call that fair enough because you're right. It doesn't
You
really
ain't
amount
got,
to much.
I haven't got. Unfortunately, the American dollar to the pound, I'd have to get old denominational money that's smaller than what we do now. So
I know, but it's a practical matter. Don't they do this Generation X thing and Y thing and W thing like every 10 years? So in a way, it's sort of true.
Gary, you and I are Generation X. Even you. I'm maybe not you. You're a little old.
Yeah, exactly. I'm from when people were rational and sensible before they.
I am exactly the age when they started calling people Generation X.
They started having all kinds of hormones in your food, and you're all fucking mutants. You know, you're all.
Well, and we're special.
Yeah, funny. Yeah, you're a baby boomer, right?
It was our generation that was
baby
raised by
boomer
yours, so if we're
generation.
eating hormones and mutants, it's your fault, shit, really.
That's the interesting thing. Gary is neither baby boomer or Generation X. He's like
Gary is definitely not a baby boomer. You can say that.
He's Generation XY.
The truth is that all the things are done by us, and so everything after us, you see it happening in cars, got old, funny looking. After our generation got done, driving, you know, we did it better than, and you never agreed we did. So it's like landing on the moon kind of thing. You're never gonna hit that peak again.
Gary, you're like Generation Led Zeppelin.
Oh, you're one of those. In the good old grand old days, will never be that. You know, it's all everything's gone.
I'm just saying they're still playing that shit. So isn't it sort of win for us that you're still playing? Well, I'm just saying you're still playing.
Yeah, but in all fairness, the music back then was like the sort of the music's really only started in like the 50s. Before that, no one listens to anything before that. So it's all sort of like sort of accumulated over that time. You know, that's just like.
But isn't it funny? He's technically a baby boomer and like.
Well, no, Gary is technically.
Gary would like to go blow babies up.
Let's get technical. Gary is younger than a baby boomer. I mean, baby boomer is like
proper old cunts,
8 or 10 years older than me. They're starting to be, 60. Gary is in between era.
Yeah. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter anyway.
It kind of matters. I mean, there is.
No matter what generation I was in, I'd still be better than all you fucktards.
I love that we're essentially debating when we were born. We've got to that stage. We're debating how old we are and when we were born. We're not.
I'm just saying there's a context to it because I actually saw.
There's a meaning.
I actually saw human beings when they actually looked like they had some potential to be something other than ass fucking lunatics. I mean. They were actually looked like human beings could actually be human beings that were like.
But what do you mean? You were also conscious during an era where you could see the Vietnam War happening, right? Like I was a little bit too young, I heard about it after it was over. You would have been seeing it while it was going on, and you know, I mean, it's.
And to be fair, that generation followed World War II and Hitler, and so they didn't have much to sort of.
That's the real commentary. Is that it was just as plastic. It's just that it looked like it was going to be something, but it only looked like it because people, like I said, as soon as the self-interest was gone, they all became self-interested fuckheads. They all, you know.
Well, I saw that part myself, but I would have thought that you would be, you know, you were in a.
Well, I mean, it's impossible for me to explain 1969 to you, but I mean, you know, Woodstock and landing on the moon. You know, these were.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I remember about 1972 and on. You know, so I know. I was 67.
I don't believe you remember this morning or 2 hours ago at the moment, Piero. I think you're struggling to remember the start of the sentence.
In general, as a general principle, I remember, you know, the early 70s, and remembering 67 is different, and that's when a lot of the real shit was going down. So I just imagine it was more intense to be 7 years old in 72 when they had the biggest peace demonstration and all of this shit going down, you know, in the U.S.
Also, you got to remember, a lot of this is like these were the first of things that have got so.
Yeah, it was shocking. It was shocking to have these kinds of. But maybe you were too young to feel shocked by it.
I wasn't too young because, you know, Kennedy was shot on my birthday.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Oh, how convenient! How convenient! Where were you, Gary, that day? Where were you? I want to know.
Well, I was watching our 2-channel black and white TV. That's where I was. But yeah, you know.
Where were you? You were in a grassy knoll somewhere with a blanket over your head.
That. No, I you know, I obviously didn't. You know, Kennedy was president. That's all I knew. You know. I knew I wasn't getting no presents, and I knew that was a bummer.
Like my first
what a bastard! I'm on my fucking of all what is it? I'm never voting fucking Democrat.
Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, I have to admit that as a kid, I was a bit of a selfish motherfucker, and so that's
well, we all are as kids, aren't we?
That was my strongest emotional reaction.
Well, you know, the thing is, we're given stuff. As kids, we're only ever given stuff. We're told, given what we want, and have everything done for us. So it's natural that we become a little bit selfish about stuff. And
yeah, which is kind
or
of
what about the moon landing? That's another big one.
We were talking about this an hour ago. We've gone around in circles now.
Look! What about the moon landing? I was 2 years old. You are just like 5 or 6 years older than me. That's old enough to have actually remembered that.
I was 9 years old. Like I said, I was also hearing demonic voices in my head, so it was a really weird time for me. But
it's bad timing with everything. National world events. Every time something big happens, you had something going on.
It was the best of times and the worst of times. It was the ecstasy and the agony, but it really was an amazing year. I mean, it's just a year so vivid in my fucking head. There's so much happened that year.
Right. And that was one of the things, though, right? I mean, landing on the moon must have been impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I watched another one where I watched it on like a 1929 TV, so it was like a 6-inch television. I watched the moon landing on a 6-inch television.
Right. Well, they didn't have TV in 1929, but I get your point.
Yeah, well, it was. I think they actually technically did because.
Did they? I don't think not commercially.
It's like the TV weighed like 568 pounds. And it's
diesel generator.
So I mean, it was hilarious, and the antenna. We had such a problem getting it in, and it's just
You had like the first TV, which is playing the radio and holding pictures up to go with what was saying.
Yeah, that's right.
It was green. It's basically watching it on an oscilloscope. I saw the moon landing on an oscilloscope.
Right.
I watched it happen in Tapestry.
That's right. Dick, the first TV is this radio with somebody in the house is supposed to hold up pictures.
I remember Christmas we were allowed to look at a picture of some fruit. It was wonderful. It was the best time.
Oh my God! Look at that fruit, and it's not even from around here.
Because you figured these guys were going to die, and so it was kind of frightening to watch. This is like the greatest horror movie ever. You're watching this live thing, and you're just saying, these guys are going to die. They're going to die. You're just waiting for them to die,
But you do believe they actually went to the moon, then?
Oh, don't start this. No. This is a bad... You jumped over this. You've jumped the shark right now. asking that one.
Yeah, no, but I mean, everybody thought that he died. I mean, they really did. Everybody thought.
If they'd have faked it, they'd have made it interesting, I think. They'd have put things up there like monsters and blokes
I
and
agree with
stuff.
you, Dick. Like, you could have done better if it was fake. Come on, I've seen movies from
Oh, look, there's
1969.
19-breasted women over here. Oh, no. Ooh, running around.
It would have been a lot more like 2001.
My
if they
favourite
had faked
version, of the moon landing conspiracy is Alex Jones. He's got a brilliant one. He must have been up all night trying to get this one. He says that the moon landing did happen, but the footage was faked because if they went to the moon and showed you the surface, you'd see all of the corpses of hundreds of astronauts who have apparently been sent there and didn't get back. And we didn't notice once all these rockets taking off, and there's hundreds of corpses piled up on the moon, and I'm like. Well, it's just ridiculous. It's just brilliant. It's like that's.
Well, just the idea.
Just batshit.
Just the idea that you could believe.
Now that you say that, I see the sense of that.
Yeah.
There's so many. They couldn't even find a part of the moon that didn't have any. They had to keep.
I've decided to believe that, and that must be true. There is no other possibility. Thank you for sharing.
He had the documents. He said he had the documents from the government. He didn't show them or anything, but I mean. Why would he lie? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, why would he lie? Exactly. He has nothing to gain by lying.
He's not going to reference himself and claim he's lying to himself. It's ridiculous. You know?
Yeah, exactly. No, exactly. It's.
Bless him.
Let's see who.
Bless Alex Jones.
Some asshole is fucking muting me again.
Yeah, it's Chaz. You know, Chaz, you've got an attitude that's really inexcusable. Like, seriously, man, like, get a grip. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, I'm not even that dumb.
Calm down. We've all had a drink.
I know. Oh, no. I'm just saying, like, he's kind of mean.
Very.
That Chaz guy.
Face it.
I don't know who Chaz is, but I'm going to have to.
Well, it's not. It can't be the real.
I'm going to
Chaz.
have faith in Faith here that she's got
It's
it
not
nailed.
the real Chaz. It's somebody else.
Don't you mute me.
Just a fake. So anyway,
Don't mute me. I was asking if it was the real Chaz Charlton.
Yeah, it's obviously a fake.
Obviously, Chaz would never behave this abominable way.
Yeah, that's right. So I just have to wait for him to chime in again. So
I never knew Chaz to be like that, so that's why I said that. Sorry, guys.
I know.
Well, in all seriousness.
I explain the internet to you. You cannot take what you see on the internet seriously. So you have to
Oh
react.
my
Watching
God!
the internet, it's like watching wrestling. Everything's fake until
How
you know
cynical!
otherwise.
I find that dreadfully cynical.
Dreadfully.
Dreadfully cynical.
That is preposterous, gargantuanly.
Yeah, and it's
it's
symptomatic of the decline of Western society. I just hope in India and China they don't say such things.
Yeah. It's dreadful. They probably don't have a word in Chinese for dreadful.
No, of course not.
Everything's shit. They just didn't bother inventing one. It's
racist to be so cynical.
Okay, Charlie. Okay. Everything okay.
I didn't mean to provoke racism.
The only reason the Chinese haven't bought Google is because they can't pronounce it. You know.
Everything okay. Okay.
Oh my God.
Everything okay. Yeah, that's their answer to everything. Okay. Okay.
And here we have a 1970s comedy act with Mr. Wu, the laundry owner, and Gally Mosher.
Yeah, well, I think it's kind of racist for them to say that I can't call a Chinaman Chinaman. I think that's kind of bullshit.
I don't think get that either, but I mean, I don't need to say it, but it's like, it's not.
I think that is reasonable, Gary. It is reasonable.
Right? I mean,
Chinaman is an insult. On the other hand, let's consider this issue of Gaily Mosher.
It's a real political issue. Well, I don't give a fuck about my name, so it's okay. You can slam
No,
it.
that would be good. I think we should invent a sitcom, Gaily Mosher. personally.
Well, I don't care for that. That sounds gay.
Well, I do. Gay.
I don't like that. I don't like that. Yeah, fuck you. I'm vetoing
It's
it.
like Chinese people in California are like, I'm sorry, I fraked. I fraked.
I'm just, I still veto it. Yeah, I'm trying to bring up a serious issue that's relevant.
Shut up, Pyro.
A serious issue. Okay, I'm sorry. I had no idea.
You're a fucking half-breed, so I want to ask you a question.
I couldn't see that coming. Okay,
Okay,
seriously.
Pyro, stop
There you
talking
go.
now.
Okay, right. Now, starting now.
Shut up. All right, so there's this whole controversy about the Washington Redskins, right? And I keep having these fights with people. Well, not a lot of people. It's one person in particular. But anyway, and they find it so fucking offensive. And how can they? And then why do they still do this? And I'm like, this image is a totally good image of Indians, right? I mean, it's a warrior. It's all kick-ass. It's all about winning. It's a strong team. I mean, it's really a good image of Indians, right? It's not like a negative image. It's a very positive image. So, yes, it's wrong in the sense that it's an artifact, but it's not exactly like, the Washington Negroes or something. I mean, it's not exactly the same thing.
Minnesota Wetbacks.
Yeah, the Minnesota Wetbacks.
I'm just saying, if I was an Indian, I mean, if I was like a half-breed, okay, if I was like half Indian, I'd say, cool. That's a pretty good symbol.
It's the Arizona Spear Chuckers against the Utah Hook Noses today.
Yes.
I mean, some of that is true. Okay, let's not ignore the fact that
Portland Gooks versus.
You're right. You could call the Asians the tiny penises. You could do shit like that. I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying some of that shit's true. So let's not just.
You're just saying it'd be fine with you.
Yeah, they balance things a lot better with a small penis.
If it's 100 years old and it's a completely positive impact on people, okay? If it isn't a negative that's being reinforced, and I don't think it's a negative. Redskin. I mean, come on, who takes that seriously?
I just don't care. I mean, it's a sports team. I'm not interested, so.
I understand. You don't have to be interested.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, when I was a kid,
I'm totally not interested.
Would you not care? No, wait. What if like Chelsea was called the Scousers and they were based in Liverpool?
Tottenham Hotspur. Listen, Tottenham Hotspur are in North London.
The name. Okay, they got rid of the redskin part, but they kept the image.
Also, I'd like to point out, the team Tottenham Hotspur live in North London, where there's a big Jewish community, and their nickname is the Yids. They call themselves the Yids. They go around chanting that.
But that's just a boys' club kind of whatever. I mean, the point is, it really is still sort of wrong to have a racial slur.
I don't like this. I don't get this idea when people get attached to the name of their team. I'm like, grow up. It's like.
Well, no, I agree with you there in that it doesn't really amount. But on the other hand, if you are going to consider these names, I mean, Redskin is pretty bad. It's not like the Braves. It's not like the Braves. The Braves is more justifiable. The Redskin, that is like nigger. That is what that
I see no connection whatsoever. So I'm just saying psychologically, I don't buy that argument at all. The two words mean completely different things to me. And I'm saying if you called them the darkies or something, everybody could figure out that was wrong.
Oh, we brought in a whole league. Why don't they just change every name to a racist name and then everyone's on the level? That would be much more.
You're right. That's the way to do it.
I'm just saying, of all the rapes and pillages that are going on planet Earth, it seems like
it's about like football. What's the football, Gary? The football.
Well, no, but that's an interesting point because I think people aren't paying attention to the really important stuff, but sometimes that means what they do pay attention to is like a proxy for the really important stuff. Like people that watch football, they might not be exposed to this as an issue at all, and this is a way for them to get fed this issue, like, hey, it's actually an issue that you know what I mean? And so
you don't understand British football fans, do you? They don't really do politics or social issues. It's
well, no, neither do American, American football fans.
About the players' wives and the referee.
No, but that's what I'm saying. The American football fans, same way. All sport fans, same way. This is a way to inject the racism issue into that, demographic. And that's why, you know, sure, we can make fun of it, and it's kind of silly, but on the other hand, it's a real thing because it's the only way the sport fan culture is going to get exposed to these kind of issues. So
the problem is sport is based on the principle.
It's just insulting. I think you're insulting the potential intelligence. You're basically conceding to idiocracy the minute you say that the Redskin name on a football team is going to create negative impacts on people of
well, could we think hypothetically? What if it was the faggots or the niggers or any of these other
don't
things?
You see the distinction between these terminology? I'm just saying.
No, I think you're not acknowledging that redskin is an honest-to-goodness nigger type word.
I don't think it's anywhere close to being a nigger.
It is. It was. Well, because you're from the East Coast and the West Coast, where Indian interaction is really serious. Redskin does have a history. Of course it does.
I don't think it does on the West Coast. I don't even think that's why it's an East Coast team that has.
It does from.
I don't even think it is
South
a
Dakota West.
I don't think it's ever been spoken in California. I don't think anybody in California ever said the word redskin.
In the history of mankind, that part of the world.
It has been.
When I was a kid, there was a baseball team I liked and a football team. The baseball team was the Cleveland Indians, and it was the Washington Redskins was a football team. Both of which are now you can't get the fucking sort of baseball caps and the merchandise because it's all like.
Oh really? Sorry.
I just say if I was a Native American, I'm just making the argument. I don't think you advance the cause by having the Washington Mariners or the Washington whatever Seagoers or some other kind of bullshit name. I don't think Indians win by Native people win.
I think it should be the Washington Drones.
Well, whatever you change it to, I'm just saying I don't think Indian interests are going to be advanced. I think it makes people more conscious of Native issues than it makes people unconscious of them. So I think it does Native Americans good to have it rubbed in their nose once in a while that there were a Native people who lived here and that they were massacred. And so I think having the name there is better in the long run than it is a harm. So that's my theory. I just say any publicity is good publicity, and I think of all the kind of symbols, it's a very strong symbol, not a weak symbol.
My idea is that it doesn't matter actually at all, and thus it's an opportunity when a activist makes it matter, because otherwise it wouldn't matter at all.
Yeah, it's an opportunity until the controversy's over and you've taken it away, and then it's irrelevant. So then it becomes
right. So, but as an activist, that you're happy to have your moment in the sun.
I'm just saying you're better off with the symbol and complaining about it than you are getting rid of the symbol.
Well, that's true. That's a Machiavellian perspective, but.
I love how you got the word Machiavellian into this discussion.
I slipped a Machiavellian.
I think all that cynical realism is something the human race needs a hard dose of. We need to be Machiavellian, hard in the ass.
Yeah.
We need Machiavellian.
Let's see if we can slip in Dolly.
Let's get the Philadelphia porch monkeys out there now.
The Philadelphians.
Porch monkey. I mean, what the fuck is that? We actually had one of those, right? We had one of those driveway things. We had one of those little things that stood out. That's where I lived in Parsippany.
There's a lot of monkeys in New Jersey.
We had one of those little black guys in the fucking like whatever the red suit, the red jacket with holding a lantern right at the end of our driveway.
Who wanted to have a monkey? Had no monkey.
Now you're just saying you're buying a house and you're just saying who the fuck put that in the driveway? So somebody finally stole it. And everybody was kind of happy because it was like, okay, somebody needed to steal that fucker.
Right. I thought you were talking about a real person at first. So.
No, it was a literal
This is so racist.
I'm just saying we had a light post that was just incredibly racist. Yeah, it was just hilarious.
God, the good old days when in America even inanimate objects were racist.
Yeah, that's right. Sometimes the fire
wasn't enough of it going around. We had to make inanimate objects racist. That's how bad
buildings, rivers, sometimes.
House, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't a house built. It wasn't a house
on
built
the river.
In 1930 or something. It was a house built in like 1960 something. And here you had a fucking light post that was fucking, bullshit.
They're weird to collect that,
No,
like,
seriously, you guys, it's hysterical when you think about just how wantonly racist America has been in the past. It's like, hey, we're building light posts. What should we make it out of? I don't know. Let's do it some racist.
A monkey suit. Yeah, let's put a black guy in a monkey suit.
Let's do a black woman.
There was actually
there
was actually a marketing team and a designers like race. We need to make as many things racist as
But
possible.
we'll have to make it crooked at an angle. Well, that's fine. Do it. We want to see the Aunt Jemima light post taking care of a white baby.
You look at, well, especially when you look at 1950s cartoons like Tom and Jerry and even Disney, and you're like, my God, this is horrific. This is some of it's amazing.
I know I was ahead of time because I thought it was horrific at the time.
Our black maid did look like Aunt Jemima, which is,
Right, that's racist.
Well, I'm just saying, it was just so perfectly wrong. There was this perfect wrong. It wasn't just a little bit wrong.
Well, what's really wrong is what a lovable woman.
Yeah,
what a great image. I would have loved that woman, I'm sure.
A whole $5 a week.
Right now.
Even back then, $5 a week was shit.
The racism is that I don't even care. I would have liked.
Yeah, but they didn't get taxed that much, did they? No one ever mentions that.
Nobody mentions how it was a libertarian dream for the slaves. Never paid any taxes.
No, look, no one ever mentions it. They never.
That's right. You know what? I think Rand Paul could probably bring this up.
I wouldn't be surprised if one of them did.
You say slavery is so bad, but slaves never paid taxes.
Yeah, no Social Security tax, no holding tax.
Nobody ever thought of that.
No workman's comp.
That's right. Being a slave is the libertarian dream, basically.
Yeah, exactly. For sure.
No taxes whatsoever.
Well,
zero.
Theoretically, right? Libertarians couldn't do it any worse than we're doing it right now, right? I mean, the richest.
Oh, they could.
I think they could.
Over the last 10 years, the richest 1% have tripled their income. Tripled.
Yeah.
I mean, how we were already in libertarian.
The thing about when Ron Paul was running, it's like I just got the impression he was just very lazy, and if he won, he didn't want to do much work because it was like, I just pop in on a Tuesday, fire everybody.
You can tell that from his congressional career.
Yeah.
What did he ever do in his congressional? He was like in there
for
like 80 years.
Sorted out. I mean,
he never passed one bill.
Serious. So you proposed some nutty ones, right? A constitutional amendment against the, fetuses. He did his pro-fetus bill, and that's the irony, right? He was the chairman of the committee that oversights Fort Knox, and he kept talking about how we don't have any gold in Fort Knox. And any time he chose, he could have gone to Fort Knox and started counting it himself.
He was such a brilliant sort of. He was such a brilliant sort of like publicist that he didn't even notice all of the stuff about the Jews and the darkies on those newsletters he was signing for 12 years.
Fair. I mean,
he really is a self-promoter. I mean, he could have done more. Granted, there's not a lot he could have done, but he could have done something. He never figured out one angle, one bill, anything.
There's just a money spinner at the end because he had that.
Exactly. And Rand Paul, who I want to hate, I mean, he's better than his dad. He's actually trying to come up with policies. I don't like him. I don't like him either, mind you. But I mean, I'm surprised to say, well, he's more legit because Ron Paul totally. It's just about.
What's the next one? Is it Rind Paul or?
Yeah.
Does it gradually change?
Lion Paul. I think we got Lion Paul. And then it's going to be Festus.
Bland Paul, he's not very
Festus Paul. I think we get a Festus in there real quick with a younger cousin named again Lionel.
Well, you're not getting the theme. It should be an R.
You're crap at puns, Pyro. Don't do it.
Oh, you're right. I missed that. It should have had an R in it. Oh,
yeah.
You just need to change one letter.
Give me credit for trying. Come on.
You better hope they don't put that on the Google test.
Oh yeah, if this was live at the Apollo, they'd have died on your ass with that one.
would have
Mate.
died. No, absolutely.
Been thrown
Because
stuff. Yeah.
that's racist, but it's true. A black audience is very discriminating.
Yeah, they don't like sort of 47-year-old philosophers from the internet doing puns about like
No.
not their type of cup of tea, really. They don't go for that.
Right.
Yeah.
That's true, but it's racist to say so.
Well, when I can see a joke coming and you miss it, that's a really bad sign.
Yeah, well, I just look at that as like the joke was so bad, I can't comprehend how fucking awful it is to be able to write something that.
But you didn't think about what if that's what I'm going for.
Yeah, but it wasn't Fyro because you've just said that. Otherwise, you would have.
No, but if I was going for it, it was art, and it doesn't matter if it was fuck
when
off.
we gave you the idea.
No, it's art. It's art.
Yeah,
I demonstrated it was art. It doesn't matter if it was good.
Exactly, your silly wave crap.
It was art. It
I'll
doesn't matter.
decide what it did after it does it. Yeah, I'll decide what it did
That's
after
right.
it does it.
That's the most
I'm one of
convenient
those proper
time to
artists who
decide.
nobody likes.
Yeah, okay, you guys don't. Exactly, well. Excuse me, but I have a coping mechanism, so.
Oh, but don't we all?
Call it that. Instead of calling it philosophy, call it coping mechanism.
That's
okay?
right, philosophy,
That's
coping
right.
mechanism,
Philosophy
tomato.
shouldn't be slandered by being used as a coping mechanism. It's not as
It's like if you didn't have a coping mechanism, you would just die within about 12 hours, wouldn't you? I mean, you need
Anybody
one.
would, of course. Yeah. That's all the new.
Life is
all
just
the
essentially.
mechanics are is a
No,
coping
well, no,
mechanism.
life is essentially you're born, and before you die, you try and stop yourself from getting bored as much as possible, and then you just check out, and that's really it. And if you get too bored, you do it yourself. It's,
I entirely agree with that. I actually, in all seriousness,
it's not the
think
greatest
it's about
philosophy ever
avoiding.
sort of espoused, but it's just sort of like, you know,
Well, Dick, I
getting
actually, in all seriousness, I think that is the gist of it. Is that not being bored is the gist of what we're going
I
for.
can have a
in life.
philosophy pamphlet.
That's what proves antinatalism a failure. Is that we're trying just not to be bored. If we cannot be bored, we win.
No. You're trying not to be maggot
I
food.
win. I'm
You're
not
trying
bored.
to be maggot food. You're sitting there trying to avoid thinking about your reality, which is you're going to get old and wrinkled and cruddy and shitty. And you don't
No,
want to
I
think
don't
about
care about any of that. I just don't want to be bored on the way.
I actually want nothing to work when I die because I don't want anything left over that could be used.
Exactly. Let's use it all up and have it.
Yeah, well,
you want to spend your last dollar in the bank
a
account.
lot of sense. Yeah, they'll burn down my house while I'm living in it because you know, at the end
No, right at the last minute. It's like, I'm going to die in 4 hours. Let's burn down your house.
that fails as a logical response.
It's like, I'm going to die in 3 days. I have 3 days of money. What do you want to say?
That's a huge plot flaw in your coping mechanism, okay? Your coping mechanism is broken when there's a plot flaw in it. There's a plot flaw in
No,
that.
it doesn't matter. If it's a coping mechanism and it helps you cope, it succeeds. It doesn't matter how irrational your coping mechanism is.
Your coping mechanism has to be durable. That has no
What if
durable.
battering puppies to death is your coping mechanism? Surely that's not a good thing.
Not really. It only has to work for you.
No, it has to be able to be durable, and then it has to be able to work tomorrow. So now that I've explained how it's logically fallacious, okay, now your coping mechanism is totally broken. Well,
no,
it is.
I
It's
could
totally
still
broken.
seek something interesting, and I'll just wait, and if it
It's
runs
not really-
out, then I'll believe you.
I don't think it's a good idea to have a coping mechanism that requires other people to have it require it even more because they need.
Right,
you're now
yeah.
causing discomfort on a level where you've taken away the coping mechanism.
No, in all seriousness, if your coping mechanism is to find something interesting, and every day or every other day, let's say, you can find something interesting, then it's working. And if it's
around here
irrational,
listening to you, Pyro.
We don't
it
live in
doesn't
that
matter,
fucking
Gary.
reality. We don't live in that fucking reality because that basically means
do.
my coping mechanism is I'll get drunk and then I'll drive home. And that coping mechanism has an effect on the rest of the day. So it's
the coping mechanism is go camping with your dog, or go down to the.
No, but you do realize serial killers do. The reason they do what they do is because it helps them deal with it. You know.
Bullshit, okay?
Well, that's a bizarre example, but yeah, it's a coping mechanism. Yeah, it shows
Conspiracy
that.
theories are coping mechanisms, okay? They're not productive. They're
But
just
so hey, Mr. Natural's here. So I'm sorry, what's the name of the? You do the open mics. He does
Mr.
open mics.
Been here
That is a coping mechanism, totally healthy, right? Is it not? He goes down there, he enjoys it, he broadcasts it. A coping mechanism, totally justified. You cannot criticize that as a coping mechanism for getting through the week. You can't.
Hero, I didn't say all coping mechanisms were fundamentally flawed. I just said that the concept of coping mechanism does not give you the right to say they're all good. They're not all good. Many of the coping
Well, no, they're definitely not all good. I'm just saying some are good, Gary. I'm just saying some are good.
So what? I'm saying that on balance, they're more bad than good. Most people's coping mechanisms.
But how are you saying that? That's my question.
That's why we have global warming, you idiot. That's why we're in this fucking debt shithole. It's because of all the people's coping mechanisms is I'll go buy shit I can't afford. That's
for people who hoard money.
That does it because
they're never going to have.
No, but I agree we need to do real things. That in itself does not. Somebody motherfucking muted me, you bastard.
That entire conversation was completely silent. You were just shouting at each other.
I know. Well, it probably was better that way, which is, you know, art. So
it looks great.
I'm going with it. I'm going with it. That's what I meant to say. A silent mime.
Aren't most discussions on the internet could just be done in silent because the end result is always the same, isn't it?
It would improve them a bit, yeah.
I just wish I could find
including mine.
I mean, it should tell me when somebody mutes me, and it just pisses me off that this is happening.
It said Despook muted me.
Despook.
That's the user.
It's another lie like Chaz Charlton.
Yeah, exactly.
Can't we just pretend it is them just to, sort of
look,
shit happen?
The funny thing is that someone like that comes along and it's like, oh, I'm just like, wow, they're an expert in esoteric, unknown conversationalists, Spook and Jazz Charlton. It's
no idea what
I personally feel there is a compliment that my circle of conversants are impersonatable.
You know, for a guy as pissed as you are, you don't have to say some bloody big words that I'm struggling with here. I'm going to have to go with thesaurus.
That's right, I do. You know, you think it's your language, but it's our American language.
He's veiling complete nonsense in these stupid words, and that's the idiotic part. He's fucking pink ballooning everything around.
He's trying to. He's like,
you know what? It's ironic that you would choose this point.
Look,
you guys. It's ironic you would choose this point to make this point because there might be some validity to it. But all I was saying is that
there might be some validity to it. That's his most famous words. Okay, when people piss on Piro in the future, say the words. There might be some validity to it. Okay, that would make it all the more perfect.
What you morons don't understand.
There might be some truth to it.
No, what you morons don't understand is what I'm saying is if we have a troll that is impersonating people like Chaz Charlton and Spook,
that's so unambitious,
who are unknown.
Yes, he's addicted to watching this shit.
He knows all about us. He's an expert in us. He's our biggest fan.
He's one of those psychotic, sadomasochistic.
Don't you sort of don't you find it odd that like the people who hate you the most watch you with a greater sort of level of dedication than the people who actually like you?
Absolutely.
They're the ones who download all your
shit. I recognize your particular issue with that situation.
Yeah, they're the ones who download all your videos and screen cap all your tweets and get all your comments and sort of make it older.
With me, it's less than 50% of the viewers that do that. With you, maybe around 50%.
Well, no, it's generally about 7 or 8 people who sort of intermingle with it, just like
really, still a minority. It's an interesting thing.
There's 7 or 8 proper dedicated. I had one troll. I had 273 accounts just for me.
People are wolves, and so
really,
your way.
Wait, what did you say? You thought it was 73 accounts. Troll talk.
I had 3 users in. I had 3 users in total who had over 800 accounts between them. Just 3 people. They didn't even subscribe. I wouldn't have minded. They could have just subscribed to put the numbers up.
Yeah. Yeah, and,
Fuck 'em.
well, you know, they probably had little bits of script kiddie software and stuff to
But
sign
after a
up
while,
accounts.
after the first 3 or 4 years, you realise like if I stop doing stuff, then their family's going to have to. I've become like an involuntary social worker. I'm looking. This guy's. I'm keeping him off the streets. So like I've got a responsibility.
Videos you made. Who?
Well,
I
are
mean,
you
the one
joking,
guy-
or I mean, there's a truth to that, a weird
Where I
truth.
can't hear Gary. He's trying to.
No.
Good.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out, like of all the people that you know, there's certain people that are amazing, the fucking sycophants, right? So, I mean, for me, it's the Stefan Molecule defenders, right? Those people are nuts, and Thunderfoot nuts, right? I mean, the Thunderfoot nuts are crazier than anybody else. You say something bad about Thunderfoot, and automatically, you know, I got 20 dislikes.
Well, I mean, the test is like I always look at how blatantly hypocritical can a user be and get away with it, and that's the sign of the sort of like the sort of dedication. I've found that like all fanboys are bad, but some people just don't have as many, so you don't notice them. But I mean, it's like Stephen Molyneux's fans are just that guy's such a fucking bullshit muncher. Like he just churns it out. He's like Alex Jones, but like with a well-spoken voice. And a little bald head and a stupid little Canadian accent.
No,
like,
and a weird positive thing where like he'll talk about how abusing your children
that's
is
his response to
anti-libertarian.
everything. When were you abused as a child? That's what he'll get onto that within 5 minutes. Whatever the
Well, yeah,
conversation.
he has a weird
He's
libertarian
talking
thing
about the
about
agricultural
children.
industry, and he'll finally get you onto your parents beat you as a child. That's all he's ever going to do. It's like that's
No, and
his
then
thing.
he veers into very cult-like, like warning signs of
It's not
cult.
cult-like, is it? It is full-on proper. You know.
Well, no, I mean he advocates things like turning on your family, which might be a good idea in some cases, but it's also a sign of
I
cult-like.
don't blame him. If he was my family, I would. His daughter should be deferring with.
No, but that's not what he's saying. He's talking about, you know,
I know, but
he's
you know,
collecting family rejectors.
Yeah, frankly, I find him less interesting just because now that he's become less politically relevant, it's all this psychobabble. It's just
if you listen to what he's saying, you realise if Glenn Beck said this, everyone would be laughing. These people would be laughing about this. If the Alex Jones was saying this, they'd be laughing. But because it's like Stephen Molyneux with his smug little face, and it's like it just suddenly people start buying it.
But wait, Gary, you're saying you think Stefan has left this libertarian, you know, buy gold thing and gone into this. What about women, and what about whether you should be MGTOW, and what about you're saying that's kind of weakened. No, he's made some MGTOW stuff, and you're saying he's weakened his whole libertarian angle. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Well, his whole libertarian angle has changed from from being a practical philosophy to just being theoretical philosophy. So he's basically arguing, he's saying that this is the ideal, we can't do the ideal, so let's just do everything close to it. So he's still advocating for, you know, right of Republican.
Yeah,
but,
Dick, he's been doing this stuff just like a lot of these guys and focusing on MGTOW and what about your rights as a man.
But I'm sorry, men going their own way is just the most pretentious euphemism for masturbation I've ever heard in my life. It's
I
just
think it's a good idea. I think it's what all those men's right activists
How can I take the fact that I'm single, lonely, and wank all the time and turn it into something sort of dignified? I know, I'll call it men going their own way. I'm going to go my own way for a bit, so I'll be some time.
Me and my hand
I've been going my own way so long, I've got a sore hand.
I think there's a real issue. I think there's real issues here, though, because women
criticize your way.
Are fundamentally different, and those differences are becoming more and more of a problem because we don't role play anymore. All right.
Well,
and
mind you, wait a second.
There's very little holding people
together. Hero. Gary's talking.
No, I'm just trying to say.
Yeah, well, you're just trying to interrupt my point before I get to
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Gary. I do not mean to interrupt you.
I'm just saying there's a fundamental problem between men and women, and without traditional roles, I'm just saying when you start to monetize the relationship between men and women, they want completely different things, ideally, and that's a real problem, and no one seems to want to deal with that fact, because in a sense, I'm very against this whole anti-woman movement by these loser men who made bad deals in their lives and now are bitter about it. But the fact is that the negotiation between men and women has gotten really difficult because, yeah, men do want sex and women want something else. That's a fact.
Yeah, sex with someone else, basically. Yeah.
Well, I mean, obviously that we're built to sort of do that, right? I mean, we're obviously built to sort of want to fuck anything that's fuckable. So I'm just saying that.
But I'm just saying that you're wrong that women aren't in that same situation. They just have you mind warped, and women are choosing the same thing, the fuckable man.
I'm just saying that obviously I just don't know. You must not know too many women because I'm frankly, I mean, most of the women I've encountered, all right, they're using sex to get something else, but sex isn't the game for them. It is a whole fucking emotional.
In other words, they have you fooled into thinking they're not selecting mates based on their anticipation of the enjoyment of the sex, right? So they have you fooled that that's not their motivation. They have a higher motivation.
Come on, I'm just saying. We know that. We know. I'm just saying we see it every day. Okay. I mean, they get the big boobs. What for? What? Not to hook, some 20-year-old stud, but to hook some 70-year-old big fat wallet. So I'm just saying, let's not pretend.
What I'm saying is that's what
reality. Okay, but it's the fucking reality. I can be as fat can be, and as long as I'm funny, okay, women will fuck me.
Well, it's actually funny doesn't do it. I think most comedians.
Oh no, it's funny. Women, that's the
Rich
number
does
one.
it,
Number
but
one.
What you don't understand is that makes them
Number one is funny. Number two is money. But I'm just saying, number one is funny. Okay, if you can make a woman laugh, you can own her.
Somebody muted me, but I said that's why you don't have a woman. It's not funny. There's not the number one by a long shot. We wish. We wish. All us funny guys, we wish, but no.
No. That's number one. Money's number two. But
money is number one.
I'm just saying.
Money is number two.
No. If a woman's vagina.
Power is number three. Money's number four. Power is number five.
If it can be moved, it's moved by a sense of humor. I'm just saying.
Well, I would say I agree with you insofar as you should look for women that are moved by a sense of humor. There are such, but it's simply a minority.
You don't look for them. You just do your thing and they'll laugh.
Well, they might find you a dick, but I'm just saying they're not the majority. Women are moved by. Look, the thing is, what I'm saying here is that as far as people are individuals, but overall, it's not humor or anything else, it's power, and you explain to yourself what you're sexually attracted to based on what you want.
You're trying to go against the idea of being funny is good based on
what you're sexually attracted to? I never heard such rubbish.
Piero, you're trying to use the fact. You're trying to use the fact that you don't do you think you're funny, but you don't get female attention, so you've assumed that humour doesn't work. And there's the fundamental.
No, I do get female attention. What are you talking about?
Well, they look at you.
No,
they do, and they interact with me, and
You can't even do a proper rhyming joke.
You couldn't even do it. You couldn't even get Rand Paul to Ron Paul to Lionel. It made no fucking sense. That's not gonna. Their knickers aren't gonna fall off for that. You've got
to. Okay. I'm just not funny enough. I admit it.
No.
I do like being funny, and I'm not good at it. So okay, that's the problem.
I like being funny, but I'm not good at it.
I've had to use other skills to get women that weren't being funny, and so I assumed that was how it worked. I'm sorry.
I don't want to get lost in all this bullshit. I'm just saying the fundamental point is people make fun of this whole men are from Mars, women are from Venus thing, but it's fucking true, and we ought to deal with that truth instead of keep pretending that this is a contract between equals when it's not. It's a contract between predators and prey.
Which one's the predator?
Oh, you know.
I think we know.
The women.
The one who's got the divining rod that points you in the right direction.
That's the women is the predator, right?
Yeah, right. Exactly. You're besides being a great humorist, you're also an excellent logician.
Yeah.
So anyway, so whatever. So you'll have no.
Well, thank you. You've explained life to me at least.
I'm just saying that we're running into a real brick wall where men are totally superfluous. Okay, they can't make money anymore, right? So men are becoming so incredibly useless to women. Like, why would a woman bother is going to be the question that women are going to start asking. Like, why would I bother when I can buy
agree on the fact of being useless, but in all fairness, that's...
dogs. Like, give me one of them cute little dogs with that funny little face, and he'll do all the emotional crap I need a man for.
Yeah. See, I can relate to the idea of men being useless, but that really is my own fault. I just don't, I just don't put the effort in. But...
I just think that we're not living in the same kind of world, okay? You can't just muscle up and do some blacksmithing or something. You know what I'm saying? It's a different world. Men's utility, we don't even, men aren't even trained in doorknob repair. So, I mean, they can't
even wire a plug these days.
No fucking utility. They've lost, they can't
need to program more.
Well, I'm just saying they can't.
All we've got left are growing beards and pissing on a bonfire. And once they get there,
I will deal with this real economic issue of the fact that human labor is being replaced by machines, and men are losing all their value as being strong and mechanically capable, and those are totally useless skills now. And the fact that women have no use for them sexually, mostly. And
because of women.
This isn't a big problem, but no, it's a big problem.
Well,
I'm happy to agree with that. The problem is, it's like if you can't relate to a problem in your own sort of, then it's difficult to sort of get that, get that route, sort of deal with that. So it's like it's just one I stay away from.
That's an interesting point, because I wish people were better at like relating their problems to other people's problems. Like, I don't get along with my aunt. Oh, well, with me, it's my uncle I don't get along with. I don't get your problem at all. People should be better at generalizing.
It is a problem you can relate to. It's just with a different gender.
Seriously, people should have... People don't. They don't get other people's problems. And really, problems, what is there, like 6 or 7 kinds of problems?
It's not your fault that you didn't have the right set of problems to sympathize with someone.
Yeah, it isn't their fault that they don't get it. But I'm just saying they're like, in the idea that there's only so many plots in Shakespeare. It's like there's really only 6 or 12 problems. What's the fucking, why can't you get it?
Exactly. So we have Shakespeare. We got hundreds of years old diagrams of the formula that basically explain the fact that it's just an addiction game, and nobody's dealing with the fact that we're just fucking psychologies. We keep pretending that philosophy is psychology, and it's not. Philosophy is a science that will enable you to understand psychology, and that's what we're ignoring, is that we're all just basket.
Well, I agree we're ignoring it, but you're saying we should all decide it should all be ended, and I disagree with that, but I agree with the part that we're ignoring it. People should come to some fucking conclusion about it.
Before you get to that, I'm asking that the conversation be had, okay? I'm not arguing for the conclusion.
No, that's what I'm saying, too. Like,
at this exact moment, I'm not arguing my philosophy. I'm arguing on the fact that we're not doing philosophy properly. So first you have to do it properly before you can have a fucking debate or a conversation. So I'm saying, like our democracy, our whole conversation about the science of describing reality has been broken by inclusion with any kind of, because you believe something, all of a sudden that's a philosophy. No.
See, I disagree with that. I think it should just be done first before it's done properly. For example, the way you do it. It's not proper, but it should be done before you figure out how to do it properly.
That was a sick burn. That was unnecessary.
What?
Well, whatever. My argument is...
No, it wasn't just to burn those. Seriously, I think people should try it when they're shit at it and then get better.
Irrelevant. What the point is that pop culture...
Gary is actually decent at it. I'm saying...
absolute shit. And the only way we're going to fix anything, people have to take this idea of the truth and having a conversation about the reality of circumstance. They have to take it seriously. And if they have delusions that men are the same as women, they're not going to be able to do this.
Well, wait, you want to talk about this? What do you mean about men being the same as women? Obviously, we are different, but it kind of depends what you're trying to say is this fundamental difference that we shouldn't ignore. Like what? They can't, man.
You're muted, Gary.
Yeah, I was saying you were muted too, but I was muted.
Mute section.
Oh, was that Forever Wolf?
That was Chris Ross.
Hello there, forever.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, I gotta figure out who did that.
It was someone with a K, and the first name was K, and it had really long. It's like Karuchi.
Yeah, they.
I didn't see them, so yeah, I didn't have.
Hiroshima
But regardless, the point is men are different than women because men have penises, and I would have killed myself when I was 5 years old if I didn't have a penis. The point is the fact that women are still alive, that women find a reason to live without a penis, okay, that question has to be answered because women have a completely fucktarded emotional reality where they're like cats. They forget to
so that makes me think maybe
I'm just saying they're a different animal.
Transsexual because I just don't feel that attached to my penis.
Gary's penis envy theory. Oh,
yes, the entire root of the tree. Okay, there's no fucking. I can't imagine my life without a penis. It's the only.
I can, and it's making me feel gay. It's making me feel
only
gay.
reason you have a penis
I've got this image in my head.
I've
I've got this image in my head of the headline on the newspaper saying 5-year-old kills himself due to lack of penis. And it's just,
I could have easily been one of those.
Just saying, I don't know. I don't see any. What? I'm gonna live for watching the Flintstones. What the fuck? All the stuff that didn't give me a boner.
But a vagina has all the pleasure of a penis, but just inward.
All the stuff that didn't give. I'm just saying, how can you enjoy a vagina without a penis?
I've only heard about it.
You don't enjoy a
I have a
vagina.
little bit of experience with it,
Your
but
top two choices were penis, then Flintstones, and what was the third one?
Gary, don't you think having a
It's a lack
vagina?
of penis or a hole that bleeds every month. I think you guys are just not really appreciating how bad, how raw,
I think that's Forever Wolf. I think that's a low, unassailable blow. There's nothing to answer to that, and yet
That's a joke that sexist men did in the 70s, that one.
I think. Well,
Well,
just
look,
the way you put it is particularly difficult. I don't think that's quite fair, really.
Well, I think that's an important distinction. But you said, what's the difference between men and women?
Bleed and
It's
everything.
the most obvious fucking difference.
You're not one of those people who's freaked out by period blood, are you?
I'm just saying that I can't really imagine what I could have fed on for all those years I was living on this planet if I wasn't feeding on, glorifying my penis.
What about lesbians?
I'm just saying.
Not a lesbian.
Without a penis, you crazy fuck. Why would I find
that? Pyro's definition of a lesbian, a man without a penis. That's your definition of a lesbian.
That's right. That's good enough. It's an approximation. It's America over here.
What does that mean? It's America over here.
Hey, that's right. In America.
Right to say, what the fuck is
America, man without a penis is the same as a lesbian.
I'm just saying. I mean, is life? Could you really tell me that you see a whole bunch of purpose in life if I took away your penis? Come on.
I'd have a lot more free time. I wouldn't be downloading as much stuff.
Yes,
getting caught in that
Gary,
fucking Bermuda Triangle is phenomenal.
I love my penis. I don't mean to bail on it.
Get off on what? What if you watch some adolescent children play hopscotch?
What if you didn't have the penis, but you didn't get the urge either? What if you
If
got
I
the urge
didn't
as
have a
well?
penis, I would still get off cuddling with one.
Oh yes, well, whatever.
I would just love that cuddle. I love it. It's like, hey, you never thought about this, but it's just as hard to get a woman to cuddle
Listen,
with you.
Gary, can't we just talk once in a while? Can't we just sit here and have a chat? Why do we? It's just sex.
We have to cuddle. We have to cuddle. It's harder to get a woman to cuddle with you than to have sex
let's
with
not
you.
talk about
I'm just
cuddling.
putting that out there.
That's even worse than me.
If there's the best heroin, hey, penis is the best heroin, and that's what we're addicted to. And I don't know why you people are taking all them shitty.
All you need is skin, baby. You don't need a penis. You could just do it all with skin.
Oh, sorry, no sale. No.
Yeah, no. If you had no penis, you'd appreciate your
What in the name of Jesus, Herbert Walker Bush's Christ fucking name are you
If you
talking
had
about?
no
I've
penis,
never heard
you would appreciate the skin
I'm not
on your
used to
face a
listening to-
lot more.
I'm not
Let me
used to
tell
hearing
you.
say such stupid shit on a like continually. It's like you've been possessed. It's like this is a
No,
different.
come
Pyro.
on. If you had no penis, you know for a fact your face would be
an
like a
assumption that
penis.
I cannot be made for the basis. Let's do.
You disagree with that?
How many blokes?
If I cut my penis off, I'll have a bigger penis because my face will be a penis. That's his logic.
Exactly. You won't know what you're missing. You know it's true. I mean, I'm not even joking. Obviously, if your penis was gone,
Cut my
if
face
your
off,
penis
my
was
ass will
gone,
be
your
a
face.
Yeah. So eventually I can work my way to
know
have
what
a
I'm talking about.
ass. And if I have a big enough, fat enough ass, it'll be penis. It'll be all penis. So I
Yeah,
can...
that's right. And your hand will become a dick. You know.
You're there with a
you know.
fucking pump trying to make
Look,
it.
I'm not
explode.
telling you anything you don't know. I'm sorry to be the one to share it with you, but
Yeah, someone had to say it. Pyro, if no one else said
Somebody
it, you
said
had to, mate. If you didn't say it, we all knew we were thinking it.
right. I hope we feel better.
Who can deny it?
Anyway.
Anyway,
you've just taken this down into a bloody T-junction.
I know. I'm sorry. You know, somebody, please bring up some subject.
Yeah, just bring up anything. Bring up Mengele, and Piro's going to find the pink side. So he wore pink underwear. And
Oh, you are so
He
sexist.
didn't have flush cheeks. He was very flush. And, he did play with toy figurines.
Yeah, a guy can't have a feminine side. Fine.
He did play with toy figurines. I mean, there'll be something. He'll say something. Stupid.
His G.I. Joe had a handbag called B.I. Joe.
You say that like there's something wrong with it.
No, I say it like it's a... Shame is natural, Pyro. Let me tell you, mate, shame is natural.
Shame is not natural. I have no shame. Shame is the most unnatural thing. Next to the shit we were just talking about.
Wouldn't it not happen
Bring up the G.I. Joe thing, though. It really does, because the first girlfriend I had, quote unquote, right, when I was 5 years old, the chick lived next door, right? Her name was Allison, and she was just the cliche, right? She had the perfectly ironed dress on, all perfect, and she had a porch that was, easy bake oven, easy bake sink, easy bake garbage. She had every easy bake appliance ever made. Right, and she would have me come over there and just sit in a chair and just be the man, right? And so I was just to sit in the chair and be the man while she just did all her easy bake.
Bitch, put out now.
And then I had to eat the easy bake goop, right? And this was my role to play. And I'm sitting there saying, why the fuck am I playing this stupid game?
Well,
right?
people grow up.
I didn't know what the penis was for then. So, yeah, without the penis, it seemed like a really, really stupid game.
But if you had had the penis, you would have been like, fine, blow me between the cakes. And if I get a blowjob between each cake, I'm okay with this deal.
The image in my head mentally.
Yeah,
That's exactly my point. That's exactly my point. All right, I'm living for
and
that.
And my point is that all I need is a cuddle.
Pyro, you have not had anything resembling a point since I got here. There's a point somewhere. We might see a light in the sky.
I've made thousands of points.
3,000 years ago.
Battle to get a dick, but luckily I like you, so that's okay.
You've got about as much point as a Satsuma at this moment.
I have plenty of point.
This is like jazz bollocks.
It might be a blunt point.
I want people to say that too. So while they're pissing on Hero's grave, I want to say, I want them to also to say to
with your penis cut off.
Yes, to the cuddler.
Well, what you want is all the women that are going to visit my grave to acknowledge that you
even put
had
you
a
in an
penis.
easy bake oven until you just slowly ignite.
I mean, to have women squat and piss on you is even a better visual impression. So I'm liking that even better.
Well, that's not my thing. That's not my thing. but
That's
I
not
think
your thing. I'm so
after
glad
I was
that.
dead, I could be okay
Trust
with
me,
that.
it's going to be
I could
your
be with
thing.
okay.
Okay?
If somehow after I died, women
It
were
will
compelled
be
to
your
do that,
thing.
I could probably deal.
Will be
When
your
you're dead,
Yeah.
anything is your thing. You don't get the choice.
No, that's not true. That's not
You
true.
lose
I
the right
intend
to
to
have
have
a thing.
No, Dick. I intend to have influence after I'm
You
dead.
can
You
say that, mate,
also,
but facts are facts. The law
no,
states quite clearly.
Dick. You need to raise your
Zombies are not allowed
standards.
to have
You could have an
corpses do
influence
not have the
after you were
right to
dead.
choose these things.
No,
You know?
Dick. You just have to ask the
Your
women
founding
now.
fathers would be rolling in their graves if they knew you were trying to
No,
argue.
you don't understand how history works.
I don't think not in your sort of
Oh, in my
interpretation. No,
case, okay,
this
you
is
might
like
be
sort of
right there.
spirit
I mean,
science
in
at this
general.
stage.
I
You've
mean, for
degenerated
some,
down to like your spirit science level at this
like
moment.
Tim Morrison, for example, obviously was able to control. Okay, maybe not me, but me too. Actually, you're just misunderestimating me.
I didn't. Yeah, I did non-misunderestimate.
You misunderestimated me. It's a common thing that you Europeans do with us Americans.
What what? Listen to you like say words incorrectly. That don't make
That's right,
sense.
and then as a
And
result,
start.
you misunderestimate us and interactivate us as well. So.
Oh, cogito ergo sum, chemo sum.
Exactly.
My liege.
Cogito ergo sum. Exactly. You got it.
That I said earlier.
I hope my anti-Americanism isn't coming out. As a liberal,
I don't think
obviously,
it
I
matters
hate
at this
America.
moment, Piro. I think there's nothing left for you. You've gone
I hope
to
it's
the...
not too obvious how, as a liberal, I'm feeding anti-American lines to Coughlin.
Do you think you would actually influence anyone in any opinion, anything at the moment? You're just not going to be... this is the time to make the bad argument.
Influence. No,
I think we've already done this, though, so, I think we've already done the...
Wait a second. Let's all answer that question. Who thinks they influence other people's opinions?
Me.
Why do you have to be a liberal
you
to be an
say that
American?
interacting with hundreds of people every day is not going to influence someone's opinion.
Why do you have to be a liberal?
I didn't say one way or the other.
Well, then it's a silly question. You should know better.
Well, no, I'm asking you. You asked me.
I know I do. So.
What about Gary?
One-on-one fucking geriatrics here.
Gary, do you influence people?
Well, yes, and I will influence more in the future.
What about you, Mr. Natural?
You're under the influence at the moment.
Not particularly. I mean, a little bit.
Little bit.
Mr. Natural clearly has influence. Look at Papa Smurf. It was drawn after him, obviously.
He's influenced me, so.
I've changed the whole world.
I think technically.
You mean by influence effect? Well, that's two different terms. So I mean, saying somebody has affected you is an influence. Influence is supposed to be something like they have coherently conveyed some sort of impact, and you have a coherent representation of their intention.
Depends. Are you talking about changing a radical opinion or just believing something?
Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, by just talking, you end up fucking with people's heads. So every time you say a word, you fuck up with their head.
We all influence each other, whether we even wanted to or thought we did.
The word I would use, I don't think it's a good use of verbiage to say influence when you mean effect.
I think he means pollute at this stage.
Well, usually people are talking about, did you make someone believe what you believed? Which is different than, did you change what someone believed?
I know, but the point is if you're doing something that's totally a side product of what you intend, or what the composition is, and your effect on somebody is exactly the opposite or totally incoherent to their intention, I don't think I'd call that influence. I'd just call that an effect.
You could even have a reverse influence by getting them to believe the opposite based on how badly you fucking put it across.
Yeah, or just enhance their intelligence. I mean, I could explain to something about some fact of evolution that somebody doesn't know. Well, I've obviously influenced them with a fact, so that's a good influence in the sense that they now have another fact to put in their pile of facts. But I'm just saying, if I say something and they get it and I'm wrong, or I say something and they misunderstand it, well, then that's no good.
To me, I just feel like if you expose people to ideas that they otherwise were not exposed to, regardless of if they reject it or have some way of blowing you off, which is semi-inevitable, then that's the good, that's the good part. If you can expose people to your ideas, it doesn't even really matter if you're right or not.
I know, but it's not really ideas you're trying to expose people to, and that's sort of what I'm arguing for here.
I think it is.
Socially. Well, no, let me finish the point, please.
Go ahead,
argument I would make is that you're trying to influence people with a process that got you to where you are. Okay,
Sure.
You're saying this is how I got to this perception, and you're trying to give them the same. This is how you will get to that perception. You're not trying to say here's the end. You're trying to say here's the meaning.
And to do it with as little feelings as possible, to sort of go, this isn't like this doesn't make you feel good. It's just that's where it is. Yeah.
But I mean, do you believe that? Subtract the feelings out, isn't it?
Well, no, you've got to
keep
argue
the
it with
feelings
that.
in?
You've got to make the argument with that, because you can't just say, look, it will make you feel better, or it will give you a sort of sense of.
I think
that's no good.
Say. We just say that because it sounds good. In reality, no, it is about feelings and how it makes
I'm not saying it isn't. What I'm saying is when you argue it, you've got to do it.
Understand? Shouldn't it be about what your understanding is?
Okay? It should be about what you know beyond up to a reasonable doubt. It should be like I could still be wrong, but I've seen enough to know that this is the way things are. And
well shouldn't let's say that like say theoretically, I'm just metaphorically. If people in conversation, like every debate show, they had to wear a Mr. Spock mask, okay? So they had to try to be as much like Mr. Spock as possible for this purpose of
the Harry Potter hat.
I'm just saying that's what's missing, is that it's not Mr. Spock talking to Mr. Spock, it's Mr. Spock talking to Fred Flintstone or a fucking.
What's your obsession with Fred Flintstone? He's popped up in about 3 different
because he's a big giant cultural reference. That's why I'm using him. He's a big giant.
Flintstones are massive.
I could just say Ralph Random, okay? Ralph Random, okay? There.
Ralph Cramden. That's even better. That one.
Well, Beaver. I mean, it just doesn't matter.
Right, but it's a good. Yeah, do these people even exist? I don't think real people are like that.
Real people. Real people.
Yeah, real people that exist in their real lives and are real heroes on our real streets.
The point is
as opposed to TV.
Real philosophy should be like that. That's my argument. So my argument is.
Did you just make a no true human fallacy?
I'm just saying that the point is
yes, Dick, he did.
You get to certain conclusions.
Yes, Dick, he did.
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing with you.
Conclusions can either be logically defended or not logically defended. I'm saying the conclusions you have that aren't logically defensible should be revealed as not logically defensible conclusions.
Well, I agree with that in principle.
Good. Okay, there. That's progress then.
And scene. Well, I think we've all learned something today.
Well, it's 5 o'clock here, so I'm going to leave. Nice to talk to you, Dick, and everybody else.
You too, sir. Yeah. Take care.
Better than
Piero. Night, Piero.
Because I do hate you. What is that? Marijuana leaf. What the hell is that about?
Oh, red flag right there, isn't it?
Mountain guy. Yeah, whatever. It's a little cliche and childish, actually. Oh, I sell marijuana. Oh, okay.
It's when you can tell what a comment's going to say by just reading the username. It's like Freedom Liberty 1776. I'm like, this is going to be such fucking horseshit. I'm about to read it. There's no way this is going to be good.
Right? They really are funny usernames. We just start reading them and just saying, all right, you just left a serious comment and your name is something stupid like, Willie.
I had one recently. I had to try and convince a guy that I wasn't going to argue his point, regardless of how good it was, because his username was Mongoloid Porn Inferno. So even if it was the greatest, there's no way. If you wrote the greatest sentence ever, the news are not going to go today. Mongoloid Porn Inferno said this. They're not going to say that on the news, so it doesn't matter what your argument is defunct by the fact that no one's going to listen to that.
Yeah, it's almost disappointing. You're just saying, oh, there's somebody who's kind of smart, and then they say, oh, but look at that user.
But they had to be trying to be clever and outrageous at the same time. They couldn't just
all right,
have a simple username.
Yeah, I got to get this guy.
Coughlin, can I have 2 seconds? I'm just wondering, is that a like Yes T-shirt, like like the band Yes, or like am I totally not understanding your
The band
site?
Yes, no, definitely not the band Yes. No. This is a wrestling T-shirt. Well, it's not a wrestling T-shirt. It's a T-shirt with a logo on it.
Well, it's kind of weird. I've been listening to Yes all day, so I just seen your arm. I love that tattoo on that arm a lot.
Well, the Lord works in mysterious ways.
Yeah. What? I'm asking about a band.
Oh, yeah, exactly. In my room. I mean,
your sound's dipping, Gary.
Is there any way to kick? Because he just keeps on muting you.
I know.
I will admit, he's a brave man to put the actual Google Hangout link in the description box. I don't think I'll be able to do that. I think there'd be carnage. You have just gone silent, Gary. I was worrying there because everyone looked like they were talking to each other. I thought I'd gone deaf or something. I had a stroke.
Yeah, I just have to wait for them to do it again. Keep playing the game. And, yeah, so whatever. Faith. I don't mean to be harsh. I'm just saying I'm trying. I personally prefer conversation to stay relevant to philosophy subjects, and you tend to want to go to personal subjects.
Conversational.
Yeah, and I'm just not terribly interested in doing a bunch of psychology crap. I'm trying to do philosophy crap.
With philosophizers. That was one of the first videos I saw. You used that word, and I thought this is what I want. This is it. I'm going to be watching this for a while. Philosophizer. That was the word you used.
Yeah, well, I do. Well, it's sort of been a long time.
Velociraptor.
Because I'm kind of a personality by accident.
No, I think I like the way you just sort of take words and just sort of like you get the message across just by doing it. It's a little. I call them inmendhamisms. I don't think it would catch on as a term, but there's just little phrases and sayings that crop up.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to the John Paul Dawn 26-minute video thing? Because that was one of my favourite moments in life ever, watching that video, the one where you walked off for 4 minutes and just left him there talking. I can't find it anywhere. I'll pay money for this.
Yeah, well, some of those are funny. And I watched the Ponage one. I hadn't seen that one in a while when I did the pinky thing to virtual.
Yeah. Oh, I love that because I love really simple ways of just trying to patronise someone. It's like I'm not going to talk to you. I'm just going to let them.
It really was perfect.
So you could put effort in, you could do something elaborate, but it's like, no, this is even worse. This is even more.
A face on my pinky. you know, and that it's always so easy. Just that was kind of a good game.
He was, oh god, I couldn't stand Virtual Holocaust. He drove me.
Yeah, they almost
it was just a cliched, miserable twat, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was just kind of funny in hindsight, the people that I let get under my skin, you know, and you're just saying compared to new trolls, those old trolls were so lame, you know.
Well, it was the video we made about Ron Paul once, and he goes like, "I like Ron Paul because he's different." I'm like, "Well, then vote for the fucking extreme Nazi party. They'll be different. They'll be different than what you got now. Vote for it." You know, it's like the idea of voting for someone just because it's different. It just seems absolutely mental to me. It's like, why would that be enough?
Yeah, well, that's the whole recklessness of the whole conspiracy theory kind of people, right? They just want a really simple answer. They just want to scapegoat. You know, let's just scapegoat.
There's also an element of it, because I used to like be in the conspiracy theories for like when I was in my early 20s, and there's an element of sort of like if you've got that, there's that sort of anti-establishment thing to it, and it's got all the aspects of a religion, but without the sort of boring, sort of uncool aspect to it, because they're like, you know, it's all. But they have a short shelf life because these days everything's on film. So, like 9/11 was on film too much for us to sort of create something out of it. But you know, when you're making something up about 2,000 years ago, it's got a lot longer shelf life.
Yeah, I suppose. But yeah, that's the whole racket of a conspiracy theory. Now you have to explain why the cell phone images of planting the bombs haven't come out yet. I mean, why wouldn't the people who planted the bombs sell these images for big money?
Well, I mean, the one thing sort of like religion and conspiracy theories have is that the rule is in the world of conspiracy there is no coincidence. Like everything that happens is a clue, and that's how it all sort of ends up going. But and also I remember the sum up conspiracy theories. This argument I was having with a guy on a forum. Talking about the NWO, the Illuminati, the Moon Jews, all these other fucking, and I was like, okay, it's like what evidence would there be for like this secret organization controlling everything? And he said, if the conspiracy theory is true, there is no evidence. And I'm like, that should be the only thing said in a debate with a conspiracy.
To me, the easiest way to just wipe it all out is to say there's no privates in this conspiracy army, right? So everything they're doing is controlling never.
Well, everyone stopped but us. I can still see you.
Hold on. I've lost it. It's frozen.
Well, I still see and hear you, so I don't know how that's happening. We didn't get kicked off.
Inmendham just joined the call.
Well, that was
That's kind of weird, eh?
Yeah, that's kind of bad. Anyway, I don't know whether it saved the old room or not, but I have to go anyway because I really do have to get up in the morning.
It's been fun. It's been emotional. It's been real.
It's good to see you, and like I said, it's even better to see you not looking like a hillbilly. But
it's always good to see
you. It's a personal thing. It's just a personal thing.
No. It's always good to see you, Gary. I'm still always watching. Yeah, I'm there.
Hey, I'm in here twice.
Still keep me on it.
Yeah. No. So I'm glad to. It's been a while, and I said it's good to see you, and I hope things are not awfully horrible. Terrible.
No, they're not awfully horrible. I'll definitely make it to at least tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah. I feel for
if
you.
I can make it to the end of next week, probably, I'm happy enough at the moment, so it's cool.
If I ever get somewhere, I'll try to whatever.
No, don't get anywhere, Gary. You've got to stay there.
I'm just saying, if I have some breadcrumbs to throw your way,
I'll put you in the autobiography as
exactly. Yeah.
As going to have a special chapter.
Yeah, it'll be somewhere in there. But anyway,
I'll take care, mate. See you later.
Yeah.
Coughlin. Oh, Caleb. I'll convert him later.
And why don't you wait till I'm gone? Then when I'm gone, you can ask people all kinds of questions. So that'll be just fine. So anyway, good to see all of you. And
good night, Gary.
Yeah, well, it's not much left of it, right? I got to get up in 3 hours. Fuck. Anyway, so hopefully some of this got saved. Hopefully. And I'll see you next time and such. It was actually a good night. It'd be funny if it all went to shit. That would be funny. So yeah, then Google Plus will have to go. But anyway, till next time and such. So I'm supposed to, oh, yeah, I hit this thing. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I have to end the broadcast first. Yes, that's what.